Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Hello, survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជម្រាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទុំជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
សប្បាយดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเรา2สโลแกนของพวกเขาคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းဒီမှာစီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်းပွဲတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နက်ကြီးမြောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ပဲမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်းပွဲကတော့ together we ရဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight till the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของพวกเขาคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းညီမစီးရင်အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နက်ကြီးမြောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့တင်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag. Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Today is the day number 2 of the finals of the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile. Tash Bunny here alongside Keith, where yesterday we've seen a very dominating start from Vietnam, because for them the tagline is no chicken, no problem.
No chicken, no problem, and they still deliver big time here. Definitely a very exciting one, but also disappointing at the same time, because some of the teams that we have seen gone absolutely insane during the qualifiers has yet to even show what they're capable of. Looking at you, Philippines team number 2, although they had their moments, they came in close, but not enough to kind of, give us the wow factor as they did back in the qualifiers itself. And Vietnam, if it was towards the later stage of the day yesterday that they finally got their gears grinding. Same goes with Thailand. Could this day be the day where they finally go in full force?
Yeah, meanwhile for Timor-Leste, we saw a final push from them in the last possible map where survivability-wise, they are doing much better. Going for that placement points instead of going for those pickoffs, they are doing quite well in surviving toward the last circle. Regardless, if we look toward Teams Laos as well, we saw a pop-off moment for them, as well as Myanmar. It seems like most countries yesterday were able to get a chicken dinner. Now, speaking of Malaysia, this is a very interesting team. I would say that for Malaysia, they have a lot of pop-off moments, but sometimes it's just a little bit too late or a little bit too close. However, for Malaysia 1, they do have an idea on what exactly they want to achieve, which are those elimination points, and they seem to deliver. Now, for Indonesia, they are a team that did have some chicken dinners, are currently very, very strong at the top of the charts. And here we are, the overall standings from yesterday, where again, Vietnam, 42 eliminations and only 11 rank points, giving them 53 points, only 1 ahead of Indonesia. However, for Indonesia 2, they already have 2 chicken dinners, and look how different in terms of points they are. More toward eliminations for the Vietnamese side, but more toward rank points for the Indonesia 2 side.
Which is a very, very scary statistics to walk into this grand final, especially now that we're already 1 day out, 2 more days left to play, and you see Vietnam, despite not having a good circle and cannot win a chicken dinner, still be able to live up to the ranks and maintain number 1 position just by sheer eliminations alone. So a lot of teams have got to look out for this. I mean, we've seen Frankie. They're the reason why Vietnam got a gold medal in the previous SEA Games when it happened over in Vietnam. Are they going to do the same thing again here in a different host country that is Cambodia? But talking about Cambodia, Cambodia 1 got off to a very lucky first day in the grand finals, having, I think, both the circles towards the first 2 maps of the day going towards their favor, and they've been turtling in, getting points down, and even winning a chicken dinner in one of those attempts, keeping themselves at the top 3 position. Now, will they take back the number 1 position towards the end of the day? I guess we'll find out. But here are today's matches. A little bit late on this one, but Sanhok should have been started at 4 p.m. But we will drag that a little bit down, just to make sure that you're well rested to pretty much take in the fights that's happening on. And then down to the Miramar, and the triple Erangel to end the evening.
I think we see a lot of pop-off moments, a lot of set plays toward Erangel. Honestly, I was sort of hoping that it would happen in Miramar. Regardless, when we see through a lot of the maps yesterday, it felt very skirmishy throughout entire all 3 of the maps. Regardless whether it's going to be Sanhok, Miramar, or even Erangel, it's really hard to determine how exactly each team will be playing, especially given the fact that the circles were quite difficult yesterday. We saw a lot of water circles, we saw a lot of ping pong circles, and most importantly, we saw a lot of very skewed fight paths. Now, coming in here today, I think a lot of teams had the time to really review the VODs and really figure out how exactly to fix their mistakes, not only in terms of their own mistakes, but also the counter-stratting. We've seen some pretty rookie mistakes yesterday where we were a little bit shocked about, but it was very funny nonetheless. We saw a player who unfortunately was able to dodge a nade, and the nade blew up the car, and the car rolled over him and killed him. So that was a very unfortunate situation as well. So really hoping for some more unfortunate situations, but at the same time, not too much, because it can be very heartbreaking.
Well, it's unfortunate for him, but a blessing for us. I like to see things that happens on a rare occasion happen here under my own purview, right? Then you could finally say, I was there when it happened. It's like getting struck by lightning twice in the same spot and, living to tell the tale. But let's take a look at all the contingents here that will be playing within this game. Vietnam 2, a bit under, what's the word here, overshadowed actually by their first team. They still, I think, maintain within the top 5 position. Actually, no, 12th position, Vietnam. And so they might have to do a little bit different, do things a bit different compared to their counterparts here, because clearly it's working for them, not so much for the second squad here. And meanwhile, Thailand has got one good game yesterday. They took out the champion Vietnamese team. They're the ones who is leading the charts right now. But it was one good game. We need to see more coming out from them. Indonesia, same thing can be said, reflective of Vietnam. This is the team that had 1 chicken dinner yesterday to contribute into Indonesia's 3 chicken dinner. But it is the 2 chicken dinners that goes to their counterpart for Indonesia.
You know what's really scary about Indonesia, despite the fact that their faces are all over the end screen because they got so many chicken dinners, so many MVPs. Vietnam is, I would say, is like a deadly viper, just quietly slithering around, getting those picks one by one by one. And then suddenly at the end of the day, when you see the overall stats, you're like, wait, when did this happen? We didn't see any pop-off moments, but if you guys were paying attention to the kill feed whenever you watch the game, it's always very quiet. You'll see a pick-off. It's never a 4-on-4 for them. It's all about like maybe going for a third party. We see Philippines try to attempt that, but I still feel like the best third-party team has been Vietnam. They know how to hold their in terms of discipline and trigger. They don't go in until the very last moment, and then they just clean both teams at the same time, which is honestly really insane.
And it's gonna get even more crazy because the first map of the day just happens to be Sanhok almost always. I mean, I get it. I get the logic behind it. Get the worst one out of the way, and then you can focus more level-headedly for the next 5 maps to play in. So we can hate this map all we want to, but it has to be done, and so does the player understand. Right now, it's match number 7 in the overall of 18 maps we played for this event. Sanhok is a go.
Sanhok. The most unpredictable map. Flight path toward the northern side here. But no worries about these players. Doesn't really matter where you drop. As long as you're fast enough in getting those weapons early, it doesn't matter what weapon you get. Just shoot someone in the face, let them out early. We did see some teams drop over in Sami yesterday. I don't know if you noticed. I think it was Philippines. They dropped there very, very early actually. And I was surprised that anyone dropped there, because I remember Sami is a place where you can get a lot of loot, especially those healings, bandages and stuff. But we didn't see them play the healing game anyway, so it was a very interesting combination. I'm kind of hoping the circle will go in between the 3 islands just to see how the rotations will work. But like again, as I said before, these early fights will be happening. Timor-Leste already losing 2 players.
Thailand doing that maneuver again. They have players in Khao, Tatmok, in between Mong Nai and Mong Nai. They like going their own very way. So it's divide and conquer, right? That's 3 locations right off the bat, immediately being taken over under their control. Meanwhile, Paradise, not so much of a paradise usually, as they will have to share this compound. But this time around, it seems like maybe Vietnam, after a great start yesterday, they're reaping the rewards, having free entry into this Paradise Resort.
Vietnam. As I said before, aggressive teams get a lot of value from this map. If you rotate quickly and get the positioning good, you're good at holding the area, it can give you a lot of value. Now, if you guys remember yesterday, Cambodia 1 was the team to look out for Sanhok. They were able to get a chicken dinner, and Sky Nin was honestly the man of the game, in my opinion. He was so high impact. He was able to cover 3 different angles, and all Cambodia did was able to get a compound in the vicinity of the circle and just turtle shell inside, as Keith mentioned in the beginning of the pre-show just now. As we watch the circle pull here toward the middle side, I highly doubt that circle will be going toward the Alpha Islands. Might be toward the 2 secondary island as well as the mainland. For Cambodia 1 this time, they're on foot. Honestly, you gotta admire how quickly they move around the area and how okay they are with running out in the open, because they're just so confident that no one is going to be where they are.
They got circle blessings again. Surely you can't be that lucky 2 days in a row right now. I mean, you could also make the argument it's because they like to drop smack dab in center of the entire main island itself. So almost always you will be included until the last few circles. Could be a strategy that came up themselves. But for now, both Cambodian teams finds themselves in the heart. Now, I think the upcoming match that we might see go down the soonest here in Sanhok is going to be Thailand-Vietnam, because if you notice the circle earlier on, Paradise is just by the edge, and on top of that is Khao, Tat Mok, and Mong Nai, where the Thailand teams will might have to find a way to push through or make a different rotation and maybe find their pathing clashed with the Philippines over in Camp Bravo. Laos
yesterday as well had a pretty good run. I mean, for a lot of the qualifying rounds, for Laos, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't have a lot of expectations for them, but you told me to keep an eye on them, and I didn't see that pop-off moment until toward the end of qualifiers and yesterday as well on the grand final. So it seems like for this particular wildcard team, as you mentioned, it's almost as though like they have been holding back. They don't want to show too much of what they have to offer. And Yummy from Indonesia found his pick onto a member of Cambodia, Kaya, picked up inside the building. It's not going to be too much of a problem. Ooh. Oh my god, Yummy already for 2. It's playing this angle very well. He got
2 members. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just going to quickly finish it off. Yummy takes 1. And Kaya, no worries at all. He is hiding inside the building. For the rest of Indonesia, I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to push Cambodia too. I think they do want to go for the pickup on Kaya, but it's going to be very, very hard with 3 members of Indonesia around and no idea where the final one is. It's a big risk to go run forward, and look at how far away everything is.
They have to let him die. There's just no way. Great pick off by Yummy though. He's got the guy at the back that supposedly
those are micro angles.
Yeah, he was in cover, so he was the last guy you would have expected getting knocked down, but I guess he overstepped. He's a bit too far forward outside of the door, gets knocked down, and immediately no more cover fire, but the rest of them made their exit. They've made themselves known though, which is much worse, because right now Indonesia knows that they have the numbers advantage and they can look to push towards the members of Cambodia if they wanted to. Look at that. They're not giving it up. Lapar are trying to find a flank side angle to maybe catch them out off guard. But he too shouldn't overextend, because if he goes down right here, there will be no chance his friends can come in for the rescue.
When you said about those micro angles, right, it's just a little bit of their body popped up by like the door or behind the tree. Like as a player, you're not really sure about the positioning of the rest of your body because you can only go by what you can see. So if you're really unlucky and you're not very well versed about how thick the tree is to cover you, like just now how Yummy shot at the Cambodian team, they shot just like his little knee as he was like, as he was crouching down. Now this nade will be cooked very, very well. South might have just a second idea. But if you look at Philippines right now, they're now in trouble at the bottom side there, as the Philippines now an all-in-one 3 dropped already naded up. But look at Indonesia once again. The nade comes out. Does it hit is the question. Navan safe and sound inside. Amalia as well, just to really flush him out. He is outside the building and straight into the open jaws of the Indonesian players. Ponbit. Nice crossfire from the top side. He is going to be rushing forward here. Already jumped up to the building. Lapar. This is a nice prime angle to work with. Nice finish off as well. As the final Cambodian 2-player left alive. All he can hear are just footsteps above him, but what can he do? Look at where the Indonesian players are coming from. They are just containing him inside of the compound. He can try to go for the isolate, but that's not going to happen because Yummy's nades are just too good.
My god, that could have been pretty ugly here. If you noticed, Indonesia made a mistake with that Molotov. Satar actually burst him himself, but the fight right now against Philippines, Timor-Leste gets 1. Evox with the grenade, now making the push forward. Mascardo will actually get the kill then. His teammate Pubg coming in from the flank side will secure the deal here. Another team wipe by Philippines.
Wait, Keith, just now you saw, right, in the tiny little screen at the bottom there, how the Philippines had lost 3 players. Timor-Leste was winning that fight. And when we came back, the Philippines had managed to reset and wipe the entire Timor-Leste team? What on earth happened?
They didn't seal the deal, I think, but the question is what's going to happen to this one? One grenade's out, 3 members comes out from the vehicle of death, and Vikoy just outgunned at this point, but he did trade 1 member there. The Molotov is in to maybe try and secure it against the rest of Myanmar. Chua GH is just within the area to maybe come in with some ballistics, some airborne ballistics here, but decides without the other member within range, they might not want to take this fight. Instead, losing 1 is plenty enough.
How is Malaysia already swimming so early? He's so separated, Flex OP, I mean, from the other members of his team. They probably have realized that Laos is close by here. Yen with a jump, trying to see what's going on, but that's not going to happen. But in the other flip side here is a 3-on-4 Myanmar against Vietnam 1. Vietnam 1 has been doing very well, not going to be happening. But if you look at the kill feed here, Philippines and Thailand will be in a skirmish. Meanwhile, Echo already getting a pick. Also Yen as well with the DBS. That is nasty. Did not manage to get the wipe. Also has to be careful of the Indonesian teams, and Echo has to be careful. Satar with those long range shots has been really, really insane.
I don't even get how they saw that. That was so far away. Meanwhile,
I know, right?
like I mentioned, Thailand had 2 options coming in from the northern side of this entire map. Either they push onto the likes of Vietnam from Paradise Resort, or find a different way in and joint venture against, oh, well, not really joint venture, meet up against the Filipino force who was camped over at Camp Bravo. And right now it's happening. So it seems that they took the northeastern side of this circle as their entry point, seeing as though that Philippines maybe not too hot in the leaderboards right now. It should be an easier prey for them to come and crash down with. Now leaving Artartes left within this building all alone, just trying to delay the inevitable. Logan straight up with the push. He took a little bit of that nade though. It was a friendly nade. Through the window, gets straight out. Artartes, can he confirm? He will not. So no casualty for the likes of Thailand as they picked up the entirety of Philippines.
Joseph with the sprays. Puts in a lot of damage to the Myanmar 2 team. Gets a pick, finishes 1 off. Just picking them off 1 by 1. As so swatting flies from the air. Nang X has to get picked up. Easy's already out of the game. No problem to get him inside of the area. The question now is whether or not they will decide to push in. The answer is no. As the circle will be pushing up to the northern side, this is where things get really sketchy. Anyone near the northern side of Painan, it's great. We haven't seen movement a lot from Cambodia 1 as well. They were been holding on to the quarry for quite some time, from the beginning, I believe. Now for Malaysia 1, like it or not, they're gonna have to swim. Because the bridge already inhabited by Philippines 1, and on the bottom side of the bridge by Vietnam 2. They can go for a long rotation toward the northern side of the bridge by Painan. I think it's a little bit more safe in my opinion, but I don't know. I mean, for us, we would know that, but for them, I don't know if they want to take that risk.
Luckily for your statement right there, Malaysia are known to have pretty good swimmers. Shout out to Pandalela Renong. So I'm pretty sure they'll hold their weight underwater. Tigers are known to be great swimmers as well, despite being a cat. So I think they should be safe, but that's all hypothetical, seeing as though you could be helpless underwater. But right now, a team who's not afraid of anything, Vietnam, Quan Ji, playing by the edge. They are by water though, so if Malaysia overextends and swims too far forward towards the southern side, they might just get met with lead.
Whoa, what a statement. I'm stealing that. Speaking of that, here's Gosu. I love how aware the Vietnamese team are and very proactive in terms of trying to get that information. They're still holding the corner of the circle. Again, Vietnam 2 has been very, very good at becoming the person to stop anyone pushing through. And in this little village, they have to fight to hold the area. Because if they don't get in quickly, they will be the ones get kept out. And for Malaysia, yeah, here we go. They are going to be running through the blue zone. And perhaps it is the best course of action. Because yesterday in Malaysia 2, they've had pop-off moments. They had a moment where Yen was able to hold on until like second spot. But if possible, I mean, the best case scenario that you want to have at the end of each match is to be able to survive more than 2 people. strength in numbers, as they say, more angles to cover, and of course, more firepower. If you look at Myanmar 1, it's actually insane how they're able to keep very, very quiet and alive, as Marne will be the one to quickly find Tuni here, right in the outskirts of the area. As he goes up to his teammates, Mela not able to pick him up, and Marne will be able to get out of the way and skedaddle out of there. Long rotation through the blue.
Yeah, there was no way. It was a bit questionable why he was there. It's a huge opening. There was no chance he could ever be rescued making that sort of movements, which brings in a lot of question mark for the Thailand team for that decisions made. I guess he was trying to rush his way down under the rock, which is at the bottom foot of the hill. But yeah, circle has now closed, as we see here. Malaysia finally found dry land just right next to Pai Nan here, where another Malaysian teams will stay and find their shelter. Indonesia, they're just making it in, but right now they're surrounded left, right, and center, which could be a recipe for disaster.
I mean, we've seen this moment happen before with Vietnam, remember? Or they were able to hold the circle and just stay inside, just spray out. Or was it Cambodia? I don't really remember. A lot of matches yesterday, and there's a lot of bullets thrown out by Chuang. Unfortunately, none of them going to be clipping. As Vietnam saying, that's fine. We have the high ground. All I have to do is just push through. They know that Laos is close by. So for Vietnam 1, they're like, okay, this may be our chance to get more of those elimination points, which has been very precious to them in terms of launching their placements to where they are right now. A lot of damage already put through. Porza tries to put in the hurt. He cooks up that nade first, changes his mind. Wants to push from the corner, but the DBS from Thailand, he was a little bit quick with that pre-fire as well. He left no angles to chance. Back out alone, running for his life with his teammates. Has to be careful because look at where he is. Everyone has their eyes on this terrain because it just goes down straight into the area to where every single teams have inhabited all the huts below.
Oh, that was almost too perfect right there, that pre-fire. I'm pretty sure he did not see a single pixel of the guy. He just went in with gut feel, and it just so happened that that member decided to peek out at the same time, gets shot down. Meanwhile,
because it's a DBS meta, right? So you kind of already have to expect these things.
So Vietnam trying to pretty much flush Philippines out of this compound. They're playing from the outside in. Have to do so quickly though before Laos gets wind of this commotion and might come in as a third party. But as I say, that Laos has got Indonesia to deal with, and that might be the chance for Vietnam to try and make this push on forward. They've got members of Laos. Actually, Vietnam is also shooting back against two teams. So they are the ones dealing with the pressure right now. Do they have all the resources in the world to expend for this engagement alone? Blue has pushed on forward, which means Philippines also does not have the luxury of time. Gosu from the top side, tries to spray down a little bit. One member of Philippines gets knocked down. Quan Ji now takes height. But he also has Trong, who is down on his knees by the soul. Gets shot down. Nice window peek right there. Vietnam, they suffered the wrath.
Look at 20. So very quiet behind his lock. Playing the healing game for a little while as the other members rush into the circle. Trong as well. He does have a bit more of healing. He also has the pills. But Myanmar 2 already out of the game. Only 2 eliminations in the pocket, but you can see how aggressive it is on the bottom side there. You can see nades coming through at the same time. Nice little reposition from Frankie and his teammates. Full control of the top side of the area. Despite that, the blue zone is still pushing toward them. They've spot out 20. Another point in the bag. They're very happy with that. Now moving forward to Cambodia. They're side by side with Myanmar. Sky Min on the aggression. Puts in the damage onto 11 Sec. But he hasn't moved at all. 11 Sec. Okay, 1 Sec coming forward. Spray out from both sides. He's so good at keeping alive. Barely survives with the team. His teammates were able to come inside. Joseph goes down. Nang X, unfortunately, the timing was not syncing up with his teammates. It's a 1 versus 1. Marne from the outside, and Marne with the DBS takes him out. And grenade elimination at the same time.
That was a messy fight. I don't even know who comes out victor, but except for Myanmar. The blue is coming in. And surely right now Myanmar, it seems like all members except for the one is tanking the zone. right now, and so only one member left to play. Meanwhile, Indonesia, Thailand still has their forces of 3 members, but they're trying to push uphill against Vavel and Rosemary of all things. It's not the easiest, and they will punish Logan already down on his knees. But Laos find their way to the top here. Tries to be snakes in the grass. Red face undercover by nothing but bushes and grass, and he's somehow still surviving. Rosemary will toss a throwable forward into Lizzie's direction. That was a painful way to go. Directly on top of V, and now Malaysia finds their way against the rest of Indonesia here. Neighboring countries in real life, enemies within the game. Sprays down from U High, takes down some of the members, but Svavel got damn good in the back end. No more support cover fire, but it seems like Indonesia will have to bow it out.
But we're already on the top 4 just like that. Look how quickly it has gone. As Indonesia with the compound, despite it being on the very edge of the circle, it still gives them enough advantage. But the problem is, it's not a high ground. Pawnbit barely missed getting shot from the top side of the area. And Jumper has his eyes on the Malaysian team. But Malaysia won, staying very safe in the cover of the trees as well as the high ground. It might be hard to really pinpoint them. If Malaysia 1 is really smart, what I can do is just hold on the line, watch out for the area, and just let these 3 teams fight at the bottom side of the terrain. But this is what we always see, right? How, in terms of movement, as the circle closes, no one will be making the first move. Flex OP with the sprays onto Malaysia 1. Mika eats a lot of damage, and so does his teammate. Both already knocked down. U High nearly knocked out of the game. It's going to be so very hard. Despite the cover fire by Malaysia 1 with 2 players in the backside, it's not happening. His vehicles blow up. Damn good goes down. Flex OP will be taking that pick, putting it in the pocket. Actually, no, it's Lapar who steals it away. This is so nasty and a classic play by Indonesia too.
Man, that was so unfortunate. If you take a look at what's happening on the right-hand side of the screen, you got both Malaysian teams at full 4 members earlier on, but only, again, they are each other's kryptonite, and being forced to the low ground here due to the circle zone did not serve them well, especially out here in the open. Snipes eventually will go down, and Malaysia too to crumble with. They did get 7 eliminations, so it's not for nothing. But Vietnam was also under same circumstances, having to push into that circle, but being in the open, and Indonesia's in prime position to shut them down in the process.
Indonesia today will be the victors of the circle at very least, but the question now is whether or not the circle will continue going up toward them. As the circle goes down, Vietnam 1 will have to push up forward, and Malaysia, having a nice location at the bottom side of the terrain, eats up the damage by Chuang. Jumper barely goes down, but Flax with the cover fire does take 1 out of the way, and Frankie immediately goes out. Chua as well, so very low, now lobbied, and Vietnam 1 goes out with only 2 eliminations. Flax OP, what they're trying to do here is take control of the circle. The whole area is in their control, but despite all that control, all that crossfires, it's so hard to really pinpoint where the Indonesian players are. And because the circle is pulling to the southern side, Indonesia has no choice but to abandon their compound, and immediately Satar will find that opening onto Jumper. But no push out yet toward the other members of Malaysia, as they don't have any information about them.
Flex just saw someone though. He could call out that position. Actually, Malaysia, with the amount of control they have within this small circle, they might have the upper hand. They have the flank side cover. Indonesia is just within the straight line, but of course, the numbers advantage could be the one that turns the tide right now. Yen takes a lot of hurt. Will have to pretty much heal himself back up. Gets shot down. Satar. Great opening for the Indonesians. They will rush in under the cover of smokes. They kind of got an idea. Echo seizes a little bit too much there. Gets picked off. Yan tries to turn that one back. Echo will fall down. Satar, Indonesia, actually the entirety of squad. It's all against Flex OP. And as hard as he can flex, although gets 1 kill, can he still outsmart the rest of the Indonesian squad? Yummy. Waiting by the door, hungry for his meal, and he will not get it! But Indonesia eventually will be the one who walks away with another winner chicken dinner. 3 chicken dinners for this team so far in the 32nd SEA Games Cambodia 2023.
Indonesia kept it so very cool, knowing the fact that they weren't quick enough at getting circle control. So how do you counter that? You play as a 3 and have Satar go to the backside and quickly go for flank. As Satar had the opening onto jumper, it seemed like every single idea and execution for Malaysia 2 just completely fell apart. They weren't able to watch out for every single area. They were just too distracted. And I think at that point, there was a lot of pressure coming forward at the same time. The only player who had proper cover was Flax OP behind a tree that's a little bit more far out. But again, those micro angles that we talked about earlier, it felt like Yummy is just so good at abusing that.
Yeah, it's real unfortunate Jumper had to go down. It was a 4v4 scenario for the top 2 teams. That right there, Jumper dropping, although might not seem so much like a big deal, but that is, you immediately turn the tide and say Indonesia now is a 4v3. And that was a good entry as it is. Having that one additional member against the enemy means that you can have one member to pretty much risk his lives per se to go scout, gather information or identify where potential positions are and still end up in a 3v3 or even sittings, right? So they've got that jumper right there going down was the key for them to make that advancement forward. And the fact that they got even more, it was nail in the coffin for Indonesia. Congratulations, 3 for this team.
Yeah, there's going and starting actually very, very strong today. The momentum clearly still in their hands. And I think that what's also really important is just how fast they had committed to an area, how it was in the middle of the circle. They didn't move at all and they hadn't been attacking anyone. Anyone who got picked off was just in the middle of those rotations. The only time we saw them really go for a whole fight for a compound was when they were trying to take that area away from another team. There were signs of life from Timor-Leste just now. We saw them having a fight with the Philippines. I wish we could have seen more of that because Timor-Leste managed to pick off 3 members of the Philippines. But in a lot of situations, I feel like if you don't manage to get that one player out of the way, it can all just fall apart. So if you are not, I would say, confident in the way you play and making sure that you can take them out, instead of using these players who have been knocked out as bait, just take them out already. Just immediately lobby them. Yes, it'll be annoying having one player run away. It is annoying to not immediately lobby them, but at least you secure those kill points, those elimination points, which I feel like a lot of teams, like yesterday when we saw on day 1, we saw a lot of pickoffs by Frankie in Vietnam 1. He wasn't able to secure it, and because he wasn't able to secure it, even though he got so many knocks, he had 0 kills. Regardless, for Indonesia, 22 points, putting them so far ahead of the other teams here with 12 eliminations in the pocket. Malaysia 1 and Malaysia 2 though today, I don't know what really happened last night after they finished the game, had a talk, because their performance today are both very stellar.
I mean, it's too soon to say. We have acknowledged the inconsistency that Malaysian teams have, but right here is a step to recovery that we do love to see, right? Some of these bottom teams finally coming up, showing something very promising, and being only kryptonite to each other, that's telling a lot on, you know, how formidable they can be. But here are the outstanding teams, and true enough, Malaysia represented across the board. Both teams only overshadowed by the likes of Indonesia, who had 12 eliminations, about 2,000 damage, and well, similar, not so much of a travel distance, like you said. They already sent the circle, so you could make the argument that they had that going for them. But for them to still get 12 eliminations, staying put is, I guess you could say, a God-given blessing itself here. Myanmar, though, for them to be here is also another statement to behold coming from the wild card.
Myanmar today and yesterday, why they don't have like those super awesome moments except for that chicken dinner, they have been quite consistent in getting quite a bit of number of eliminations. Because if you can see in terms of damage, it's not the highest, but they do have 6 eliminations. Why is that a thing? Probably because a lot of teams are getting shot out from different areas. What they do is they hold and they try to just join in as third party. Not necessarily from wrong range, but it is from inside a compound. Now for Indonesia too, how high the damage are. And I think this also comes back to going back to fundamentals, going back to basics, which is for a battle royale, what is most important? Getting that area inside of the circle, making sure that positioning is prime. And Indonesia too has been doing that since yesterday till today. Still haven't seen a change in terms of how they play. It's not about adjustment. They did say that in that interview yesterday that they already had the fundamentals in place. They already had a structure in place, and all they had to do was execute it. And execution-wise, it has been flawless. With 14 points ahead of Vietnam 1, this is them going ahead of the curve and saying that, you know what, we don't care about your high eliminations because we also have placement points in our pocket to supplement our points.
And just like that, immediately they leapfrog their way onto the #1 spot in one game, taking over Vietnam, who looked incredibly scary with 44 eliminations. Now they tie that up with their own 44 elimination, but flex on you with an additional 3 winner with a chicken dinner, which brings to 30 rank points in total. This team is definitely something, and like you mentioned, that interview, it tells a lot, right? They've got a good strategy in place and a good check on their mental positioning within the SEA Games itself, and it does go a long way. In the end of the day, when you have all the recipes and all the ingredients placed together, you get a perfect dish, and they are looking like a championship winning team already, just sheer consistency of performance alone.
If you looked earlier for Vietnam 1, they weren't able to get the elimination points that they wanted to. Just now, they were only able to vie for those placement points. Now, this is a very different, I would say, situation that we would usually expect from Vietnam, because yesterday it felt like every single round or every single game, they were averaging between 5 and 10. This is like, I would say, the bare minimum in terms of elimination points. But this particular round, I think it has been quite difficult given the fact that how fast the teams are now rotating, because it feels like but for now, let's go for the interview and let's see what Indonesia has to say.
This tournament, how many more do you want?
Berapa banyak lagi chicken yang kamu mau kira-kira di turnamen ini?
Semua chicken pengen kita ambil.
As much as possible.
As much as possible, he said. Okay, គេគាត់បាននិយាយបានថាគាត់រកបាន3 chicken dinner ក្នុងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងកន្លងមកប៉ុន្តែអត់ទាន់ចប់ទេគាត់ចង់រកឲ្យបានរឹតតែច្រើនថែមទៅលើនេះទៀត Definitely we saw you cutting off the host team, Cambodia team. Something tells me that is not accidental. How much preparation you did yesterday to make that happen?
Kita kan tadi nge-cut tim Kamboja, tim negara Kamboja. Tadi itu kalian sengaja atau nggak sengaja nge-cut mereka?
Nggak sengaja sih nge-cut mereka.
Apakah ada preparasi lebih untuk nge-cut mereka? Nggak ada?
Nggak ada.
Okay, so it's accidental actually. So we just rotate and we found them and then we, we try to eliminate them. So it's accidental.
Well, we'll just have to take your words for now, but a little bit of a reminder for every other teams: do not meet them on the way while you're in the open, because they will make sure they left no man alive. All right. The another question is, at the very last moment, it seems like you had everything under control. You knocked 2 people. You knew where the flank is. You managed to knock him, but somehow it became a 1v1. What was happening in your mind after everything was so controlled and then it becomes a 1v1? Did you think you might have lost it, or you believe it will happen?
Tadi kan dari game tadi, kita semuanya kayak ada under control, kita punya kompon, kita punya segalanya. Akhirnya kita 4 versus 4 lawan Malaysia kan. Dari kita dapat knock 2, jadi sisa 1 lawan 1. Apa yang kamu pikirin ketika situasi itu terjadi? Apa hal pertama yang kamu pikirin ketika tadinya kita kontrol banget nih game-nya, tiba-tiba sisa 1 lawan 1. Apa yang lu pikirin tadi?
Udah pasti menang soalnya kita jago semua.
What did he say?
We surely believe that we're gonna win that game. 100%.
100%. No doubt in his mind, because this man has been racking up kills 6, 7, and we see it almost every day already. បានចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយបានថាជាមួយនឹងកលៈទេសៈចុងក្រោយនៅសល់1ទល់នឹង1ហ្នឹងទោះបីយ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយគាត់ជឿជាក់ 100% ថាគាត់មិនបាត់បង់ឱកាសក្នុងការយក chicken dinner ទេជឿជាក់ខ្លួនឯងជឿជាក់ក្រុមជឿជាក់ទៅលើបាទគ្រូបង្វឹករបស់គាត់ទៀត Thank you Yummy. We hope to see more actions. We hope the spectator takes more actions from him because he got so many kills. Back to our casters.
I'm gonna lie here. I mean, Tash and myself, our whole job for this entire event is to run our mouths. But after the man speak, the manager spoke. God dang. I'm not gonna lie. I melted a little bit on the inside. It's something about his voice quality that tickles me a bit. He sounds like a god.
I'm gonna tell him that. I'm gonna tweet at them and say, hey, Keith said this about y'all. But coming back, I have interviewed these two players before. They are from Boom Esports Indonesia, their PMSL team. So honestly, when we've seen them play in the last PMSL split, they were a little bit down in week 1. But as time went by, the better and the better and the better they play. And they are just a team that tends to snowball. You know those kind of teams that the longer they play, the better it is. Like aging like fine cheese. Yeah, that. They're cheese.
I would like to actually compare them to a good product that's already out there and just never age and get better. You know, it's like the quality is always tip top. They were this good during the qualifier. They're this good now. They were this good yesterday. They're this good now. And hopefully in the next 5 map, they're maintain this momentum. But that is 5 maps. We will get into the next one in just about a bit. But first, a quick break from Tash and myself. This is the 30-second SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports Division. We'll see you in just about a bit.
Hello, survivors! The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country. except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only one day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียนสบายดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါ30နှစ်ကြီးမြောက်စီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်30နှစ်ကြီးမြောက်စီးကင်းပြပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua kami dari Malaysia 1 Malaysia boleh
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag. Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Welcome back to the weather forecast. Besides heat wave, we also have a volatility happening in the top 4 positions right now. In one game alone, Indonesia took off the top spot from Vietnam. Still in contention, like we said, there's still 5 more maps to be played throughout this entire day. Who's going to end up in the number 1 ultimately goes down to the wire here. My name is Keith. Together with me, it's Tash Bunny for the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports Division. And if I'm not mistaken, at least the top 4 position walk away with a medal, right?
Yes, it's going to be that way. I think it's very interesting how today we're starting to see a lot more structure in team play as well as takes for a lot of teams. I think that Indonesia, particularly as they had mentioned yesterday, has always had that structure. Yesterday seemed a little bit more chaotic, but today seems a little bit more, I would say, a lot more organized, a lot more, I would say, a more sane head in terms of mental as well, because they all talked about the execute yesterday. Yesterday felt a little bit scrappy, a little bit sloppy, but today, as they have played so many games already, the warm-up moment has ended. Day 1 has ended. Day 2 is when you want to bring the big guns forward, because ultimately you want to be able to get as many points as you can before we hit the last 6 maps tomorrow. Now, as Sanhok has already ended, we're going to go to the second map of the day, and then it's going to be Miramar. Undoubtedly, I still haven't found a Miramar map that I truly enjoyed watching quite yet in terms of team play. Perhaps today this might be a whole different story.
I mean, you and I both, I think the best map still has to be Erangel, just because of how crazy. I mean, credit the circles were crazy. That's why they're really fun to watch. A crazy circle in Miramar means there's a lot of driving to be done, and that usually takes away a lot of the actions. But we have to go through it, and we are looking at a double Miramar so far. Miramar dominated by the likes of Indonesia. So with Indonesia already getting a great start in the first map of the day, comes Miramar. Will they still be the ones who end up with another chicken dinner? Very possible, seeing as though one team right now already has 3 chicken dinner of their own. But we'll get into that in just about a bit. Another thing that we'd like to keep you posted on is, of course, there is the individual event for the PUBG Mobile. It's not what you're watching right now is the team event where you find out the best teams within Southeast Asia. Later on the Monday, I believe, the 15th is where the individual event comes into play, where you see the best player from Southeast Asia.
Are you honestly surprised to see Yummy here? Because the damage is put in is phenomenal for a Sanhok map, a small map that everyone is attacking everyone. You don't know who's who at one point because it's so skirmishy. He still manages to put in that 1,000 damage. And again, I don't know how he does it. These micro angles that he abuses, maybe he'll see a little bit of your arm pointing up behind your tree, and the recoil control that he has on his gun on this game, including the bullet drop, has been phenomenal. Regardless, as we go to the head-to-head here, it's going to be Flax OP and Rosemary are the 2 players to look out for here. Now, in terms of eliminations, Rosemary has been a lot more higher if you see how he plays. He's a lot more in your face, loves to be the great rusher for the team. Damage-wise, quite similar beyond, I think, across the board. But if you look at MVP points as well, very, very similar between these 2 players. Now, what do you guys think? What do you think, actually, Keith, between these 2 players? If you could have one player in your team, would it be Flax OP or would it be Rosemary?
Well, I mean, if they're so evenly matched by the stats, it is. Rosemary comes in with a little bit more of an elimination. So if I were to have to kind of choose a person, again, zooming out here, at least Team Indonesia, Rosemary, or his team, has at least 1 chicken dinner. And so if I had to choose, maybe I'd go with him just because, they're currently on the roll.
Yeah, I think that when you look at it individually, they are very, very skilled players, right? But end of the day, it is a squad game. It's a game of 4. So every single player must not only pull their weight, but also try to make something happen. I don't know what's wrong. I feel like for Svavel today, the heat's kind of getting to him, because from the beginning of the day today, it felt like he's a little bit down compared to yesterday, where yesterday he felt a little bit more high-spirited. So I hope that he feels a lot better coming forward. But again, seeing some of these players in those jackets, wow. Because I know I was talking to some of these players, they were saying that in Cambodia as well, just like Malaysia right now, the heat is pretty bad.
I mean, it doesn't discriminate, right? It's an entire Southeast Asian thing. their seasons to us, despite not having, you know, a winter or maybe spring or autumn, to say the least. We do get heat waves and a lot of storms every now and then, and whenever these two things come, they both carry their own pros and cons. I kind of like rain, but I hate the flood. I don't really like the heat, but I really have no way to justify the heat waves, man. Guys, just stay hydrated. Look at that. Frankie is not feeling it. He's got the ice cold water right on his desk. Hasn't touched it though. Double fan setup too.
Man, for Indonesia too, it's gonna be really hard to catch up with 14 points ahead and with no clue when exactly they will stop this rampage. It is going to be hard to catch them. The only way you can really catch them is if you manage to knock them out very early in one game before they could collect too many points, and perhaps there will be a chance for number 2, 3, and 4 to catch up to the first place. But if you let them steamroll, keep going, I feel like they're going to be that team that builds this huge solid lead ahead of everyone else, and by the time you're able to stop them, it's a little bit too hard to catch up in terms of points. Because we're down to like 11 maps left.
Yeah, 10 pretty much. No, including this is going to be 11. Yep, that's correct. See, that's why I trust your math and not really mine. But right now, Philippines, a team who, you know, showed a lot of promise during the qualifier, just finding it a little bit hard to kind of get their groove again here in the grand finals when it mattered the most, right? Like Philippines, if they could have it any other way, they would have gone top 16, just barely qualifying for the qualifiers itself, and then show us off that double chicken dinner for the grand finals. But that's not happening. Could this be finally it? But Miramar hasn't been their best map historically, but I guess history is for us to change. And right now, match number 8, it's the first Miramar map here, final stage, day 2 of the 32nd SEA Games Cambodia.
Another not so great flight path coming from El Azhar all the way to Los Higos. El Pozo, Crater Field, Trailer Park, Ruins, La Cabrera. It's not going to be the best place for a lot of teams to go to. A little bit too far, but wouldn't be surprised if, again, a lot of these teams have been very adaptable. We're not seeing what we usually see in the Malaysia League, where people come down and just walk to their drop spot. In this league, they fight for that spot because they know they're running out of time. They don't have time to go for their rotations. So, in this situation, if you remember yesterday, Indonesia 2 actually dropped near Torre Al Humada. Because again, yesterday, if you saw, the flight path was up toward the, I believe it was toward the northern side. So that's probably the reason why. And it doesn't seem that it's going to be changing now. Indonesia 2 going to be headed that way again.
I believe we had the Los Leones circle as well as the second Miramar map of the day. So this looks more telling of the or more reflective of yesterday's itself. But if anything is like yesterday, then we're gonna get circles that no one could ever expect. Who knows? Finally, a circle over at Ruins and Trailer Park. That's where PH loves to land, but no. We get one over Los Higos instead, which is kind of crazy still, but accessible via the flight path.
I can't believe this! I can't believe this. Oh man. Oh, I can technically already feel every single player's brain ticking to think about how exactly they want to approach the rotation. If the players were already dropped toward the southern side, great. They'd have to worry too much about rotating. Especially if they're going to be holding toward the southern side. No one's going to be dropping near the islands for sure. So if they hold on toward the southern side, it's going to be a problem for them to worry about looking toward, watching their backs. They have to worry about north only. But if they are going to be rotating from north though, which is where a lot of these teams are going to be, it's going to be a massive problem to fight to get into the circle. Now for Indonesia, I think that for a lot of the situations we've seen, look how quickly they are in terms of getting their priorities straight. What's our first check? What's on our checklist here? First, drop down. Second, get our vehicles. Third, get our loot. Fourth, quickly go into the circle and find a place we want to hold. 5, eliminate anyone who comes even close to us or rotates by us. But what about the rest of the teams? What's their thought process like? Because I haven't really seen a clear-cut way of a lot of teams playing other than Vietnam 1, Indonesia 1, and also Vietnam 2.
I think the step-by-step is the same for all these teams. It's just that how it's being implemented is going to differ a little bit, right? because it depends on terrains and where they're gonna deploy their checkpoints. We'll hold that thought here, because Myanmar again with Timor-Leste, it seems like they are match made in heaven here, but it's Zai who gets sent off packing. Ooh, with the DBS, and just to make things even worse, he flunked that second shot and make him suffer a little bit before sending him off.
What I was trying to say here is not about just the implementation, but sometimes it's about how other teams move around the map. Sometimes, yes, getting vehicles has been important. Another step 2 was getting the loot, right? But step 3 is a bit more different. Some teams prefer to not get the location inside the circle. Some players prefer to play at the side of the circle because they want to gatekeep. So that has been what, Vietnam 2, I believe, yesterday, which they had, 11 pickoffs over an Erangel when they were, watching the bridge. So that's a different sort of implementation. For Malaysia, it always has been like, okay, let's try to take as many fights as we can. That's our step 3. Get as many eliminations as possible. But very high risk situations sort of play. The implementation of how exactly you want to go for those picks, how you want to go for those fights also do determine the outcome. And I think for Indonesia, they've done a pretty good job of solidifying that blueprint and saying, okay, this is how we take our vehicles. This is how we loot. This is how we rotate. This is how we hold an area. And this is how we hold a fight. It's as though like if there is a handbook on how to play PUBG Mobile Squad, it'll be Indonesia's that I want. But we just talked about that and Potato knocked down, but no foul, no harm. Gonna just be able to pick him up.
I don't think they're letting this go though. They kind of understand there's only 2 players here, as no one else has been shooting back.
Honda.
Immediately, they've got this surrounded, this entire compound. Redface, he's been able to clutch 1v3 before, but can he do it again? They toss the smokes out, buys a little bit of time, will keep them at bay, but they spot one out. Redface shows himself via the window panes, and they will see him. Information transferred and gathered. They will find him by the corner here, loses out the trade, but his allies is here to swing in as 2. And that's 2 members of Indonesia already down and out for the count here. Laos picks up a double.
That's unfortunate. I know that Indonesia tends to try to do this 2-2 sort of formation early, cover a lot more ground, but I don't know why in the last 3 days I've been watching, like I think a lot of teams are a lot more proactive in finding these stragglers or these scouts, and the idea of kind of dwindling down their numbers makes more sense. We've seen it happen to Indonesia, lost half their team already. We saw it happen to Myanmar, lost 1. They're going for a 3-1 sort of play. Indonesia too, they've been kind of far away from each other, but not far enough to the point that they don't have access to each other. I remember back in, I don't remember which season for PLMYSGPH, I believe. PMPLC, where Vampire Esports used to always drop an Erangel toward, what's that place called? The one at the very right bottom corner, above SMB.
Oh, Milta Power?
Yes, Milta Power all the way up to the other part on top of it. So from Milta Power all the way down to the southern side, the entire area is just a Thai team's, basically home. It's a nice long area that they have full control of, and so far no teams have been bothering them. So I'm surprised that this sort of, I would say, more aggressive style of take of an area or looting has not been seen in this tournament today.
I think I remember that stack in that southern side spot. But that was I believe before the new meta was implemented. Actually no, because I'm quite of a dinosaur, and I've been out for like the seasons in between, and yeah, I was there for that one. I remember that used to be.
That was a very
VPE
dominating time for Thailand, remember?
Yeah, but it was more Infinity season. Like VPE was fresh out of the block. They did pretty okay. Stone did like a 1v2, 1v3 situations during that season, but they didn't really win the overall. It was Infinity that was the dominant force, and then it was after the days of Infinity, then Vampire was just a solid team for a good long time, right? And they were holding the dominance. And then comes the SEA Games, the same players from VPE didn't even qualify, so it comes in waves.
There was a lot of shock, honestly, coming from the comments when people found out what happened. But holding that thought, we change our view, or rather our attention, to Vietnam 2. They are playing this terrain. Not too sure where the other member is. All they know is that we are in the blue zone. We are being shot at, but we have no clue where these shots are coming from. Yuhai playing very quietly on the side. What they're trying to do here is to pick them off one by one. This terrain, because it's so very steep, makes it so hard to really spot out Yuhai unless they were eager to just quickly pop their heads out. But remember what happened to Logan whenever he did that. His head immediately gets popped, and it happened 3 times yesterday. Regardless, for Vietnam 2, I think that they're just going to go for a reposition, but the shots from the long range are going to be happening. They don't know that Yuhai is there. They do now. Actually, no, they know that Damgood is there. So this sort of long formation coming through here from Malaysia 1 can be quite good as the circle pulls toward the southern side.
Yuhai up against 3 here. They do not know his location, but he has one thing that has been consistent. He tends to eagerly push up despite not being in a clear, and I'm afraid he might just do that same mistakes again. You've got Damgood trying to prevent Vietnam from overextending to maybe peek on him, but he has got to find a way to maybe get himself out of this sticky situation, because right now it seems like his movement is trying to tell me that he wants to go up for the push. Just look at that, prodding with the nades from down below. I'm pretty sure Zai kind of hear footsteps at this point. Under cover of smokes, he will run through, and this is just typical Yuhai, but this time around, smart enough, he makes an exit instead. Don't take unnecessary fights. And now Yuhai has to get out of there before he gets gunned down in the process. They spot him out, sprays onto Damgood. Damgood could nearly make the trade, and that would probably be go time for the likes of Malaysia, who's already has snipes venturing into the far side to maybe take out Trong in the process.
It's a very drawn out fight when you think about it, and it's all the way in the blue zone. It's all the way up north when you think about it. It's so far away. If they take too much time, a lot of resources will be used just to stay alive in the blue zone. But for the Philippines, look at that. It's a sandwich for them between 3 different players. Rosemary with the scope, but a spot out Rossello. Rossello yesterday, day 1 rather, has been Philippines 2's most top performing player. We haven't seen a peep from him quite yet. They're still trying to find their footing. But for Philippines 2, they're going to beat up with Philippines 1, and 1 player from Philippines 1 already knocked down. But here comes Artartes, does find Rossello as he is in the middle of that rotation. So it's going to be a 3-way fight here as Philippines 2 in between Philippines 1.
Philippines.
Their own, yeah, Philippines versus Philippines plus Laos on the top side of the area.
That's insane. Because their rotation is so similar within Miramar, they almost always will have to kill each other off. I'm not sure if they've ran this through amongst each other just yet, but that sounds like a bad idea to to be pitted up against each other at almost every single Miramar map. It's almost like a general understanding that they're just gonna add more resistance within this map itself, and that's 2 map. It's not like 1 Sanhok. 2 map out of the 6 to be played is pretty significant. But we'll see how things pan out for them. As traditionally Philippines like to play from the outside in. Philippines 2 does okay when they get the circle and all members, but this time around Cambodia again with the circle, and Thailand this time around, keeping Cambodia 1 at bay on the outskirts, playing by the line. Skynin, as you can see, is already within the vehicle. Maybe they'll make a move to try and find something more centralized, because right now saturation's happening down on the southern side. I'm not sure if Cambodia is the kind of team who wants to be in that position.
Malaysia 2 this time around has been really quick to not only get position, but keeping alive. I like this terrain they've been working with. There's a lot of cover, this little valley in between as well allows them a lot of movement. But for this team, for Philippines 1, I feel like they've been really unlucky. Philippines 2. They were taking a fight against Philippines 1. Laos on the other side. It was a 3-way fight, and now beside them is Thailand. But it doesn't seem like anyone has fully committed to these fights quite yet. Not unlike what we've seen from Vietnam 1 and Malaysia earlier. As Mascardo sets his sights up to the top side of the train, that's enough information, doesn't have to shoot. He understands that if he were to stay there very longer or just shoot, Porza can just move away, and it gives away his nice little position. Micro angles that he can play with, back out in the open. Gotta really give it to him. The tenacity he has, the courage he has to play out there, to give that, I would say, the trust to his teammates to trade him out.
They've got loot right there. Philippines too. A gift given from the gods. But they're a bit
Technically a
hesitant to try and
consolation
claim it.
prize. Yeah, it's a consolation prize, right? We're like smack dab in the middle of everything, but hey, here's an airdrop. Go ahead.
Try it.
Yeah, if you go out and take it, you'll die though. So, but here you go. Here's Vietnam 1 on the other side, but let's have a look at Malaysia 1 finally encroached the circle as Vietnam 2 as well on the inside. So 2-2 sort of play by them. But it seems that Vietnam 2 is okay with giving out this compound. They're like, that's fine. We prefer going to a more centralized area. And honestly, if you look at how Vietnam 2 played yesterday, they do prefer going smack dab in the circle. They do like going aggressive very, very early and taking that, I would say, a more safe area in terms of positioning very, very early and just turtle shelling. Gives them a lot of value in terms of getting that area early, clearing out the area, and surviving. Other than coming into the circle in a rush situation and getting picked up one by one, and that's Marne already finding Dizzy. Just like that, immediately lobbied. And this is what I like about Myanmar 1. They don't mess around. They don't bait the teammate, just take them out because they know they want to secure as many points as they can. They cannot afford to be left behind.
Right now they're playing gatekeeper, so this is going to be very beneficial for them. They know they can play out this entire scenario right here without ever being within a loss. And Timor-Leste, they know that. They're already making a rotation through. I'm pretty sure it's been scouted out. Nameless under gunfire, but he's also still within the blue, so he might be playing with death a little bit too much here. Meanwhile, Philippine Casido gets knocked out, confirmed into the lobby. La Busta is trying to avenge his ally, but gets picked off. Nade! Tossed one out, perfect toss there. Gets one member, but in the back lines again, Barode is down for the count. Another nade on forward. Surely that takes him out. La Busta, a great stunt there, but unfortunately just not enough for the Filipinos to pretty much seal the deal. Lizzie will get picked up. That would be traumatic, but not fatal just yet.
That Filipino sandwich was long drawn and finally reaches climax. As just now we also saw Philippines 2 stealing some picks away from the team, from Laos. But we already see Myanmar 2 in trouble. Out there in the open as Vietnam knocks one away. And I don't think Myanmar can be going for the pickup. It's a very long journey to him, and that nade got him first. 1 sec out. Already the grenade vanquisher as Honda with the sprays onto Philippines 2. Seacon now in trouble. Rosemary from the other side. Surprise! I'm here all along, but the car will become his enemy to take him out. Season pushing forward, not allowing the other members of Indonesia to revive him. Take him out. No trifling. Fafel for the top side. Happy with this outcome and saying that's fine. I can trade it out. Fafel does go down. What a long range shot coming in from Logan on the other side of the circle.
Man, they did almost like a rookie mistake there. They knock one member, secures a kill immediately, goes down for the loot box without even addressing the rest of the teams there. So nearly got punished in the process, but thankfully though, they will be saved on an engagement against Indonesia. Indonesia 1 will not be accumulating the points, so third place they will hold for the time being if Cambodia does not overtake. Right now, Laos have got ideas on where Philippines are. This long drawn fight is still going on. It's a century-year-old battle, and with no conclusions just yet. Accepting spot stun one out. Flax OP, Thorn in the bush here, puts us into PH, but they have to be careful because from the heavens that rise, Laos will be shooting back, and that's Malaysian players going down one after another. A little bit too sloppy despite kind of getting the rough idea on where Laos' position was. Surely when you look at Philippines, they were looking towards the top of the hills. You could kind of conclude that there were teams up there that they were trying to address. And now Malaysia, sloppy mistakes. Almost rookie at this point, losing 3 members.
Laos has been the gatekeepers, honestly, and Philippines, how long? It was Philippines 1 first that was sandwich, and then Philippines 2 sandwich between Malaysia, and Laos is just so happy to be there. They're like, it's fine. All we have to do is just hold on to this high ground. But there will be retaliation. Long range shots here from Logan this time. For how long already has Thailand not only been just watching these 3-way fights happen again and again, but also going for those picks? They picked up one Filipino member in the middle of the fight. The sprays come up from Logan, and Lao said it's time to go. While we did have the high ground, I don't think it's safe for us to be here. But look at Indonesia too, already, not only inside of the circle, but they also have the high grounds of Chumasera, I believe. Vietnam 1 playing on the other side of the area, I would say on the other side of the road, but it's not necessarily like the best, I would say, terrain to work with, as Cambodia still holding up the northern side. But how many teams are rotating in from the southern side as well as the eastern side is what I want to see, because it's going to be a bloodbath in a little while.
Talk about bloodbath right now. Malaysia could be stained.
They've been stuck there for
it.
so long.
Yeah, I don't see how they can make their way out without getting shot down or gunned down. There's so many teams within the area staring down this barrel, this little corner they call home for the time being, but the zone, they're barely within it. The blues will come out and they will bleed blue eventually if they don't make a move right now. This is it. Pressure is on. The rest of Laos will try and make an entry as well. They have vehicle, only sending 2 for now, just to avoid the rest of the teams getting blown up in the process. And already gunshots towards their direction. They spot out Malaysia making a move. Myanmar addressing the likes of Vietnam, who has the high grounds for the most part. Now taking 1 member down. Then Myanmar took over the hills in which Vietnam called their own.
Mika as well already knocked down here. We're also seeing a 3-way fight. 4-way rather. Very nasty angle to work with as Malaysia 1 tries to survive this fight. Cambodia, their picks will be answered. Davan coming in from the backside. Not sure if Malaysia is very, very aware, but with 2 players already down for the count, it might be very dangerous. Mika needs to be picked up. At least Snipes will get 1 reset. Needs to heal. Nice little bounce of the nade as well from Damn Good, but no clue if it actually is going to hit the top. No movement quite yet. Silence. And Mika coming in for the flank. And he's been really good at finding these openings. The sprays up from Yuhai as well, just to distract. And suddenly, surprise and lo and behold, it'll be Mika close by, but the timing has to sync. Davan gets net knocked, and there we go. That's Mika. Fighting Boy Sean and Yuhai. Time the top. Clean round. Finds Cambodia 2, knocking him out in 11th place.
Talking about Cambodia, they're in quite the situation right now. Thailand sharing this compound. I'm not sure if, despite being the land of many smiles, they're too happy to pretty much share it with a competitor here, and especially when they're about to get greeted with nades coming from Easy, already priming things up. With the shots going on their way, that should send some sort of a signal that this means war between these 2 nations, figuratively speaking. God Tuni holding this position in place. Skynin doesn't really have the best of vision or coverage within this entire compound, but God Tuni taking a bunch of hits. This could dissuade them a little bit, Thailand. And Thailand's got to be careful because 1 knock means go time for the rest of Cambodia. They may not advance in close quarter combat, but when they outnumber you, they can look to make a push a bit more fruitfully in this situation right now. Both teams blinded by smoke, but where will the circle fall into away from Thailand? Which means these 2 teams will have to wrap things up here. And Skynin is going to make that attempt. Goes in, gets a little bit of damage immediately through the window. Surely they hear that footsteps. Nang X sends a member. It's Easy K who goes into the top side. Will try to break down this door. Thailand and will be greeted with at least, oh, nice hit though. That takes down 2 members from Cambodia with 1 swing through the door, and Joseph left alone to stand for Cambodia. Team number 1 here, the captain, will have to call abandon ship and maybe just take this consolation prize. He doesn't confirm the kill onto Thailand,
no!
and Thailand, they bite back. 0 eliminations for Cambodia team 1.
But we just talked about Thailand, and here's Malaysia. They want to take this area away from Thailand. But might be a little bit too late. They have already reset. Malaysia 2 pretty much already suspecting that. But they are a 2-on-4. They have to be careful. We also see Vietnam 2 out for the count. But Thailand, they probably have heard already Jumper, but they spray out here. Fortunately, manages to get the spray. Immediately gonna lobby him. Not gonna take any chances. We are on the inside. Tries to retaliate. Not happening. Jumper eating a lot of damage. He gets pincered by 2 members here. And Echo playing very quietly on their side. The final play alive from Malaysia 2. He has to find a different way to survive. Yen was the one who was able to bring them all the way up to 2nd place earlier. But this time around, it's gonna be Echo And I'm not sure if we can expect the same thing. Hopefully he does. Hopefully we can.
It's insane. I think this is it. The rise of the Thai is finally here. The beast from the east. As I say that, they get knocked down here. Mela, please don't prove me wrong, buddy. I'd like to see the aggression from Thailand come to fruition once again here in the Southeast Asian games happening in Cambodia. But right now, Indonesia, who's been hogging the limelight right now, getting away with complete murder, figuratively speaking, again, keeping it family friendly. Right now, Lapar, a bit hungry there. His health bar is depleting as we speak, but they will be safe for now, for the time being, with the smokes. But that also means that they're sending smoke signals telling of their location to the rest of the world here who's within this circle.
Get tagged for Yummy. No answers from Laos. Honda already knocked down. It's a very scary place for Porza and Honda to be in, because it's a little bit of a valley in between the high ground. But for Thailand, Mela knocked out by Vichoi. And Satar finds Honda as well. There we go, it's happening. Those pickoffs one by one from so many different areas. Just skirmishes at this point. No movement quite yet. For Indonesia, they have full control for at least half the map, because half the map is a terrain. And that's exactly what Indonesia likes. They love playing high grounds, they love playing terrains. And with the area they've held here, in a 2-1-1 formation, crossfires across the board, nice, easy way to go and run down for pickoffs. Because they have these buggies, a quick reposition as well. So what they're trying to do here is just hold down the line on the top side as the circle pulls inward. Comes up to his teammate, picks him up. You hear the roar of the bullets, but they're not going to commit to it just yet. As the circle inches closer to the middle, you can see Vietnam playing in the low area. They have not made a single noise. Myanmar has a little bit of a ditch to play with. And while it's not necessarily the best way to be, but getting into the circle might be alright, honestly, if they were able to quickly just prone inside. So long as they don't get noticed out, but it's hard to say. When sometimes we wonder how on earth these players are spotting out these long-range fights or picking them off one by one from far away. And we're just like, that's just game sense at that point. You see those pickups there? Sando already out of the game. Marne does answer. Chua as well. Out for the count. Marne will be stolen away from you, High Boy.
Thankfully so, Myanmar has been eliminated. They had one member who could very well just backstab the likes of Malaysia, who made the rotation in successfully within the circle. Thanks to Myanmar with the trigger discipline that actually gives opportunity to the likes of Malaysia. But now they have bigger fish to fry here, as now the entire landscape ahead of them is a landmine of players just waiting to gun them down. Right now, Lapar making a bold attempt, trying to run downhill out in the open. What was he thinking? Yummy to try and retaliate that. Logan taking a bit of a chip damage. Nothing too serious. Will aid his way back to health if he doesn't get shot through the gaps between tires. I've seen teams who's been able to done that. It just doesn't feel very nice to be upon the receiving end. But right now, Malaysia, Vietnam shooting them down. No mercy at all. They have all the utilities within the world, so Malaysia might be able to bomb Rig is out of this stronghold, flush him out. But Frankie is in quite of a good position should Malaysia look to push. They do have the flank side or an off angle being guarded, well guarded off, and they have to end this quick because Indonesia might come in as a third harass.
Sprays are out by Rabiz. No return bullets from both parties will be hitting each other. Malaysia won in a good position to be taking this home, with 4 members still very much alive. But in terms of the circle, no one has circle advantage. Everyone playing in the corners. The middle side is just an open area of the road. It's somewhere you do not want to be in. And the only thing these players can hope for is that the circle will sort of push and give them a little bit of area to work with. With 20 seconds to go, Mas Echo will be the one to grab this little gift, the airdrop. At least gives him a little bit more, I would say, value in terms of his shields, in terms of his helmet. But healing wise, he doesn't have a lot of resources. No nades, only some smokes to work with. And as we are in this Mexican standoff here, Porza, the only thing he can do is survive. Echo as well. We've seen Yen take second place. I wouldn't be surprised if Malaysia will be able to do it again. But with Indonesia playing as comfortably as they are still one man down. The northern side still has Malaysia 1. And if you remember, Malaysia 1, they've had a few moments where they had the full advantage. Today, can they make sure that they can solidify and secure everything without losing all their members? The shots are out here. Ponbit, it's a lot of damage. A reposition from Satar. The same playbook of an opening they always do. I'm not too sure if Malaysia is aware that this is the way they play. But Satar is playing a little bit more safe. Usually he just rushes forward. His teammates will come through. But because of the terrain, it's not going to work on their favor. Ponbit does trade out some bullets, but not going to be hitting into any of the Malaysian players. They have to be careful because anyone can be clipped out here from any party, and Satar has already marked the player for Laos. Horza will be the one taken away by Echo. He's very quick for it, but not sure if he actually solidified that. Yes, he does. They're out with 7 eliminations. Snipes goes down there. They have to be careful. This is a terrain they do not want to mess with because one nade is all it takes to blow them out to smithereens, and that's exactly what Vietnam is doing. The damage is out. Nika eats the damage, but Nika has been revived. Another nade comes forward. Malaysia has to reposition. Nika, thankfully alive. Snipe solo. Yuhai will be the one who picks up next. Push forward by Vikoi here, but have to be careful because Indonesia will be the one to spray out. Echo goes down to the play zone, denies a point at least for the other teams here, but Vikoi is trying to turn forward. 2 on Malaysia 1. Malik has already marked him. They take him out just like that.
Look at the blue. The blue is finally closing in. No more circle. All teams, it's a go at this rate. Malaysia eliminated Vietnam in the process right now. Tries to go into the middle, but Micah takes the brunt of that hurt. And right now, Indonesia looking to push onto Malaysians right now. The neighboring countries are in a battle of 2v3, but unless they will not eventually. With the numbers advantage, Indonesia coming in just to clean. Malaysia totally depleted at that point. No more throwables, no more health meds, no nothing, and no manpower, no time, which will give way onto yet again this team from Indonesia. It's an Indonesia's second squad claiming the 4th ever chicken dinner here in the SEA Games.
Oh my god, when you looked at the top 4 just now, Malaysia had all the advantage in the world. The only problem was Indonesia was just smarter. They stood away from the circle. They let Vietnam do their dirty work. Vietnam tried to rush forward, comes out, a reposition. And Malaysia had used all their utilities so very early on that team. While Malaysia 2 and Laos cancel each other out here, Indonesia said sometimes it's okay for us to just wait and see. And in this situation, when you are so confident that even when you're a man down to play the wait and see game, it works out in your favor. They know that they have the high ground. They know that they have 3 members still left alive, and they know they have the resources. So why use it so early and get shot at and eliminated very, very early? Why not just go and survive for the chicken dinner instead? And that's exactly what Indonesia 2 did. And they are not stopping this dominance with a back-to-back chicken dinner already.
This team, they are living to what they said within the former interview, and maybe they might have an interview again, because they did say that this competition is theirs to win. They're already in it for the gold medal. They're not giving anyone chances at this rate, not even their own brothers from Indonesia, team number 1. So they're living up to the expectations that Indonesia once had within the PUBG Mobile scene, finally restoring that sort of honor towards the name. But Malaysia, kudos to them, hats off to them. That was honestly as far as they could have gone, right? Like, people were saying that, why didn't they push? Because they were out of time. The blue zone was closing in, and they were forced out of the bad situation. People might speculate on why didn't they push onto Vietnam earlier. If they did, I would still argue Indonesia would have shot them down. Like, for them to hold that stalemate for so long and force Vietnam out of their cool and, well, pretty much wiped out the entirety of Vietnam, got them the 2nd spot when they could have died out in 3rd. So,
I think what's great about Indonesia, I mean, again, it's all about that positioning for them. There is really nothing else to talk about other than them just playing by the playbook, getting that position. They went to the outskirts of Chimasera. They held on to the area. As circle went down, all they did was just play in the terrain. And it's so hard to shoot at them because of that terrain. And that's why they understand and they're very confident that they are not going to be caught out. And because Malaysia and Vietnam are on technically the same level, it's so much easier to fight each other than to fight Indonesia. Regardless, for them, 7 eliminations, I would say this is a more teamer game for them rather than their usual 11, 12 picks, right? And I think it's because of them holding on to that terrain. So we can kind of see already the pattern coming through here from Indonesia too. Malaysia 1 and Malaysia 2 still maintaining this momentum, holding on to 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, and they are still raking in numbers in terms of eliminations and rank points. So we're starting to see consistency come through just as you expected, Keith.
Yeah, we've seen Malaysia across the board in the outstanding teams, award, I would say. And we are in the previous match, and we're seeing them again here in a different map, but same performance. So maybe consistency is finally the theme for them here in day number 2 of the final stage. 9 eliminations, 8 of their own as well for the neighboring Malaysian teams. About the same damage being outputted from both teams' gun. Same travel distance, so you know that they've really gone through hell and back, and they're here to make things happen. Thailand, signs of life for them here. Although they did get the circle closed upon them, they still bow out in lesser position than they would have liked to Malaysia.
This is the eliminations and damage. If you look forward here, I would say for Malaysia 1, Malaysia 2 across the board have been pretty similar. Given the fact that these two teams have played with each other a lot, I'm not surprised to see this outcome. Where there was a little bit more, I would say, a discrepancy in terms of how they played on day one, qualifiers in day 1. Today looks a lot more, I would say, equal across the board. But look at Thailand too. They're starting to wake up here, despite the fact that Indonesia too managed to grab the chicken dinner. In terms of eliminations, in terms of damage, not as dominating as yesterday. And I'm guessing it's because Indonesia has decided to say, we're already in the lead, so placement should be what we're going for. We don't have to play as high risk as we used to. And I think this is I would say a strat that's okay to be used when you are this far ahead in terms of trying to play high risk to catch up in terms of points. Vietnam 1 still maintaining their momentum from yesterday. The amount of damage they put in so high, it's just so unfortunate they're not able to really clinch those kills.
Yeah, they were just shooting to deter people back, not really getting the kills, but hey, when you have kills and chicken dinner, you'd see yourself up here in the number 1 position. Indonesian 2 as 2nd team running away with it, 91 points, leaps and bounds ahead of the 2nd player, that is Vietnam Team 1. Only at a 69. Nice. Malaysia finally breaking out from the 2nd draft here, moving up onto the 1st draft and the top 3 position. 64 points across the board, 52 for their neighboring, for their brethren squad here in Malaysia, Team 2. 52 still within the league or running towards maybe the silver medal, or I would dare say even the top spot, as we still have about 4 more maps to play out for today and an entire 6 map tomorrow itself. So a lot of discrepancies, I would say not really. They're probably just 1-2 games apart at this rate. And if Malaysia keeps on this consistency, I might dare say they will be in the running for actually contending for the number 1 spot.
You know what's really interesting? The fact that the number 1 spot is just so far ahead and Indonesia is just so good at running away with that. You give them an inch and they take a whole entire mile. But at this point, with the amount of chicken dinners they've gotten and the interviews, I'm wondering what other questions are there left for the interviewers to ask, is number 1. And number 2, at this point, is the interviewer best friends already with the players, especially with Yummy, because it's always been there with him up there?
I mean, it really depends, right? I mean, when it goes down to it, they have to be able to share each other's food to have that bond. And so let's see if the bond has been built within this interview right now.
With us here, he was coming down and then he got taken out by the Lao player. Was that you had no information or you had no choice, just you have to come down?
Mati dan terus aku korbanin diri dan biar Haikalnya dijemput dan itulah aku mati.
Yeah, so basically Lapar and Inawan want to fight against Laos, and then Lapar sacrifice himself.
Okay.
Yeah, for the team.
Okay, so it was part of the plan to make sure you get another chicken dinner. Sometimes you have to sacrifice for the betterness of the team. បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយថាជាមួយនឹងបាញ់មិញដែលឡាប៉ាគាត់ត្រូវបានដកចេញពីហ្គេមហ្នឹងវាជាតាក់ទិកដែរដោយសារតែកង្វះខាតទៅលើយានជំនិះអញ្ចឹងគាត់ត្រូវលះបង់ខ្លួនឯងដើម្បីឲ្យក្រុមមានឱកាសយក chicken dinner. Okay, and your fourth chicken dinner it's the least kills, only 7. Have you talked in the team yet? What is the chicken dinner and number of kills you want? Do you want to aim for 20 kills chicken dinner?
Kalau dari kami sih nggak targetin kill ya, objektif chicken.
Yeah, so basically for us, there is no the target for the kill, just objective for the chicken dinner.
Okay, chicken, that is what that matters. 10 points for free, right? បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់អត់សំខាន់ទៅលើចំនួន kill ទេតាក់ទិកនៅក្នុងការលេងរបស់ក្រុមឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី2យ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយ chicken ជាចម្បង kill គឺជាជម្រើសទី2 So the last question is we know you already have 4 chicken dinner. Theoretically, you don't care what's happening right now. But is there any teams you do not want to meet here or you want to meet and have a fun fight with?
Kalau untuk tim sih nggak ada ya. Paling kami baca strategi musuh sih.
Yeah, for the team basically no one, they are not fair to anyone. Just read the strategy of every team.
They are not afraid of anyone, especially after 4 chicken dinner. I would feel the same, right? Well, lastly is, what do you want to say to the fans, especially the people that cannot believe 4 chicken dinner in just 2 days?
Kalau untuk warga Indonesia ya dukung terus kita. Semoga kita bisa dapat bawa pulang medali emas. #IndoPride.
Yeah, so for all the supporter from Indonesia, just keep supporting us and we will get the gold medal for Indonesia. IndoPride.
បន្តក្នុងការគាំទ្រក្រុមឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីបាទមោទនភាពរបស់ឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីគាត់នឹងយកមេដាយមាស and the gold medal I think is on the way for you now. It's just another day away. Congratulations on your 4th chicken dinner. Hopefully we'll see you back on stage some more. Thank you. Back to our casters.
Just another day for the Indonesian players. Again, same strategy, same playbook. Why fix what's not been broken? And again, they're doing the same thing, and a lot of teams just do not know how to counter-strat them. They said that they're not afraid of any teams, and most importantly, the only thing they're worried about here is reading how the teams play. And I think this due diligence done by them has really benefited them a lot in trying to make sure that they're able to use their strategy to counter other teams. Congratulations to Indonesia. And just like they said, 4 chicken dinners in 2 days, I digress, because it's 4 chicken dinners in less than half a day at this point.
Yep, and I would like to have chicken dinners of my own. So before we do that, we've got a quick break installed for the viewers at home and for us to recuperate our voice. Once again, Tash Bunny, Keith, this is the 30-second SEA Games. We'll see you in just about a bit.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points, and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជម្រាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเราคือลาว2สโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းညီမစီးကိန်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ we play we guys ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နေမြောင်စီးကိန်းမြောင်ဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Halo semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2, demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
We have seen a back-to-back chicken dinner from Indonesia, and it doesn't seem to stop today. While Malaysia maintains that consistency, the other teams are still looking to find their foot forward as we steamroll through the second day of these 32nd SEA Games here for PUBG Mobile. Tash Bunny here alongside Keith Lee. We're casters for today.
Yes, we are, and we're just as excited as you are. I wouldn't even call myself a caster. To be honest, Tash, when they approach me and say, hey, do you want to get on the job? I'm like, I get to run my mouth as a viewer and be heard? Sure, I'm here as a viewer. She's here as a caster, hence you can see she's all propped up, professional, wearing a blazer, and here I am losing one buttons in the collar side of my shirt. So we're different but same, uniting our differences via one passion, and that is games and esports.
Yeah, that's right. Coming in here for PUBG Mobile today, Indonesia looking very, very hot. At this point, how many interviews will they be able to take before other teams are saying, yeah, I think we want the chance for the spotlight? Regardless, for a lot of the teams here, even though without getting those back-to-back chicken dinners, consistency is key, and they're maintaining their points in the form of not only getting consistent amount of frags, but also amount of those points. And I have to say, because of the format system in terms of points, given the fact that you get so much points, at least 4 ahead of the rest of the teams by just getting that chicken dinner. It is changing the dynamics of how exactly we would see this game played. As we move into the third map, which is going to be the last Miramar of the day, I'm really curious to see whether or not other teams are able to outstrat Indonesia, because from what we've heard from their interviews, from what their team has been saying, is about them just learning about how exactly to counter strat each team. And I think that from how it goes here, because they're not very eager or too rushy in terms of how they take up that space, they're very calm, in a great headspace as they decide to go to the final circle. It just shows that in terms of pressure, it doesn't really affect them at all.
I mean, they did say that they're coming into this event with a clear game plan and with clear and level mind, right? They even asked within the interview, how many more kills do they want to get for a chicken dinner win? They said they don't care. The kills come and go, they're here for the chicken dinners, and that's it. That's their main priorities. It's just so God-given that they're able to shoot so well to be able to rake up the kills as they did in the previous 4 chicken dinners that they've already earned. So that team right there, they're going in with a game plan that's fixed, and which is great, because if they don't get many kills, they're still not sad about it, because they know what they're in for. It's the chicken dinners and nothing else. Although we have been talking about how this format seems to be a little bit redundant with the chicken dinner, since it's only 10 points. That's 4 points different than the second spot, and you might want to accumulate those in kills instead. But they know you can't get a chicken dinner without killing people, and so I guess that's the strategy they opt for.
I think for Marnat today from Myanmar, he's been doing very good with those frags. He does seem to play a more, I would say, aggressive role for his team. It's very separated. He doesn't really play together, but it is just as aggressive. Honestly, from Myanmar, I wouldn't say they are the most aggressive team, but they do have that nice balance between frags and survivability, which I really respect. As we talk about the top teams here today, I think we shouldn't really count out Indonesia 1 as well, because regardless of them being very quiet in terms of not getting that chicken dinner or making it up to the top 5 sometimes, or even top 4, their consistency in terms of collecting the amount of kills puts them in 3rd place right now, and they're still maintaining that. I think that for these teams here, Malaysia 1, Malaysia 2, Indonesia 1, have been very consistent today. And I really want to see more, especially from Thailand, because we're only now seeing them start to rise up.
Yeah, Thailand definitely, we kind of get a glimpse of them a little bit yesterday. Today again, thankfully they come online a little bit earlier than they should have. Than they would have expected to. Which is a good sign. It feels like this is maybe the turnaround they need to finally come in strong and finally pull the weight as the only Thailand representatives here within the SEA Games. But this is what's puzzling me though. Skynin wearing a different set of jerseys than the rest of them. Is he not playing under the same team? Him wearing red almost feels like he's playing for Indonesia at this point.
No. It's been a hot day yesterday, and I'm guessing that he's saying, you know what, since it's so hot, I'm gonna match with the weather. Or maybe it's a t-shirt to show that he's the IGL, I don't know at this point. But he is one of the most red-hot, aggressive players in the team so far. So I don't blame him at all.
The man shoots well, I give him that. Meanwhile, take a look at Malaysian team right here. This is the highest performer between the two. Actually, not fair to say, because both Malaysia teams has been super consistent so far in day number 2. It was Malaysia 1 and 2 within the top 3 finishes for 2 games in a row. If they keep this one up, it's insane. They are going to make the comeback of the history. I know a lot of Malaysians are expecting that after a very poor performance yesterday. Meanwhile, Thailand looking to take a chill, kick it back a little bit. It seems like Logan's got his face mask all up.
It's an eye mask. It's what, yeah. He's like, I'm gonna take, those power naps actually are really good, by the way. Sometimes you're so tired and you take a 5-minute power nap and suddenly you come back and the whole world is just going so good in your favor. And that's what Thailand needs, honestly. when we look at the rest of the teams today, because I mean, we talked about the placement points earlier, right? About how redundant it is, that 10 points is not enough. But I want to look at the other side of the coin here, because a lot of teams are not getting placement points if they go out too soon. You only get points up to 8th place. And even then, 8th place and 7th place, I believe, is only 1 point each. So at this point, you're just like, just go ham. Because unless we're getting top 4, we're not going to get a lot of points. That's why we're starting to see this very aggressive sort of stance come through. And I'm really liking the fact that, because usually if you look at the league, it's usually very slow early. I mean, we start to see that earlier, a lot more slower in terms of pacing, but there are still pickoffs here and there, very different to the league. And I think that as a caster who's constantly casting this game a lot throughout so many seasons, it's fun to see a more aggressive sort of gameplay to come through from these players once again.
Yeah, no, I agree, and which is why I say it's kind of redundant, because if you think about it, although you don't get points from, what was it, 9 and below, right? Midway through point, but if you are a bottom team and you eliminated 2 full teams, you already made more point than the guy who got second in terms of placement, right? So just by killing 2 teams, there you go, just placement point out the door. It's gone. You get 6 points for second place within the placement. You get 8 for 2 teams itself, one point per member. And so that's why it was surprising for me that their game plan was more chicken dinner rather than actually focusing the kill, which if it's working, I say don't change it at all. But that's where the redundancy comes in, because you can kill 2 teams and die out, and like the third team to die out and still be more than the guy who got second place.
Honestly, I mean, we were sort of like questioning, right? Like how some teams on day 1 and qualifier day and day 1, how they were playing the aggressive game, going for those long rotations and picking up eliminations. We saw that from Indonesia at qualifier day actually, but then they swapped it out as we go into the finals. I haven't seen another team do that quite yet, because I remember Vietnam 2 did that on day 1, going for placements instead of going for eliminations, and those eliminations just fell to the laps as the day went by. It's interesting how these teams are swapping out those pages to see what works well for them. But I think out of all these teams, Indonesia has found their comfort way of play very, very early. And some teams are starting to. Whether or not they're able to maintain that will be the question as we go into match number 9, the second map for Miramar today.
Yeah, and I think one of the better examples on the theory that we've just discussed is Timor-Leste, who yesterday they survived till I think they were top 3 or something, and they're still down at the bottom because the points is just not enough from placement itself. Although they made it onto that far, they had 1-2 kills across the board during that one gameplay. So it's a real struggle, man. This meta is, or pretty much this format is a elimination format. It's a very aggressive format, and if you're not on the gun of getting elimination points, it's almost impossible to make the difference to push you in a winning direction. I think Vietnam, for example, they've been pretty bad in terms of the placement so far, but they're killing it with the elimination points. Still 0 winner chicken dinner, and they're at second place.
Man, I mean, yesterday we saw some nice flight paths, with some insane circles. These players really had it so rough, honestly, in every single map. Regardless, as we go here, finally, a nice circle and a nice flight path. I like it. Now, the only thing that can make it good is if this circle kept pulling toward the middle and not ping pong. But you know, that's a lot to ask for at this point. That's just too much.
We'll take it. We'll take what they can get. This one's, yeah, not the bad. I mean, actually, it's more centralized than anything. Yeah, Malaysia would have loved this if this was the Malaysian League. I know that Geek Slate, or Malaysia 2, if I'm not mistaken, I know Malaysia 1, likes to go drop down onto El Pozo, so this was a very natural rotation for them. But they've changed their drop point since, and so we will have to see how to play this one out.
Laos too. They are currently in 13th place with only 30 points. If they want a chance to get it to the top 3, it's a long road ahead. Yes, it's only about what, 40 points to catch up with Vietnam 1, and about what, 50, 60 points to Indonesia 2. Indonesia 2 is just so far ahead right now. 91 already. And if this game goes their way, I wouldn't be surprised if they will be the first team to breach that triple-digit number in this tournament. Just so dominating. Yeah. Indonesia 2, I mean, yeah. Malaysia 1, 64, 5 points away from Vietnam 1. Okay, so between Malaysia 1 and Vietnam 1, what do you think is the difference between these two teams?
Malaysia 1 and Vietnam 1?
Yes.
I would say Vietnam 1 has had a little bit more success in terms of the aggressive gameplay. Malaysia 1, they're great, they have their moments, but it's always a hit or miss with them, right? Like sometimes they play a little bit too aggressive, particularly U-High, which we know, hey, Micro Boy's in the game. Indonesia, they're looking to take the lead and pretty much run away with it. They're bringing in their champ back. Micro Boy
This is the cavalry. It's their secret weapon. You don't see it till halfway through the day. They're like, Micro Boys will like, only call me if you really need me. If you really need me. Who did he replace, actually?
I don't even think that. I mean, Indonesia's doing well. It's, if anything, he'll rub me off as only let me in when we're doing well. You know, I'm not gonna take the brunt of the PR.
I mean, as Indonesia, what I think what they're trying to say is, when I say really need me, is to chase Indonesia too. Let's be real here. It's a big gap between these two teams, and they're like, you know what? We gotta call the big guns in. We gotta catch up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a healthy competition, right?
Exactly.
There's one way
Even
to
though
do about
you're,
it.
I think that's the great thing about Indonesia as a country with esports, because they have so many teams and so many titles that they're good at. The way they play has to be this competitive, because if not, then you know they want to be the best in a country that big with that many good players. They want to be the best of the best. So this is why it's so great to see Indonesia on top, because it just shows the quality of what we can expect from Indonesia esports.
Yeah, at this rate, if the game just ends right here, right now, Indonesia walks away 2 medals.
Exactly.
The gold and the bronze itself. Why did they get a bronze at 4th place? I don't know. Okay, I personally, I'm not the kind of person.
I mean,
to
with
cheer
Micro
on.
Boy in, right? I would be surprised if they got gold and silver.
Well, I mean, if it ends right here, right now, is my point.
Oh, okay.
Right? Yeah,
Sorry.
at this current standings. But still, I still don't get why they have double bronze medal to give away. But hey, that's not my prerogative. I'm only a viewer, and I can only be salty about so many things.
Dang. Parajin. Parajin had a really good run yesterday when I think about it. Very aggressive player. I love seeing him play. A player that doesn't really need a lot of support. He's very self-sufficient. Logan already low. Not too sure what happened there. Would love to know. Regardless, today's Miramar maps, I was just talking about how yesterday was very skirmishy. It's like small fights across the map throughout the entire, I would say the entire run. But today we didn't really see full action until what, circle number 3, I'm guessing?
I guess that's because it's the mentality behind it, right? You have 3 days. Like, ideally, if I had a team and I had to give them commands on how they're gonna play it, I would say probably be as confident as you are in the first day. That means you run and gun, do whatever you want, just make sure you bring back the win. And then you gauge it from there. If you're successful, then you run away with it in day number 2 again. But if you're not, come second day, it's time to play a little bit more conservative. You gotta change things up. If it's not working for you being on an aggro, then maybe you should play a little bit more safer per se. And that's why you see a lot of these teams who maybe did not have the luck yesterday now coming in a bit more passive than aggressive.
This time around, Cambodia won already. Positioned themselves on a very, very high ground. For top power here. Sorry, power grid. It's Thailand. I think for Thailand today, they've had a pretty decent run. Not the most aggressive, but I can tell that they're trying to make things happen. I can tell that they are cooking something up. But for Philippines 2 just now in the previous map for this game, they unfortunately both Filipino teams got sandwiched. First it was Filipino 2 and then it was Philippines 1. And I think this is not a mistake they want to do again. Given the fact that Philippines 1 currently dropping to 15th spot and Philippines 2 currently in 12th, this is not the power spike that we saw on qualifiers day, where Philippines was able to get what, 2 chicken dinners back to back?
They did, which is surprising, right? I'm sure this was more expected than none. I think during the qualifier, that was where they got the spotlight. They stole a lot of the spotlight because they were already coming in as the expected underdogs itself. But right now, haven't seen too much of them. Look at all the elimination contribution here down the bottom, which we just missed. Cambodia Skynin. He's one guy you could rely on if you need him to shoot. He's never missed his guns. It's always been pretty spot on. That's kind of his specialty. But that hard shift though, down to Monte Nuevo, Thailand in the middle, gonna get sandwiched by both Philippines and the rest of the teams coming in from the east side.
Ouch.
Indonesia coming on from north.
Are coming in from the east side. That is very, very competitive coming through. Indonesia won. I like how they've positioned themselves coming up from El Pozo. So because they're coming in from the north, they don't have to worry too much about watching the backside here. And Vietnam won, very happy to be inside of La Drillera. Thailand just passing forward here. No one, I think they have spotted Yuhai yet. Not too sure where the other members of Malaysia are. I think Logan has had some really unlucky moments throughout this tournament. If you remember the times where he popped on his head, sometimes those pop-outs are just needed. You just want to get some information, right? But the timing has just been so not on his side, and every time he pops his head out, immediately gets popped. And I think that for the last day or so, we're rarely seeing him pop his head out. He's just playing long range compared to a qualifier day, I believe. But now, here comes Laos. I think they know that Davan X is close by. Tini will be leading the charge. There is cover fire from the rest of his teammates. Will be cooking up that nade. You can see that they are moving forward there. A nade comes out to Tini. Eats that damage. Davan moving backwards, respecting his opponent. Probably already hearing the sounds of his footsteps as well. Neng X and Tini both eating a lot of damage. Timor-Leste just passing by. Probably looking to third party at this point.
Laos have to be careful though. Cambodia is in good position to punish. Should Davan actually bait the rest of Laos to fight out in the open on the other side of this building, they're gonna get shot down. Look at that. Immediately Davan X takes one member, 2 members from Laos. How is one man getting away with it? This guy's just playing them like a puppeteer or a marionette. And now Kaya has to make the rotation and only 1 member left alive from Laos. And surely with Timor-Leste, some member has been confirmed down into the grave. Assassins just waiting there, trying to be as stealthy as possible. But they have to make it quick here, Cambodia, as the rest of Timor-Leste might just make a way into a third-party nightmare. Right now, Laos, did they go in with the pickup? They did! They didn't finish the job, and now it's getting pretty scary here for the likes of Cambodia. They did not finish the job in time and as fast as they should have. Right now, Laos got the pickup onto more members, and they could be the ones who run them over, as now the top took a little bit of the brunt of the hit. Has to play a little bit more passive here. Assassins, he's cooking up the nade, a little bit contemplating this situation. Neng's already got his compound covered. Meanwhile, Malaysia will have to go in with the res someplace else. But the fight remains here in a stalemate as Timor-Leste now makes the advancement forward. Evox, he's got the high ground, he's got the hills, he does oversee all. Right now for Laos, left and right, it is a death wish for them. Pretty much the best solution here is just to leave Assassins in his place and just run away with 2 teams left remaining. Malaysia also might potentially come into the mix.
This is surprising. I mean, not exactly surprising. I was saying this is not surprising because of the hard shift. And because of that, the area, because there's so many high grounds, so many different terrains to look out for, it makes it so hard to really pick a fight. You want to take one team only, but you have Timor-Leste there. And then suddenly out of nowhere, you have Malaysia coming forward to flank your teammate who's supposed to provide you cover. This time around, Trong Zin just shooting straight at Pubg. His teammates were not able to provide that cover fire at all. And as this fight goes forward here, Vietnam 2 is not going to leave the area. They're going to be happy at least just putting that damage. And this is what you call discipline. Because you're not going to over push. You don't want to risk yourself running out in the open just to go for those picks. They're going to leave it down to Quang. And Quang has been doing this a lot now. He has been the one player to separate away from the team, not only to take up space, to flank, but also to gain that information and secure kills. Parajin cooking that nade. Does suspect a player, Atarte is close by. And as we talk about Rabbids just now, Rosemary has gotten a pick onto him. Sison, all alone, Atarte is still holding down. Playing with the terrain. Parajin, once again, throwing another nade. Not quite landing it is the problem. Quang will separate his team, at least Atarte is all alone. It's so hard to get cover fire when your teammate is isolated away via smokes, via a player pushing up forward. But I'm not sure if they're aware that Myanmar is quite close by, and Myanmar has had some success with kill stealing with third party. Quang, in danger, gets knocked. Parajin, reacting quickly to that information, gets one knock, and Atartas goes down.
That's not worth it though. You lost Quan Ji in this attempt, and it was supposed to isolate your supports from the back end and go in with the kill on the immediate threat, but right now it turned into a 3v3. Getting third party here, Malaysia comes in from flank side from the rear end, and immediately Vietnam will have to respond and leave one side of the map vulnerable. Malaysia cooked up some great nades already. Yuhai doing Yuhai things, trying to make the push, aggressive plays he will be. But where is Micah in the process? He should be around here unless he's already been taken down. They cannot overextend this Gosu. Oh, he's got friends within high places here. Vietnam will try and hold this stalemate for as close as possible, but that should give Philippines a means to kind of march forward and advance towards this compound itself.
Arjun playing it safe. They had to go for that reset, but in terms of utilities, all he has to use here, he does have healing. He does have utilities, but no more nades for Vietnam 2. Malaysia wants to make it rain. Bring out that flash first. Will they react to it? No, they don't. Have to be careful about Philippines as well. No peep from them just yet. They sustained a lot of damage earlier. I think they had run out of resources because they're not healing up here. Damn good prepping up that nade. Can I let the projectile properly? Will get that pick off. And here's Mika. They are now at 3. Damn good from the other side. Typical type of play coming forward here. And Malaysia understanding this is Vietnam 1. They are gingerly moving forward. But with Vietnam still playing turtle, it's so hard for them to push. They need to flush them out of the buildings because when it comes to CQC, as well as the amount of DBS in this game, it's just so nasty. Snipes from the other side, not sure if Harjin is aware. They do now. Only spraying through smoke, but no success in terms of putting in that damage. But Snipes, unafraid, does tag a little bit of the members. One, Harjin, already knocked down. One more time from Damn Good. He sprays into the area. Did spot out. I'm not sure if he knows there's someone right beside him. They didn't pop out. He's in trouble now. He's done a lot of damage and he goes down. And so does Yuhai. Boy Snipes as well. Killing spree and Malaysia won. A little bit too aggressive. Unfortunately not able to play together.
That right there was horrible gameplay coming out from Malaysia. I'm sorry, I have to call it out. They had all the advantage in the world. Vietnam was cornered like an animal. PH had their back. What made them make that call to go in one by one? It seems like time and time again, this over-aggressive plays just really punishing Malaysia. It was a great entry though by Yuhai, but unfortunately just not the right call at this point. Philippines might be going in to make the pickup right now. God Tuni again gets knocked out as the first casualty within the team. This is very familiar. But the rest of Thailand will try and hold Myanmar back for the time being. They will do so successfully, maybe even go in with the pickup due to the cover of smokes. But it's going to be quite the stalemate right now. That war between Philippines and Vietnam is not over just yet, as I saw Vietnam being able to retaliate with a little bit more decoy now being on the hunt. Frankie on the top floor, but they got Rabies to come in with the cover fire. Vikoy goes down. Indonesia now joins into the party here.
This Rabies. DPS doing a lot of work for the Philippines. Rosillo does find Rabies. But as Thailand tries to wrestle away this control of the terrain from Myanmar 1, Romeo Boy eats up that damage, gets knocked down. Beautiful follow-up by Logan to his teammate's nade. Another cook up there, they know where 1 sec is. All they have to do is just flush him out on the other side, and God Tuni will answer, or will be answered with a nade himself. You can see that Beer has to go for the reset. His teammates as well. 1 vehicle already down and out. They are also very aware that the blue zone is slowly just creeping up on them. Marnat eating a lot of damage from Mela, but not enough to take him down. As Romeo Boy struggling for his life, he is not moving a single inch. He's trying to stay alive for as long as he can. He needs his teammates to pick him up. For Myanmar 1, strength in numbers is what they want. Gotuni as well managed to get that reset. I think for Thailand, they're saying a good reposition is what we need. Giving some space, but here comes Vietnam 1 from the flank side. Will they actually go in for third party is the question. Yes, they do. They put in the shots from the backside. Thankfully for Thailand, they do have a little bit of terrain to play with behind them. Nice valley to shield their backs. And now Ichi, you can see on the kill feed does find a Malaysia 2 team. But coming back to Thailand 2, Logan has not moved one bit, eats a lot of damage. Not too sure who's shooting at him here. It's Vietnam actually. Just as we suspected, Vietnam thrives so well in these third-party situations. They've stolen 2 already.
They killed Malaysia, and now they're looking at the land with many smiles. Thailand in a very sticky situation. Vietnam, they came out of this sort of situation before, and that's why they have this liberty to kind of inflict the same sandwich method as they were in just a couple of minutes earlier on. And now Parajin gets onto Mela. Thailand found themselves in a sticky situation, getting gunned from front and back, and Malaysia too as well eliminated for the time being, and Myanmar is the one who will loot against the bodies of their ally. Thailand only has 2 members left to play. God Tuni does not want to overextend so much, gathers the information, but they still are not realizing that they've got Vietnam coming in from the backside.
Gosu has not moved at all, and his eyes are trained onto the Myanmar team. Myanmar 2 is doing so well. They're so very aware of where all the other members will be, and all they've been doing is just going for picks one by one. They don't fully commit themselves to a full fight. Let's become a full fight here. Indonesia fully committed to the Philippines. Satar does go down, but Lapar does trade back at the very least. Ponbit already eliminated the Philippines team. A beautiful nade by him actually to save the day. And now as they take the middle side of the circle near Monte Nuevo, they're going to be very happy. Not only did they wrestle this area away from the Philippines, they got some points in terms of eliminations at the same time. Cambodia left to rot on the outside, Cambodia 1 rather, as they try to take away the compound from the Cambodia 2 teams. But it's so hard because if they were to cross and meet them inside of the compound, Philippines 2 will be definitely making it rain bullets from the top side.
Things are getting very, very rough for some of these teams. A bit more of a passive hole, but everyone's trying to play for survival. Day 2 isn't panning out the way it did before. Everyone really wants it, especially Cambodia. This is their chance to pretty much show their entire nation on what esports is worth. They are the hosting country, and they must have the crowd backing them on this. So much at stakes, but right now the circle might close in with Philippines already taking the high ground, which benefits them. This could be the comeback for the Filipinos, as we have seen during the qualifiers. 3 members still left alive, high ground galore. Indonesia by the foothills. It's free pickings for them if they play this one right.
Malaysia, both teams already out. Vietnam, at least there is still one more team still inside, but Cambodia trying to find that reposition into the circle. Joseph taking up a lot of damage. The car is on fire, and Skynin gets blown to smithereens. His teammate as well will be knocked down. That terrain held down by Philippines 2 is so very nasty, and they've been holding it onto it for a very long time. Their fast rotation as well as the favorable circle has been doing them so much justice, and perhaps it's exactly what they needed to find that glory that they had on day one, that back-to-back chicken dinner. Already with 3 in their pockets, despite losing our Tartus so very early, this is the best situation you can ask for. But for Nang X to sprays up toward the top side, we're trying to find out where the other Cambodian members are. But Cambodia 2 has not moved one bit. They are still a 3-on-2, but if they do get the separation, they do get the isolation, it might be a whole different story. Easy goes down, Nang X will answer. Gets the pick off at least. But has to be careful that there's another 2 more members of Cambodia outside. Davan and Pov. Nang X trying to go for that reset. It's really hard when Kaya is relaying the information. He cooks up that nade, trying to find the right time. But none of them are outside the area. They're all inside. Oh. And the molly comes out. He's flushed out to the bottom side. He sprays to one end. Myanmar does get eliminated here. And looks like Vietnam 1 unstoppable. Indonesia 1 as well. Indonesia 2 as well. Nang X trying to get the reset so very hard. And now as the molly runs out of time, they have all the time in the world to push upwards. 3 seconds to go. His heart is racing right now. He does get the reset. Throws the nade to just buy some more time. Buys time for Easy to go for that reset. And that's the most important thing that they can do. Easy K with his teammate watching 2 different angles. But they're being very smart. When you play with the DBS, you want to play with those nasty corners. And what he's doing here is to isolate and zone them with those nades. This is his final nade that he can use. And none of them have been giving that value that he wants. And as the final nade hits, this is where time is ticking. Whether or not who gets that first hit, who gets that first contact. The DBS is out here by Pov. Easy jumps out of the window. Nang X making the noise on the outside, at least to buy some time for Easy K. As they try to pincer them from the top and bottom side with the molly as well. With Cambodia 2 going quiet, it's going to be very, very hard. You also have TLS joining in on the party. This is a 3-way fight. 2 countries, 3 teams. And the blue zone is rushing forward. No members are moving until the circle leads out. As for Evox, he will be the first one to be met by the blue zone.
Man, stalemate though, but it was great call coming in from Cambodia 1. He's got the reset. That's super crucial right now with the molly. TLS will have to take in the blue. Surely does not need to get involved just yet, but Davan gets knocked out. Immediately the tide has turned. Nang X, man, he composed himself and played under pressure to be able to turn the tides. And it is Cambodia Team 2, Pov left alone. The aggressors now taking the brunt of the damage. He's fallen pretty low. Surely Timor-Leste, they should know about this. Evox, oh, spots out that rotation by Pov trying to make the push towards the back end of this house. Philippines gets eliminated someplace elsewhere. But this stalemate seems to persist. Pov just feeling super resilient. Not being taken out. Timor-Leste, the man is not there no more, but he's within the shadows. He finally got off the corner, got a little bit of heal, but Pov gets shot down. Nang X single-handedly outplays his brothers, but eventually the devil will claim their souls as they go down to Philippine from the high heavens.
Man, the Philippines have been doing this area so much good. These long-range picks. Now Vietnam 2 is running for their lives. And the fact that they know that in that area they're practically untouchable unless someone wants to climb up. And climbing up is no easy feat. You need a vehicle to get up there. And it does give away your position. Indonesia only having that warehouse to work with as Cardo tries to get a pick on the other side. And the players are getting very smart. What they're doing now here is hugging the side of the terrain so that all they can't see toward the bottom side is a 90-degree drop. So because of that, it denies Philippines the ability to see where they are and go for those picks. Season on the other side spots out Vietnam 2. It is enough to relay that information to his teammates. He can go for the pickoff if he wants to, but I think what these 2 teams are fighting for right now are these airdrops. There's 2 in the area. And as Mascardo playing with this terrain, he's trying to see where he can shoot up from the top side. And if the circle pulls off away from this terrain, the Philippines will be in trouble because getting off this terrain is going to be difficult. Not only is it a downward slope, they can get fall damage, but they also have to be careful because it's a very, very open terrain. It's not a valley and not great situation for Indonesia. Get blown up, but it is enough for them to at least get 1 more point in the bag. Cambodia, 5th place, surviving for as long as they can with 3 eliminations.
this should be Philippines' game. There's no doubt about it. It's king of the hills. Standard as that, but they have to weather the storm here as Vietnam will try to make the crawl upwards. Laos, this guy is as good as done. He's not much of a threat. At this point, it's a 90-degree slope. He should focus somewhere elsewhere, but Philippines may be a little bit overzealous. They want to secure those kills instead of having it denied in the blue, but Vietnam, they found their way to the pinnacle. This is bad for Philippines. You had one duty, and that is to allocate each and every team members to make sure that they claim the peak. Right now, Vietnam, they might just overthrown the Seaball team. Mascardo hiding it, playing super patiently. Season has already given the green light that the rest of Vietnam now stands on top. And so they have to maybe find an entry point, take one member down first. Philippines, good thing about their position is that they're all encapsulating the peak. And so if they can get one member from all directions, they can look to march on forward. They have to do that soon though, because Indonesia, it seems like this is going to be their game plan too. Season now spots out some of the members, or here's the footsteps. We'll kind of get the gauge in which they will be making the advancement forward. He's right in prime position to maybe take Vietnam out before they suspect it. But his footsteps, it's just leaving too much of a red mark. Red flag, they might say. Quan Ji, Philippines just does not want to make that push, and Indonesia is going to do it for them. Zison gets nearly rolled over, but well, will be sprayed down within a barrel. 10 eliminations for Indonesia.
Indonesia was not the first team into the circle and didn't have prime location in this particular situation. But they are one thing that they are, tenacious and very patient. They've been marking all the members who are still alive. And the Philippines, unfortunately, not able to play together. Kabik goes down to Quang, immediately sprayed out. Top side of this area has been fully controlled by Vietnam too. 15 eliminations.
15!
This is a very different side of them. Yesterday was not the day that they were able to find any value when it comes to getting all these eliminations. But today, doing so much better today actually when it comes to those picks. Mascardo all alone, the blue zone will eventually eat him. It's so hard when you have two Indonesian players just marking him, not allowing him to push up, and climbing the terrain is gonna be a pain in the butt. But here's Yummy prepping that nade. Quang's footsteps has given enough information and it clips him. That's a lot of damage coming through. As Quang from the top side, trying to at least go for the crossfire with his teammates, Indonesia will be hugging the side of the terrain. This is very smart by them, and with Satar and Lapar playing together, it allows them for a double swing, or at least a trade, as Yummy will be leading the front line forward. Parajin, up here, they are denied this information by Indonesia. You can tell that they're a little bit more antsy. It's a reposition after reposition, and Trongzin probably losing his patience, wants to move forward and takes a little bit of damage from that fall. Yummy has not moved one single bit. Jump forward from Trongzin as well. A spray comes out, but it's not Yummy who makes the first move. Quang, they don't know that he's there. Yummy very quiet, hiding in that little terrain. And no movement, no nades either. Gonna make it very hard. He only has smokes to work with. Parajin as well. But the shot from Yummy was too much with that OP. The DPS is making so much work. Sadar coming forward. Philippines goes down, but not without a fight. Yummy, one more pick here in the pocket. How many eliminations? 13 already as they find the final member. Just Parajin on the top side. Lapar goes down to the blue zone, and so does Yummy. Unfortunately for Parajin, he has the height advantage, the circle advantage, and all he has to do is just wait. And Indonesia denying these points to the Vietnamese team. They are going to be trying at least one more time. Yummy trying his best to find a nice little angle to work with, switching out his gun. Not going to happen time after time, but Yummy has the advantage. And a winner chicken dinner to Indonesia once again. What is going on?
My God, Indonesia, they made what seemed to be an impossible situation their own. I was for sure going to conclude that there was no way Vietnam was going to lose this match. They had the top side. But man, one after another, they make these mistakes again, time and time again. We've seen this happen to Myanmar yesterday. There is no reason for you to push your way down. And that's exactly what they did and gave them the confidence. And now Paragin, despite being the only one on top, they cannot weather through the storm here and, well, will pay the price. My God, this team is just built absolutely different with this winner chicken dinner. 5th one, and it's just day number 2.
What on earth was that? It seemed like Paragin had the circle advantage, but then slowly the circle pulled away and Paragin had nowhere to go. Either he stayed up there, ate the blue zone damage, or jumped down and died anyway. He had no other choice.
He could.
We saw him jump down, but the problem now is if he were to jump down, Yummy would have just shot him in the face with a DBS. Unfortunate, but his teammates were a little bit too aggressive jumping down from that.
So the issue with that is he had means. He could stay within the center of the circle, but the fact that Yummy is still there because all the other members was taken out, he could comfortably just peek there and just be comfortable, right? Otherwise, if there were 3 other members on top of that hill, if they didn't have gone down with that suicide mission, Yummy would not have been standing there all willy-nilly.
Would you call it an overheat?
There would be members who would shoot him down.
Would you call it an overheat by Vietnam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was an overconfidence as well. They were on a roll in terms of picks. So were the Philippines, but the Philippines, I think that for the Philippines, their biggest mistake was they weren't able to defend their area. Not even a mistake, honestly. It's just sheer firepower from Vietnam that took them down. And on top of that, they don't have the numbers because they lost Tartan so very early. So Vietnam, they did play it right until toward that final moment, which is why I mentioned earlier, it felt like they were antsy. That denial of information from Indonesia made them react the way they did. It's just mind games at this point. But this time around, another chicken dinner for Indonesia with 13 eliminations and 10 rank points. And this situation, they're getting a lot of eliminations, and these eliminations are rivaling the numbers that they get from the chicken dinner itself.
That's insane. I mean, you're feeding the giants already at this rate. And going for gold seems almost like an impossible task, but never say never in a game of PUBG Mobile. It's very seasonal after all, but right now feels like Indonesia is in the good season to receive that gold medal. Vietnam are doing pretty well. To be honest, for them to get the high point of that terrain is already a big win for them to take it away from Philippines, but that is also because Philippines with some questionable decisions. You saw that they have members on the Apex all scattered around. I guess maybe the prerogative was to secure those kills. You see Laos, who is impossible. That one member, it's impossible for him to go anywhere at that point. He was not a threat. Yet they had members deployed there to pretty much entertain Walking Dead man to maybe secure that 1 extra point when they could have just maintained their top position, fend off Vietnam from it, and then play this slow burn and let Indonesia die within the blue. But that didn't happen.
Man, oh man, Vietnam 2, looking at that, 15, and Indonesia 2. It's a very different mindset here for Vietnam 2 as we go into that particular map. They were looking for picks. They were very, very aggressive throughout. Wherever they go, it's a trail of blood. But for Indonesia 2, it's about that positioning and understanding that people will have to rotate to them. And because people are going to be rotating to them, we fight them and take those points. It's only 2 different areas. But Indonesia has been one of those teams. I think them and Philippines have been one of the highest in terms of using grenades in this tournament from the qualifying day all the way till now. You can tell that for Indonesia, they are understanding that keeping these utilities up to the end is very, very important. It's rare that we see them toward the end of the game without some utilities on hand.
Yeah, but right now Vietnam, look at them. They worked really hard for their kill. That's for sure. Right here, the best value goes to the side of Indonesia, who's gotten more than what they've expected to, dishing out 13 eliminations, only 2,000 damage. That is pretty much Myanmar with their 10 elimination and 2,000 damage. Vietnam is the one who cranked in overdrive, and because they've been so successful, that might contribute into the overheat theory that you have. But look at it right now across the board. Indonesia too is the one with 5 winner chicken dinners, an insane amount of eliminations, and a total of 114 points. The first team to breach that triple-digit number, and we're only midway through in day number 2.
Honestly, Like Thanos says, everything in balance is what Indonesia too has been striving for. 64 to 50, 114 total. Now Malaysia 1, Malaysia 2 unfortunately wasn't able to get any points in that last map, but even then they're still maintaining that consistency because they have pop-offs, like you mentioned. The inconsistency, which is go big or go home mindset from them. One round they do so well, one round they get nothing at all, and this is one of them. But going into Erangel, I have a lot more expectations for them. But now, as we finish this particular map, it's going to be very interesting because we are hitting the halfway mark with 2 maps of Miramar already done and 1 Sanhok done here. A shift in mindset is very needed for all these teams because Erangel can be a little bit more tricky today, especially given the fact that how differently Miramar has been played. Regardless, we're going to be going on a quick break. After this, when we come back, Erangel for the last 3 maps for day 2 of finals.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the 2nd year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Olá, I'm a primeira equipa Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Olá, I'm a segunda equipa Timor-Leste. Lutamos com espírito.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့တင်းမြန်မာပါဦးဇင်းလည်းညီမစီကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်တော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်နဲ့ကြောင်စီးကင်းပြပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ဖို့ကတော့ Together We ရဲ့တင်နေဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជម្រាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเรา2สโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းဒီမှာစီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်းပွဲတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ညမြောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ပဲမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ဖို့ကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight till the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือลาวสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ညီမစီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွားတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဦးလည်းညောင်စီးကင်းမြန်မာမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ဖို့ကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system, the first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points, and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of Pubg Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games Pubg Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Olá, I'm a primeira equipa Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Olá, I'm a segunda equipa Timor-Leste. Luta macam spirit.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei yakin.
សប្បាយดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเราคือเรา2สโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းညီမစီးရင်အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ညမြောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ဖို့ကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
long break here, we are still excited as we go into the final 3 maps for day 2 of the finals of the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Tashmani here, Los Heath, your casters today, and this is where things start to get really interesting. Will the Indonesian 2 team finally stop? Well, at least they can stop dominating because other teams take over them, or will they just keep steamrolling?
I don't know, by the looks of it, the trend, I mean, you can be as analytical as you like, and if you're a very objective person, then you will draw trend lines and kind of rely that as historical data. And right now, 3 maps that has been played, all 3 go into one team from Indonesia. It's Indonesia Team 2 right now, so who's seemingly steamrolling across the entire competition. Last we checked, they now have about 114 total points against the whole overall. No one here comes in close in second place at the very least. But can they keep on this winning train, or will we finally see a brand new winner chicken dinner winner? Well, that falls down to this next 3 games. It is the midway point of the entire tournament for the day, for the grand finals of the 32nd SEA Games, and it's all in Erangel.
I think it's really exciting when we think about Erangel. Yesterday was very skirmishy throughout the entire map. There are some teams that changed the way they play from qualifiers to grand finals, and now as we go into day 2, a lot of teams are starting to find that comfort zone, the momentum, what works for them and what doesn't. Malaysia team still doing Malaysia team things where they have pop-off moments and then just go quiet and then have pop-off again, which is why they are called Raja Ngeprank. But Indonesia, because of how calculated, how objective they are, they take it back. Going by the term, everything in balance is exactly what they want. Regardless, I have seen Boom Esports in play before, and this is not their first rodeo playing against most of these teams. In fact, most of these players are already very well acquainted with one another as they meet each other up throughout the entire year of the league.
Yeah, and this is just another layer of that competition. One thing that sets them apart from the actual pro leagues is that they are put in a position where they are forced to somehow develop as natural as possible a chemistry with the other players that they were matched with. But I'm pretty sure coaches from the Indonesian region have already seen this as a potential roadblock and paired them the best they could to form somewhat of a super team comes for the 32nd SEA Games happening in Cambodia. Right now, a view of all the players finally back behind the stations. We do see a couple of empty stations still, so maybe dinner got dragged on a little bit too long, but we will get into action in just about a bit.
For a lot of the teams here, I think, especially as teams that don't have both teams in this finals, I think there's a lot more pressure on them. For Thailand, losing one of the powerhouses, which is, Thailand 1, it's a little harder for them to come forward, but look at them, oh, that is so cute. But Farajin and Yummy are hit. Wow, that is a very creative way of doing a heart. I love it. I've never seen that before. But coming back to these 2 players here, for Farajin and Yummy, I think what sets them apart, I would say, is in terms of like how they carry themselves in the team. Farajin, in some situations, felt like he had to really step up for his team, a little bit too aggressive, doesn't really have that support because of how they're playing in terms of separation. Sometimes Farajin plays alone, sometimes with the team. But for Indonesia, I think most and bulk of their plays have always been together, has always been playing as a 4. It's very rare that we see them go separated unless it's at the very beginning. And even then, it's not very, very far away from each other, because even though they are separated in a way, it's a 1-1-1, but rotations to each other are very, very doable.
Right now, Malaysians seemingly on top of the game. They are excited to get into this match. And talking about Indonesia again, I think what makes Indonesia so strong not really is the rotation, because that doesn't really strike up to me, but it's how they coordinate their attacks, right? It seems like, remember in the previous game, and how they get one member immediately, the others retaliated in such a short amount of time. It's as if they have some sort of a hive mind. They operate in cohesion with each other.
Not the
and they kind
hive
of
mind.
understand. Well, I mean, you get the point. You get the analogy here.
Yeah, I do. I was just playing around with you. I mean, the days are pretty long, and sometimes you do want to lighten things up. And I think for a lot of these teams, if you do watch them behind the scenes with their organizations, they do talk about their teamwork, team play, and how morale can be fixed with just like, being lighthearted in some matches. Especially Boom Esports, how when I talk to their manager, it's not just about being objective and taking those wins, it's also about having fun. Because after all, this is a game. And games are supposed to be done in order, you want to win. You want to get that rush from winning, yes. But in that process, I think for a lot of these players, that's why you're seeing smiles across the board. You also want to enjoy this moment. Not only are they competing or just facing that pressure for national pride, but it's also a situation where you are going to be meeting players as well as pros from across Southeast Asia, get to know each other, get to know how each other play, and you kind of take and learn from one another.
And talking about learning from one another, I think a lot of people can learn from Thailand, seeing as though that despite being the only team to represent the country, despite all odds, not having the best of runs so far, they are not giving up. And I think I just saw Logan just now. He looks like he's under a lot of immense pressure. He's got teddy bear across his forehead to kind of cushion his sweats, or maybe he's feeling under the weather. I don't know. Anything happens within this heat wave, so do stay hydrated as you watch the broadcast. Right now, we're gonna take you across our first Erangel match of the day here. This is match number 10 in day number 2 of the Grand Finals, Southeast Asia Games, Cambodia 2023.
Man, I don't know what to expect here from all of these teams coming into day 2. I mean, we saw how they performed yesterday. I did say just little skirmishes across the map, just pickoffs. It was a little bit more of a structured play from most teams, especially from Indonesia. I really want to see, I think out of all the teams here that I want to see more of, I think I want to see more of Malaysia. Because potential-wise, it's there. Firepower, structured play. But something is missing and I cannot really put my finger to it. Maybe it's timing, maybe it's communication, I can't tell. But coming back into this game here, flight path skewed to the right side. Zarki, Jojo Paul, Hospital, Gatka, Quarry, Ferry, Pier, Primosque. It'll be a little bit annoying to reach, but not impossible.
Thailand making again one of the more unpredictable of drops here. Traditionally over at Primorsk, which isn't accessible, but we've had similar flight path drawn towards the right hand side of the map, and I believe they dropped somewhere towards the northern central side. But this time around, choosing SMB and a circle that closes away from them. This, if anything, is going to be a true testament. Should Thailand be able to come out a victor of this sort of circumstantial outcome, then they will definitely their capabilities wouldn't be in doubt no longer. But meanwhile, we just saw Malaysia drive by. No casualty just yet. Laos will have to do away with 4-seater cars and get on bikes as a duo instead.
Malaysia be like, laters! Not today. Really like the fact that Malaysia is okay and very objective with that. Like, there are some teams that go a little bit more aggressive. Remember how long Laos took to just go round and round and finally get that pick off with the vehicle on qualifier day. For Cambodia too, this is interesting because during the first day, I think it was the qualifiers, it felt like Cambodia too were looking pretty good. There was a lot of hype going on around them, especially from Davan. But then suddenly, their brother teams start to pull away and away and away from them. And I think for Cambodia, I think it's always been circle luck, but when circle does not favor you, it feels like they hit a bit of a dead end. They cannot really find a way to really catch up with their first team. Cambodia won. I think that they have such good understanding and movement, as well as getting into the circle and getting the area. They're more towards survivals. They don't necessarily have the highest of frags, but when you have those placement points, you can always just supplement it with a little bit extra. Consistency is key. And look at them at number 5, right at the tailcoats of Malaysia 1.
Which is in this meta not really the most comforting of news, especially when you're talking about how Cambodia relies a lot within great positioning within circle and a little bit of RNG or luck for those watching. And pretty sure, like I think we've done the math here. just with sure eliminations, you can get more than what a second place finish would just by eliminating 2 teams and then going out in the third as the third team to go out. So for Cambodia, who's reliant on something and a win condition that just feels almost impossible to meet, right? You need, number one, a great flight path. Number two, no one within the vicinity to maybe contest your own compound. Number three, a circle that close your way. It just sounds like a bad investment to make, just trying to chase the circle and position within it, as compared to what Vietnam has been able to pull off so far in the competition. 0 winner chicken dinner, but all the kills that they have raked up, managed to secure themselves at least within the top 3 position, both Vietnamese teams within the top 3 position. And so maybe something about how these region likes to play this game should be somewhat of a reference in terms of playbooks and play styles.
Every time I look at Saverny, I'm reminded of season 4 of PMPL, where Team Secret will always take that spot. I don't know why, it really stuck in my mind. I guess it's because Jumper is in that team. But looking at Mas 2, there are moments where, in terms of skill levels, they are rivaling Malaysia 1. But I think in terms of survivability, like Malaysia 1 is all about like fighting together and dying together. And Malaysia 2 is all about, oh, I'm about to die, run for your life, survive till the end. You can see the contrasting states of mindsets.
There is a time and place
between the 2 teams. Yeah, there is. I just find it really funny.
But I don't believe
there's
a time and place for both situations.
Yeah, I'm just more amused than anything. As we go into this match, it's really hard to really say there's any of a big difference, right? I mean, it's been day 3 and the same maps over and over. You want to talk about set play, it's been the same. You want to talk about consistency, not a lot of changes across the board. Indonesia is still very much ahead. I really want to see something different from these teams, adaptability, but as we go into day 2, I mean, this is quite a short tournament, so that's why I really want to see drastic changes between the 3 days, right? Because you want to see, like, if this is not working, what do we have for day 2? If this is not working, what do we have for day 3, you know?
Whatever's happening on a day 3, I think at that point, you can kind of determine on who might have a chance within the top 5 position, or in this case top 4, since that is where the cutoff happens for the medaling finish. Because you should treat day 1 as the pacemaker, pretty much.
Yes,
you treat day
definitely.
1 as the one day that you determine your current strategy and your execution and see how you fare within the tournament itself. Day 2, it's something that is the experimental stage that maybe you got to do something different if the first day didn't pan out so well. And day 3 is the point where you kind of need to
do or die.
Nail that. Yeah, no, it's not do or die, but go 100%, 200% in to the strategies that work based on the findings in day 1 and day 2. So for them to change up only in day 3 seems a bit, it's a bit too late, but
Yeah,
better
it
late
is.
than never, I guess.
It is too late, in my opinion. You gotta really figure it out already. I think that in between every matches, like, if you're able to adapt, just slowly adapt through every match, it would be very interesting. Just kind of like, that 10 minutes you have during break, just huddle together and say, what happened during that previous round just now? What can I do to make it better? And this is a very interesting migration. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams here in this particular location. But Indonesia, they're not gonna stick around. We'll be passing by Vietnam 1. Vietnam 1 as well, just saying it's okay. A little bit too early for us to really commit to it. Which is so surprising when you think about it, because Vietnam 1, one of the more aggressive teams. They are the team that says no chicken, no problem. It's all about those frags. But I guess as the day comes to an end, they're realizing that we do need to find that balance. Day 1 was all about aggressiveness, and I think looking at Singapore, who's able to survive consistently, they're like, okay, I think they're like you said before, time and place. How early should we be taking frags? How early should we be going for team fights? And as the circle pulls up toward the northern side, this is really painful because almost 40% of the map is in water.
yeah, 40% is not much to play around with. The hills of Stalber, it seems like most of the teams are banking on it probably closing towards that end, because chances are with the new meta, there's a likelihood of it drawing away from water. Last I checked, maybe someone who's more adverse with the current changes can advise me accordingly on that one. But let's take our eyes onto Malaysia right here. Sticky situations. Indonesia and Myanmar just seems to be covering these places. Members falling one after another, trading between flags. And right now, we have some members standing. It's Yen who has to hold off the rest of Indonesia's member. It's Ponbet who's making a push forward. Yen catches him by a little bit, but gets punished. From the back end here, up upon the hills, it is Myanmar who would come in and clean and leave Malaysia with their hopes and dreams against one guy left alive.
Indonesia was so quick with that gas station take. On top of that, they were pushed out of the compound, stuck in between Myanmar 2 and Indonesia. There's not a lot they can do. It's just unfortunate timing at this point. It felt as though Malaysia was not ready for that push. Caught off guard, rather. You can just really see the momentum. How fast Indonesia goes for a take. They don't really need someone to break in. They breach it together, catch them off guard, and immediately spray. The pre-fires from Indonesia as well has been very nasty. And Rosello eating that damage. Nice drive-by from Rabis. Huang finishes the job. Tries to take Rosello out. Rosello's so very low. He goes down. His teammate is ready to assist. Nice push out from Rabis. Robusta in trouble as well, half HP left. The other member from Philippines tries to jump out. The DBS doing so much work. Frankie says goodbye. Don't think I can save you. Maybe if I go toward the higher area. But be careful, because on the other side there are other members of other teams. This map is already so very tiny. And there's not a lot of spaces when it comes to rotations because of these terrains. And this fight is going to continue on from Philippines 2 and Cambodia. Pubg on the backside, trying to go for that flank. A nice cook up for the nade, just to really drain them out of this area. Joseph comes through. Thankfully, none of the nades are going to be hitting, as Pubg still hesitating whether or not he should rush into the building. He doesn't want to be shot in the face with the DBS, and possibly a good idea to play with his teammates instead, as Antarctis coming to the top side of the area, possibly trying to get some information. Now, because Cambodia is playing a little bit more hidden, it's hard to get that micro angle that we always see Yummy do. The smokes as well, not doing them any favors. Nades on nades are used. Feels a little bit too aggressive in my books. Very, very early to be using this much utility, but with the amount of space that isn't there, like it or not, they have to force this fight to go on. They need to take Cambodia out of the way.
They're making a push right now. Philippines infiltrate the ground floor, trying to make swing as double towards the second. And they will catch out that member. Joseph will fall down here, leaving only one member from Cambodia. I believe it was Easy K who will have to be the last man standing to wave that flag for Cambodia team number 1. They do have a secondary squad, so good news on their end. But meanwhile, Indonesia still pincered down here with Jumper not leaving the area despite the death of his entire teammates. The rest of the Malaysian squads, or squad number 1, might make the travel over. If they don't clean this one quick, Indonesia, they might have bitten more than they chew, seeing as though, although they got the gas station, they're down in the valley with so many other teams surrounding them.
I think Jumper was not able to leave the area. With Myanmar around and Indonesia there too, the whole entire area around the gas station is very flat. If we were to run up or down that terrain, he's immediately just gonna be gunned down. So all he can do is just wait for other movements, and so far no one has spotted him quite yet. Easy does find Timor-Leste. So Philippines finds their brother team once again. Philippines, one of the highest probabilities to run into their brother or sister team. As Timor-Leste, Umabu wants to push out, opens that door, does hear the pre-fire to come out, decides to change his course, holding out on the outside. He does still have 2 teammates ready. In Philippines, the fight is still going, and I'm not too sure what happened with that nade there, where it came from, but the sprays are out. Abu from the top side there, despite the fact he had that height advantage, he still goes down in the end.
Unfortunate ending for the man himself. But it is an unfortunate circle to begin with. So I think a lot of the teams are not expecting such a great game in this flight path or this circumstances. Seems like they cannot catch a break from yesterday's Erangel with all these curveballs being thrown at them. For once, they're expecting a direct hit for Erangel itself, but they have yet to get that moment right now. Myanmar, this is the different Myanmar, not the ones who's got a couple of tags down onto Malaysia themselves, having 0 kill across the board still, but they have this compound right next to Indonesia. But let's take a look at the circle and where the zone closes. Indonesia 1 with Potato, Redface, and the rest finds themselves by the edge now as it closes towards Severny, with Jumper currently by the hills, holds his ground behind a tree indefinitely.
This ping pong circle is just so ruthless. I was almost sure the circle will pull up north because of that airdrop, but not gonna happen. The team that's already in the middle will be Indonesia, but Malaysia won, I believe, on the top side of that Severny terrain. I think they're the true winners for now, if the circle keeps going to it their way. Thailand, the slogan on the top side of the terrain. Unfortunately, none of his sprays are gonna be hitting any of the Vietnamese teams. The Vietnamese teams, I gotta say, I'm not sure where they're practicing these kind of very agile zigzag sort of driving, but they are always evading every single shot thrown at them. Probably spoke to Suko's strong is very low. Nice nade to come forward with the smokes as well. Not happening quite yet. Got Tuni pushing out. Does spot out the Cambodian team in the mid of rotation, but no shots quite yet. Thailand thinking about taking up that space. And they're thinking maybe it's better to move with a vehicle. That's exactly what they're gonna do. A rush forward, gonna be chasing. A little bit of a car chase coming out here as Indonesia shoots out toward them.
I think they're looking to cut off the passageway for Vietnam as they immediately make that rush, but we'll have to go back to finally confirm the objective of their movements. Cambodia, Pov, he seems to be stuck in, I guess, a dire situation here as a lot of smoke has been deployed. Meanwhile, Philippines now under the fire of Thailand. He gets one member down. Labusat probably to join on with, and they will. That's 2 members of Philippines going down to the likes of Thai. This is a prowess that we have been expecting them to show up since day 1. Finally getting warmed up here. The gears, Logan pushed forward, spots him out, but has the DBS. Perfect. With a large hitbox, there's no way they could get out of here. To be fair, he was low in HP, so he only needed a little bit of graze from a DBS.
That's true. That's true.
To get him down. Well,
but look at this push from Thailand. Look at that. They're not even worried. They're just so dominating right now on this area. They do have to fight Vietnam to get into that circle. I'm not sure if Vietnam will actually react to them, because just now they did pass by each other, but none of them actually reacted, and I don't think it's happening quite yet. Nope, there we go. Spoke too soon. Shots are out. 2 members of the Thai team already quite low, but no worries. They do have a little bit more util to work with. That smoke will give them a little bit of space to breathe. A nade has been cooked up. That's thrown straight out. Does hit Mela, and thankfully only Mela. Another one. There's only 2 left for Vietnam. Mela evades that one. Trongs in still. Gonna go for that spray. Whoa! Is that from Indonesia shooting at them? There we go. It's gonna be Beer actually. That finds Kwong in the end of the day. Parajin. More smokes thrown out. Mela finds Trong in the end of the day. Barry a little bit too far away. Aggressive push-outs as the other members of Vietnam. What he's trying to do here is that despite being so very low in need of a pickup, what he's going to do here is push up, get some information. The sprays go through to where Gosu nearly takes him down, but Gosu will be the one that takes it. Mela with his aggression coming out here. He is not afraid. Eliminated by the grenade. Mela finally finding that sweet spot in how he plays aggressively.
This Thailand team, they're playing absolutely out of their minds. Loses no member in the process. 6 kills already, and they eliminated Vietnam. But PH will take Beer out. Just on his knees, can go in for the rescue though, but Mela to follow on with. So more members are falling like flies. Eliminated is Thailand. after losing so much resources in that one. PH came in as the vultures. Meanwhile, Laos going up against Myanmar swung in his double within the shed and, well, will send them off packing here. Malaysia right now has got Cambodia. It's one member, Kaya, who is now on his knees, which means that should be a clear sign that his members are well within the area, or at least within shooting distance, seeing as though they do travel as a pack here. Malaysia now in quite of a small and sticky situation, but not too dire, as they are the ones with a coverage to play behind with. Yu Hai, he's got his eyes on one direction and Snipes on the other. Ichi takes down Snipes though from the far end on top of the roof. That's one member down which needs to get revived, but Myanmar, do they give them the space? Hops onto the car, might look to make a rotation into the circle.
A lot of space for Malaysia to work with, but look at Indonesia. One Rosemary gets a pick. Still a lot of space in this circle, but you would be so surprised that usually at this state there's a lot more teams still live, but these skirmishes for the maps have been really thinning out the players. There's only one team with two teams with 4 players still up, and it's going to be Indonesia as well as Myanmar. Vavel pushes up. Red face, nice nade come out, finds Assassin. Molly has to really flush Neng's out. Neng, you can't really do anything. Potato sprays just so lethal right now. Indonesia 1 has this entire compound completely surrounded, and with just one single nade, Rosemary brings it away, and they take this base, only leaving Zimble left alive.
Zimble may be one guy, but he can still do a lot of damage here. If he takes out one member, that's gonna turn the tide, at least when the late games where it matters the most. But thankfully, Indonesia, fast with their fingers, will retaliate, save themselves a member, and will be in healthy position to try and contest towards the last few finish line. I remember Indonesia too, that team is still rampant out and about, can look to potentially earn more chicken dinners towards their end here. The gold is seemingly clearer than ever, but right now, Myanmar, very creative split positioning, having Smile towards the back end, prone, but out in the open. That could be a death sentence should things go wrong, and right now, everything wrong could happen with Myanmar as the circle closes away from them, forcing them to move out in the open, becoming a potential target from Laos, smack dab in the center.
Potato with that spray. Lethal. Gets one drop, and his teammate seals a deal. Quickly getting the other members of Indonesia 2. Indonesia 1 looking very good right now. Still 4 left alive, 2 left for Indonesia 2. What a turn of events, honestly, when you think about it. I was just talking about how I wanted to see more, and here it is. Regardless, Rosemary just drives by one member of Indonesia 2. I don't know if he spots him out. We'll go around. Those shots just give away their location. No roundowns quite yet. Lapar putting in the pain. But the retaliation from Svavel might be the solution here, as finally Pawnback goes down. A nice shot from Redface. Quickly to the face. Indonesia 1 already with 10 eliminations. The power of getting the circle and area first gives them a lot of value. Only one member of Indonesia 2 left, but because of how far ahead they are in terms of points, they can afford to make some mistakes. Lapar with the sprays, tries to go to Vavel, tries to go for Rosemary. Rosemary gonna cook up the nade. Unfortunately, not able to throw it down. Lapar eating a lot of damage. They surround him just like sharks, and we're down to the top 4.
Man, that drive-by right there feels almost illegal. That's a gangster move if I ever seen one myself. Top 5 position, one of each country, that is Laos, Myanmar, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia, still left in contention for a winner chicken dinner. We've seen Myanmar come on top sometime yesterday during the grand finals number 1. Can they finally refresh and do that again? Especially keeping this Indonesian at bay, because they are going rampant. 12 kills already in the bag. Red face, perfectly timed nade here, stopped them in their tracks, and has got a free vehicle at the moment. Potato, but takes a bomb too, and now only 2 members from this Indonesian giant here left standing to hold their grounds against the likes of Myanmar. I'm not sure if they'd like to make the push up It just turned real sour real fast here. But they have to do something quick. Otherwise, Myanmar can just come in to go in with a rescue, and it would be to put to Red Faces the waste in sacrifice. Right now, Svavel, Rosemary, and Red Face, they may have a chance to go in with the resuscitation. Smile cleverly decides to pull out of here. Yuhai, meanwhile, on the other end of the map here, gets a kill onto Pubg. But this long drawn fight between Indonesia and Myanmar persists to stand strong.
Tuzai repositioning shots. Does eventually take Smile down. West fortunately getting that space as Zai was the one to distract them away from him. But as both teams go for that reset, Malaysia one member knocked down. Snipes in trouble, but they are on a killing spree at the very least, taking down Cambodia too. West with Smile here, they do have a terrain to work with. The smack dab middle of the circle is going to be Laos. They've been there for quite a while. Circle very much in their favor for quite some time. It's going to be a problem getting to them, but for Laos, it's even more scary to be in there. It's a crater. All the utilities can just roll toward them. They have all the information. They can see them on the top side of the area. I think for Malaysia as well, they've still managed to get that revive. Still surviving with 3 members left alive. With Indonesia 2 out, teams breathe a sigh of relief. No longer having to worry about the firepower as Yuhai does shoot back toward West. West probably shooting at 2 different teams right now. He doesn't even care if it's 2 different teams or 2 different players. He wants to take them all down as the circle still pulls toward the western side.
Indonesia, can they go in with the revive right now? That one member could make it a potential fight back in this current standstill between all 4 nations. Having that additional member increases the chances. Surely 2 members can take on the likes of Myanmar. If Myanmar doesn't shoot them off first, Svavel takes a little bit of hit there. Immediately makes a rotation down, but Rosemary surely does not want to go down once again to the same fashion, but his friend will, as snipes from below. Yuhai though gets taken down. Someone got the knock onto him, and now things has just turned for the worse for the Malaysians, who initially had 3 members, only down to the 2. It is snipes, and damn good to hold the fort. Rosemary not in a good situation. Will probably go down in just a couple of ticks here unless he gets to go in for the reset. Meanwhile, Myanmar drives on by right across Honda, but Smile was there to come in with the support fire. Takes down the center point, has got a bunker of his own, and Rosemary under gunfire as well. That would be Indonesia limited at 4th place, but with 12 kills. But Lizzie still standing the test of time, only to go down and expire. Now it goes down to 2, Malaysia versus Myanmar.
Only 1 member left alive. I think they're already going to go for that reset. A little bit too late now. Yuhai is so very low. Damn good, healthy at the very least. Myanmar 2 not looking to push at all. They have full control of the circle. They don't have to do so. By this situation, the nades do come down still. Snipes, I'm not sure if he has enough there. He does. Gets that reset. But shots come out, and West is playing this very sneakily, using the side of the train, and Smile as well from the other side. They're looking to pincer them. How dominating they are with the top side of the area, strength in numbers, as well as full control of the circle. Malaysia can't even move out of that crater. They're gonna have to be happy with 2nd place, but I think for them, they want to try and fight this out. Nades out. I'm not sure if they have been marking the other 2 members, but they do suspect it. Looking up to the high points. That Molotov does not allow them to push out quite yet. Nades as well. Unfortunately, none of the nades will be hitting where they want it to be. But Yuhai with the sharp shooter there does find Zai at the very least. Smile wants to retaliate. It's a little bit hard, but all of Malaysian teams are watching 3 different angles. The pressure is out. Yuhai goes down. West eats a little bit of damage, but the retaliation is happening. He drops another one. West on his own. And finally, Nina Dave goes down. Snipes all alone though. Can Snipes actually take this fight? It is a 1-on-1. This is the moment we have been waiting for. Snipes moving on forward. It is a high ground turret to work with. West moves out of the way. Snipes eating a lot of damage. But Myanmar, the high ground advantage gives them the winner, chicken dinner.
Myanmar bags yet again another winner chicken dinner for the country here, representing and uplifting the wildcard regions up high here within the 32nd SEA Games Cambodia 2023. My God, did they had to power through so much just to get to where they are. But props out to Malaysia. They held so long in what seemed to be a dire situation. They were able to somewhat put on a fight and struggle before they exhaled their last breath. But it is Myanmar, the ultimate victor. All applause to them.
What a close match with Indonesia too. You really start to see that power spike from a lot of teams. And even then, while it looks so good for Laos, having the middle of the circle full control, the problem was the circle was a crater in the middle. It's a valley. Myanmar was so smart to hold off from taking the area. As the circle shrank, then only they rushed forward, took that space, and controlled the high ground before Malaysia could get to that area. Quite smart if you ask me, but honestly, that is the type of matches I want to see throughout, instead of a very, very dominating lead from another country.
Yeah, I mean, the circle was surprisingly easy to read out how they're going to play it, right? Because at that current point in time, Myanmar and Indonesia, they both had the high ground. And so they have to hold the high ground for as long as possible before they're forced to make the rotation in. After understanding that they have taken out Rosemary from the high ground itself, that's when, you know, all the movements start going to its center circle. And thankfully for Myanmar, Laos has already created some sort of a bunker themselves with a blown up buggy. And Smile coming in with that support fire from afar actually saved the member from Myanmar in that scary rotation. It could have gone the other way around. It could have crashed with the car, get shot down by the player who was waiting within the area. That is one from Laos, and they would have only had two members to play around with, which Malaysia could probably overpower them at that point. But because of that great support fire coming in for the back end, everything just formed the line for the likes of Myanmar. But here are the match standings itself. 19 total points, 9 eliminations. Very formidable, especially coming from what people call the underdog, the wild card region here. But it's also Indonesia with 12 eliminations of their own. This is, again, not the Indonesia that has gotten all the chicken dinners today, but they are the brother from another mother, and they are showing how great they are equally within this game.
Yeah, 12 eliminations just shows that when you have an objective on how exactly you want to see the outcome of the game, Indonesia won was really smart. 4 rank points in the bag with 16. Malaysia won despite the fact getting second place. Unfortunately, because they weren't able to achieve the same amount of eliminations, gets 12, but it is still a very good victory for them, given the fact that I think for the past 1 to 2 maps, they haven't been getting the high amount of points that they really want to have. Regardless, for the outstanding teams here, Malaysia 1 still maintaining its place up here. Alongside this time, it's going to be a change here. For instead of Indonesia 2, we're going to see Indonesia 1. Philippines finally showing its colors alongside Indonesia 2 with the 12 eliminations, 9, 7, and 6. But in terms of rotations, this time around, it's Malaysia that's the furthest, and Malaysia with the most throwables.
I mean, you gotta give it to them. They really championed so hard today. Malaysia is one of those teams where I'm impressed. Yesterday, they don't look too hot. They were down in second draft, nearly the last. I think bottom 5, if I remember correctly. Today, they bring in the heat. They are performing out of their minds, consistent since map number 1 today. I think out of all the maps, they only had one bad game where they did not make it within the top 3 position or the top 5
points.
position or have many kills, right? It was just one map where they went out too soon.
Yep, but looking at the eliminations and damage, it's so funny how it's like so contrasting when you see Indonesia 2 out so very early, but Indonesia 1 was able to bring the same amount of damage as well as elimination points when their brother team is not in the game. Regardless, Myanmar 2 this time around so formidable as well, playing it very smart in terms of positioning and as well as patience, I have to say. Sometimes we see a lot of teams who are a little bit too aggressive. I think Malaysia 1 had this problem on day 1, I believe. A little bit too aggressive and taken out so fast. But a lot of teams started to go for a patient approach. Wait and see would be the name of the game. And this time around here, Indonesia 2 still holding on the line of the first spot with 118 points. But Malaysia 1 jumping to second place now at 76. only 5 points behind here. We have a 3-way tie with Indonesia 1, Vietnam 2, and Vietnam 1. What do you think of this? Isn't it very, very competitive here?
This is insane. All these from 2nd to 4th place, or even 5th actually, all the way down, actually all the way from the first draft, they cannot afford to make a slip up, because at any given point in time, their position is already on the chopping block line here. And if you're looking to walk away with a medal finish, then they have to further exacerbate the gap that they currently have, much like what Indonesia 2 is currently doing. Fortunately for them, although they bow out too soon in this match alone, it was Indonesia 1 who eliminated them, and thankfully, because of the lead that they have, they still maintain position. But if the trend goes the way it still does and all these other teams start to perform, I might even say Indonesia 1 on top right now at the #1 spot cannot assure their safety, and they have to pretty much get back on the grind and make sure that they walk away a victor. But we do have interview all queued up, so let's hear what these players are ready to say.
3, this is your second chicken dinner, but in between those games you were a little bit doing so-so, not so very good. Were you worried as a team, or you know the chicken will come eventually?
ပွဲတက်တာရခဲ့ပြီပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီမှာကျန်တဲ့ပွဲတွေမှာဒီတိုင်းပဲအရင်ကောင်းကောင်းကြီးလုပ်ခဲ့တာမဟုတ်ဘူးမဲ့လည်းအခုဒီပွဲမှာဆိုတော့တက်တာရခဲ့တယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါကိုဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲပေါ့
ရင်ပွဲတွေကြာနေအမားများနေကိုတင်းကိုလည်းအားမရတယ်ရှိအောင်အခုပွဲကတော့တော်ရပါ
In the previous team, they are not doing so good, but in this match, he is justified.
Okay, so you must have made some adjustment to the strategy to come back with the chicken dinner. Okay, ចេះគាត់បាននិយាយបានថាជាមួយនឹង chicken dinner គាត់ទទួលបាននៅក្នុង game ទី3 ប៉ុន្តែបន្ទាប់ពីនោះមកគាត់ធ្វើអត់សូវជាបានល្អទេប៉ុន្តែមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរទៅលើតាក់ទិកខ្លះក៏ដូចជាខំប្រឹងប្រែងរហូតទទួលបាន chicken dinner មួយសារទៀតនៅក្នុង game ទី10 Another is in the gameplay, I saw your push to the Laos team down below. That was a risky push. Who is the in-game leader and what was your decision to push to the Laos team?
လာဦးနဲ့တွေ့တော့ပေါ့နော်အောက်ကိုဆက်ပြီးတော့တွန်းသွားတယ်ပေါ့နော်အမှန်တကယ်တော့အဲ့ဒါအန်ရည်များတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဘာလို့အဲ့လိုမျိုးဆုံးဖြတ်လိုက်တာလဲ in-game leader ကဘာတူလဲ
ဆုံးဖြတ်တာကတော့စမိုင်းပေါ့ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ဘယ်ဘက်မှာလဲ enemy ရပြစ်နေရောဗျာအဲ့လောက်နေရာသာရရင် chicken ဆိုတာတေးကြလို့ push လိုက်တာ
Yeah, in-game leader was mine and he made that decision. The enemy on the left, so they decided to push Laos because they know it was their chicken.
Okay, បានចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយបានថា Smile គឺជា in-game leader ហើយ Smile បានហៅក្រុមដើម្បីបុកទៅបែកខាងស្ដាំទៅលើក្រុមឡាវនៅពេលដែលគាត់ចាប់បានព័ត៌មានទៅលើក្រុមផ្សេងៗទៀតនៅបែកខាងឆ្វេងហើយគាត់ដឹងថានៅពេលដែលគាត់បុកទីតាំងហ្នឹងគឺជាទីតាំង chicken dinner. You did get a chicken dinner, but it was a very tough fight. It came down between you and Snipe, and you actually 1v3 the Malaysia squad. What was going through your head when you had to do a 1v1 fight?
ဒီ chicken dinner ရခဲ့ပြီမယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီပွဲကတော်တော်လေးကိုချပြီးတော့လုပ်ခဲ့ရတာပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါဆိုတော့ဒီနောက်ဆုံးမှာ1 versus 1ပြစ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာဘာတွေခေါင်းထဲမှာစဉ်းစားနေမိလဲတဲ့
ကျွန်တော်ကကြာ cover လေးရှိပြီးတော့ high ground ဆိုတော့နိုင်ရမယ်လို့ပဲစဉ်းစားတာ
Yes, he was on the cover and also he was on the high ground, so he knows that they will win.
Okay, so you know you have a better position, so you know you will win in that situation. មកគាត់ជឿជាក់ខ្លួនឯង 100% តែម្ដងនៅពេលដែលគាត់ដឹងថាគាត់នៅទីតាំងខ្ពស់ជាងហើយគាត់មាន cover គាត់មានរបាំងល្អជាងដៃគូមកពីខាងម៉ាឡេអញ្ចឹងគាត់មានបារម្ភសោះតែម្ដងទៅលើកលៈទេសៈដែលអាចចាញ់ម៉ាឡេ1 ទៅនឹង 1 Congratulations on your chicken dinner. It's a tough chicken dinner, but you know what they say, the tougher, the better it tastes, right? I hope we will see you back on stage for another chicken dinner. This is Myanmar 2 West, back to our caster.
And there we have it for Myanmar. I think that what's great about them is the fact that they don't need to win every single chicken dinner. But what they're trying to do here is maintain consistency. Again, when I said about what we had talked about in qualifiers is that going back to the lobby with at least 5 to 8 points will be the key to victory. And because of how I would say competitive it is to get those placement points, getting those frags would mean the world to you actually when you think about it. Regardless, as we go into 2 more maps of Erangel, I don't think we're going to be seeing any more changes just yet. I think this is going to be something we're going to be seeing toward the end of the day and something for the teams to fix after the match today. Regardless, we're going to have a quick break. After this, more 30-second SEA Games PUBG Mobile. See you later.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, The second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only one day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country. Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there. This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight till the end
ជម្រាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါပါဥစဉ်တင်တော့စီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဥစဉ်တင်မြောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွဲကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
I'm no dictionary, but the definition of an underdog is the team that you least expect to perform really, really well. And right now, Malaysia seemingly fitting the bill out of nowhere, making their way into the top 2 position in contention for the number 1 spot. Obviously, this is big news because, well, Tash and myself, we're Malaysian. Although we try to be as objective as possible. Okay, welcome to the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports happening in Cambodia. This is Tashman and Keith, and we have about 2 more games to run through for the day.
This is really exciting as we go toward the second day, because today is the day that a lot of teams try to find their sweet spot, try to find what works for them so they can steamroll in the final day. While we didn't really see too much of a change in terms of gameplay, but it is definitely a lot more structured coming through. And I think throughout all the maps today, we haven't really seen some dramatic changes in any gameplay, strats, or even rotations. A lot of teams is very direct, straight to the point, honestly, because of the point system, because of how short it is. Teams looking just to drop wherever they can, try to take those early fights, rotate to where the circle goes, find the best position, and get those picks early whenever they can. There are some teams who are playing it a little bit more aggressive. There are some teams who are waiting till later to play aggressive. Regardless, it all comes down to one single objective: getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah, but there are some things that does not stay the same, and that, I might add, is the circle of the day. We've got a curveball one in this first Erangel of the map. Obviously, a lot of the teams are not expecting to, perform in such a situation, seeing as though it's skewed all the way onto the top side, northern side of this entire map in Erangel. Now, hopefully, since we are still within Erangel and we'll only play Erangel from here on out until the end of today, maybe we might get a fair one within this Erangel map itself. But if anything taught us since yesterday is that the entire Erangel is busted and we're gonna have weird circles through and through.
Yeah, just when we thought we are gonna get a normal circle, the circle pulls up all the way north. Or if we get normal flight path, a normal circle, the circle just ping-pongs. Not necessarily the best thing for these teams, as a lot of teams, like I think just now was the biggest and most dramatic change in pace, I think, for each map. As we hit, I think it's still a very big area. Only 7 teams were left alive compared to before, where we would still have maybe 10 teams left alive. I think the aggression from a lot of teams have been amped up here, especially as most teams start to get really desperate to get whatever points that they can. We're starting to see situations where teams are not using their other teammates as bait anymore. They're using them, they're just straight putting them into just straight kicking them back out to the lobby because they don't want to risk their kills getting stolen. And it happens so many times. We see it happen from Thailand. Mela has been particularly great at sniping those long range kills, and so has Vietnam 1.
But right now we're looking at one from the region that is super scary right now. It's Indonesia. Although, Rosemary, this team isn't the one with the with all the accolades and glory. They didn't walk away with 0 at all. So far, for today, have we only gotten Indonesia with it for chicken dinners?
And Myanmar.
Oh, and Myanmar, that's true. The most recent one. Well, there goes the brain fart. It's kicking in, guys. The heat wave is finally getting me.
Yeah, we're all really feeling it here. Even in Malaysia, I think like for Keith and I think casting these 6 maps usually was a breeze, in the league stage. Once we hit day 3 of this cast, we're starting to feel the exhaustion heat, and I wouldn't, be surprised if it's the same for the players themselves. But they're keeping their spirits very, very high, and I think that for a lot of we all know that Yuhai Boy has one of the bigger fan bases here between Indonesia and Malaysia. And I think it's very rare for me to see him really, really angry or in low spirits. He's always very cheerful, and I think that it's a great addition to the team, honestly.
Yeah, keeping a positive morale up. But this guy, I mean, is there ever a downside to it? This man, if anything, this man is just too cheerful. He's too positive. Even in some of the gameplays that you see Malaysia play out, some of those skirmishes, in moments where maybe he'd want to tone down a little bit, he just goes in for the push. I mean, I guess that's what you call a curse of being a bit too positive and optimistic, right? You think that things will only go your way, and so going for that push kind of cost you the team. But hey, being as positive as he is, I don't think that's going to be a downer. Meanwhile, Cambodia, now the ones under the gun. Being the host countries, they have pressure to perform, and just as of late, they got pushed out of the medaling finish. I think 2 matches ago, or in the last match even, Cambodia was just hanging there at the 4th position. But right now, they lost it. And if nothing changed within that standings, they might walk away without a medaling finish.
I wish that we had more time to look at Timor-Leste. I mean, yes, we do see moments of them, but I want to see how they move, how they rotate, how they play together, because in a lot of situations that we get to see them, they're already either in the middle of a fight or their name will pop up in the kill feed. I understand that, you know, they're very quiet when it comes to in-game moments. I want to see more of them because I want to understand what is the strategy they're playing. How are they playing the survival game? Which teams do usually find them first? How do they react when a team hits their compound? It'll be really fun to see how they think, because I think that, mostly to me, because I don't really see Timor-Leste in the league that I usually shoutcast and host in. So it would be a whole different ballpark to understand how exactly Timor-Leste thinks and approaches the game. Regardless, Timor-Leste, one of the teams at the very bottom of the barrel right now. Not necessarily to say that they're performing very badly. They have pop-off moments. They have moments where they are able to survive for as long as they can. But given the fact that these teams are just so experienced, you can definitely tell that they are struggling.
Talking about bad performance though, which Malaysian team was it who went in with a push and failed it during Miramar? I believe that was UI squad, right? One with Micah and the rest.
So if you look at Malaysia 1, they love playing that way. A very aggressive push, and it's sometimes I think that, oh, it's crazy, but it works out. And it's a very, as I said before, their strat is very 50-50. It's very all in or go out. And in a lot of situations, it doesn't work out their way, and they still tend to do that. That's why we're seeing a lot of times where they pop off or they just go out so very early. It relies on that one very moment, that push in for it to work. And if it doesn't work, that's it, the end. But we're starting to see them play a little bit more safe this time. You saw, especially that particularly last match, they didn't push in so very early. Myanmar pushed in first, and they held on until the end. Regardless, as we go toward the 5th map today, Erangel will be where we're hitting. Will we be seeing a different country with a chicken dinner, or will Indonesia too say, you know what, we don't like that you took it away, and we want our chicken dinner back?
Well, there are 6 chicken dinners when the day began. Only about 2 more left to play with this one. Already commenced. Flight path is going from SMB all the way to Trajectory Hospital here. Across the hills of Gatka. I know teams like Thailand will get their rain across Primorsk, Fairpier, and so on and so forth. But what about the teams who likes to go on up onto the northern side? Severny for Malaysia will not be in play for the time being. Maybe Georgia Paul is something that they are kind of used to since they are Geek Slate after all. But we'll see how things work out. Right now, it's seemingly skewed down to the southern side, and we only have to wait to find out where the circle closes.
Northern side this time empty. Really hoping that the circle this time will be a little bit more merciful, but just now we saw the circle pull all the way up north and kept going north toward the very end. SMB 2 teams only. Oh wow, opposite this time. SMB circle once again, I'm guessing, because all the SMB is inside. I think some of these teams are going to be very conflicted here, because there's a lot of water, obviously, is number 1. And number 2, is the circle going to pull north and go toward mainland, or is it going to go down toward SMB? This is where we're starting to see a lot of teams like, say, Cambodia or even Indonesia 1. Over in Milta there, perhaps we're going to be seeing a situation where some teams are going to have neighbors. Some teams are just going to hold on that fort. And some teams are going to swim over and still play toward the northern side of the island. But for those who dropped all the way on the northern side, good luck. Because rotating, we saw earlier, whenever a circle pulls all the way up or all the way down, rotating is very, very painful.
So I guess the trend still stands here. Erangel again with the kind of circles nobody would have expected, and thankfully for them, this is pretty much similar circle at this point, seeing as though we had similar circles that happened in day number 1 when it skewed down to SMB. thankfully so as well. Flight path did not drag some of these teams all the way up north, and so trying to get access would be a bit more doable in this time around, but they also have to be careful, which means all the saturation begins so early into it. Vietnam, thankfully for them, they have taken over SMB in such lucky fashion, being the only ones here alongside with Timor-Leste at the very least. But now the gates have been capped by Malaysia. Last I checked, on the left side bridge is being gate capped by Malaysia. Right ones probably by Timor-Leste. And Vietnam, they got away with a bunch of kills doing the same thing before. But right now, if everyone's getting gunned down at the entry point, I don't think Vietnam's going to get as many points as they did previous rounds.
I was about to say, I wonder how training looks like for these players. I know scrims happen all the time. A lot of countries, they actually have big scale scrims playing together. Sometimes they even have other countries play together on nights that they want to train. But what about a micro level of play? How does a pro player train that? Do they have drills where they just throw nades over and over and over again?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the players. I've seen the players play that. They do. They actually have drills for that. Yeah, you can walk into the training room. It's a feature within the app, the game itself. There's a training lobby. You can go in, train your recoil, train your pretty much everything from top to finish, right? Even
so they have lineups, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can like line up, like say you want to throw a nade at this particular area, so you have to learn the geography, learn which particular angle to throw it at, right?
Well, that is more in depth. I do not know if they're actually queued into an actual game lobby to learn the terrain.
That would be kind of cool, though.
Yeah, it'll be cool, like excessively, but sometimes you got to go to a certain extreme to achieve extreme results.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, imagine if each player every day finds a certain angle near a window to just lob nades over and over again to get the desired angle that they want. Because sometimes there are certain situations where I'm like, how are they able to land the nade in that window from that angle? Because it's just so hard to do, especially if you're on the fly. So I'm guessing because they have such good micro skills, macro-wise it also will show as a team. Regardless, as we talk about a team here, Indonesia 1 already losing one member very early, and I think Indonesia 2 are like, yes, good, y'all took our chicken dinner earlier, we'll take that. But Indonesia 2 is just so very dominant right now, 118 points, so far away, it's insane. Usually I like to see a little bit of a gap between, say, number 3 and 4, 1, 2, 3 being very, very, I would say, competitive. But Indonesia 2, because they have not made a lot of mistakes, or rather they capitalize on other people's mistakes to the point that they're able to get away with it. It's like maybe if they lose maybe 2 to 3 more games early, finally, would other teams be able to catch up? But given their performance and their confidence, I highly doubt that's gonna happen.
I mean, Indonesia is just a different level of ball game, and I always have this theory: the greater the population, the higher the competition, the stronger the quality of teams that comes out with that region. Because
that would be very
nothing drives you more than the thought of someone else is just waiting in line to take your position to play for an org, right?
Right.
And so they to earn their keeps is insane. That's why you see even regions like China almost always doing well. Why? Because their population per capita is just insanely dense.
Just reminding me of 4AM. I love watching 4AM play. They're so aggressive and so fun to watch. If you guys don't know them, or from China. But Yuhai, this is surprising because Yuhai is all alone in the air. Their teammates are around, but I wouldn't say it's the most favorable position to be in, because if you get dropped, the amount of time for your teammates to come get you is a little bit too big and very, very far, and very risky as well. But with Mika giving the cover fire, Yuhai is just able to waddle away. You know, in this heat, I wish I could go swimming too.
I could do that. I just never made an effort to. Swimming pool's just downstairs, but I've decided, you know what, maybe it's not worth the effort. I just cool off under an air conditioner somewhere.
Rather go take a nap.
Yeah, that sounds really good right about now. But we do have 2 more games to get by beforehand. But they did spot Mika from afar away, so that's insane. That they've got good game sense there. Although they don't get the kill onto U-High, they will at least get a general sense of direction where the opposing teams are. Meanwhile, Timor-Leste, this team has been always under the radar. I guess it's part of a gift to be able to play that silent, but I'm not sure if they're getting rewarded as much for it so far. Down at the bottom.
I was gonna say that in terms of a player who plays very aggressively, it's gonna be Dizzy. Abu will be the one trying to make something happen. And I haven't seen a lot of pop-off moments from the rest of Timor-Leste. Oh wow, this circle, ouch.
This is very interesting. Will we see a
Water
bridge
straight
circle?
through the middle. Yeah. I mean, I don't want it to be a bridge circle. I want it to be a water circle. And the team who manages to hold the last piece of land will be able to fish everyone off. Or the player that swims in the middle the most will get the chicken dinner. Imagine if that happened though. That would suck.
I like the bridge circle. Why? Because then you add this layer of uncertainty. If you're a team on top of the bridge and then you're a team who's below the bridge, you technically can be in the same vertical plane and
But
see
no,
who
you don't
kicks
know
off first.
who is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. We did see an elevated circle situation just now over in Miramar. Not as complicated as a bridge, but we'll take it. Regardless, for Vietnam 1, I think they've had a pretty good run. And it's really interesting because day 1 was all about Vietnam 2. And as we move into qualifiers, the back-to-back chicken dinners, the positioning. But Vietnam 1 saying that we're just as good, if not more aggressive. Vietnam 1, I believe, was the team that ended day 1 yesterday with not a single chicken dinner. Sprays out. Blue zone. Just hitting out Laos. It's just unfortunate that Laos wasn't able to get a pick out of that. It would have made being in this blue zone a little bit better as the consolation prize.
Right now,
What
Malaysia.
happened there?
Black's OP up against the Indonesian squad. It was a drive-by. Not really friendly neighborhood, these people, but Malaysia found their way in. They've got the entrance through, but Satar is not gonna have them in place. But
Look at
Deer
Thailand.
11 coming in from the back end. Malaysia finds themselves covered, surrounded by guns left, right, and center. They have to find a point in which they can shoot from, but the hills are now one for the Thai, and they'll remain and continue shooting. Why did they drive past this compound? Malaysia, you should probably just stay put and make home for the time being.
I think they're trying to collect points, which explains their aggression. But I'm shocked at Malaysia. That is a very ballsy play. Getting one member from Indonesia and Malaysia coming into that compound in Thailand saying we're not getting away with it. The damage comes out here. Mela will be punished for going a little bit too aggressive. Got Tani as well. He wasn't able to get into the compound. Unlucky situation. Mela and Tani left to just hang dry. And Yen and Flex OP looking to seal it up. There we go. Final member left standing. And sorry, 2 picks in their pocket. Vietnam 1 is close by. They hear the sound of guns, and they are immediately attracted to it because they love being able to third party. Not too sure what happened there as Chua was able to spot out a member. I believe that is Cambodia? Laos, actually. He was standing out there in the open, probably distracted by the noise. Was not aware that Chua was close by. What a turn of events.
Man, Thai, they're I don't even think, if they're not gonna be, I don't know what they're doing. They went to chase the 2 men within the shed, pushed up to the high ground. They crashed in, but only your teammates isn't even there to kind of give you the support fire. They lost 2 members just like that. They don't even feel like a lethal team that you should be worried about. And the one thing that Thai has always prided themselves is they take CQCs like they're the best in the region, but that display right there, questionable at best, and now Logan to fall on with. Thai is not gonna have a great run today. They drift further from the 10th spot, most likely here, eliminated already at 16th place.
You can see how chaotic it already is as everyone's trying to find the best location to hold and to rotate into. The uncertainty of the circle either going to the mainland or SMB is the biggest issue here. We see some people already on the island, some people not, and Indonesia too, a second time in a row stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're just getting outstratted here by the rest of the teams. Yummy knocked out by the nade by Myanmar 2. Myanmar 2 looking so very good in terms of confidence this time around. Smile gets Yummy, finally knocking him out of the game. Ponbit as well does find Smile at the very least. Ponbit sending him out as well. So at least it is a trade. But Indonesia 2 saying, yep, we got that pick and we're not going to stay around to find out how this ends. Again, stuck with only 2 members left as they head toward the final circle. They will be driving inside, but for the other members of the team as Malaysia 2 as well, I think they'll be thinking the same way. But not sure if Malaysia will actually commit to this fight. If Malaysia actually does explode Indonesia 2's car, that'll be the end of them.
Well, thankfully, they've got a lead nearly doubled from the second spot. So it's more crucial for Malaysia to kind of start prodding and taking these points onto their end if they ever were looking towards competing onto the top the top spot here, the #1 gold medalist. Meanwhile, Cambodia, Skynin, we saw has got a bird's eye view across the entire valley, but the rest of Cambodia are only making their way through. Philippines pretty much scouted that. And at this point, what's your gameplay here as Philippines? You saw teams moving into the bridge, so it's either they get gunned down or they will stay to be your oppressor. But eyes onto Myanmar. Right now cornered, West already on his knees, last life, while Laos tries to go and make a push downwards onto Myanmar. The trade was there though, but West is slow. Can he make it look to secure? He will not. So that would be Myanmar members down and out for the time being. Laos will get the pickup and play on much longer within this tournament.
Let's see that toward Novorep Noye. 2 teams have already made their homes there. I think the most comfortable team is Vietnam on the top side of the island, so far away from the rest. Nice little, I would say, high ground for them too. Is Cambodia playing at the bridge here? They did try to play bridge trolls. They tried to hold down the middle side as well as bottom side here. They're trying to stop Philippines too from being able to cross. Philippines have to get a little bit more creative if they want to take this space. The problem now is there's so many nooks and crannies for Cambodia 2 to play with, and if they time it right, they can have a nice little crossfire. On top of that, Cambodia 2 marked Vietnam 1 at the same time. Look at that, how much damage he's put into that player. No reaction, no answer quite yet, as Philippines 2 says it's fine, maybe it's best for us to find a different way into the circle. As Kaya still holding on line, but Laos now in trouble, back out, tagged out, and the rest of Laotians players are going to say it's okay, leave back out behind, as Cambodia tries to steal it and so does Indonesia. It feels like seagulls trying to fight each other for a piece of fry, but Easy K doesn't really matter, honestly. Anyone that passes by him is food at this point.
Good to note that Easy K is Cambodian and he is playing the strat that they are more comfortable with, shooting from a turret, turtling in, and that's what he is given the opportunity once again. But Skynin, last we just saw he was on top of the hill. How did he get gunned down? Surely nobody's looking that much of a vertical, but meanwhile Malaysia going up against Laos, trying to stop them within the tracks here. Laos 1 has been eliminated, but that is not the team that Malaysia is trying to give him handle. Oh, 3 people in one area. Is that even a good move? Immediately gets sprayed down. Jumper stops the revive from ever happening here. Making sure that Laos will walk away with a disadvantage. Only Zimballs between the smokes. He saw that earlier on. He's just gonna spray in the dark and hopefully it hits. Oh, but it gets hit with the shotgun instead. I guess when you miss all too much, you pay the price, and Thinny gets that kill onto Malaysia. Malaysia losing Yen, of all people, one of the more reliable players
look at that trade
within their roster.
I like there's a nade trade there. Jumper gonna throw for one more. The question is, will it hit? Now, there's a reason why you don't push smokes, and that was exactly it. Regardless, Dava and X and Kaya do get 2 members of the Philippines, make it 3. Cambodia as well, take it out of the way. But if you look at Laos here, Flax OP, Play on the other side, just throwing as many of the nades as he can. Beautiful nade. It's his final one too. Takes him out. Splax OP, knowing there's only one member left alive, wants to push through the smokes, understanding that his teammates are ready to assist if possible. But it's very, very competitive in this area. There are so many drive-bys. At the very least, you can already see a little bit of a pickup here. But for Indonesia too, they've been stuck in this area between the gas station and the two Cambodian players for so very long. Cambodia too, watching the bridge. We also see these two players. Look at how convoluted this area is as the circle pulls up toward the northern side, and Vietnam won. Nice situation for them. They don't have to worry too much. They do have a lower terrain rather to work with. It can provide them a little bit of cover. But looking at Malaysia too right now, they're in this very prolonged fight. And even if they did win that fight, you can see that just now they had already depleted a lot of their resources. Their throwables, their smokes. Easy K, ooh, timing not in the best situation for Ponbit. Unfortunately, as he threw out that nade, gets sprayed out by Easy K, and Joseph finds a way to get inside, breach the area, and if his teammates goes up, it's fine. I will take your teammate down, and this is not the best situation for Indonesia 2 to be in if they want to maintain the streak. And obviously, as I said before, it has been stopped. DBS takes him down, and Easy K now all alone. And now for the Philippines, they're just getting fished out of the water here as Vietnam 1 says, surprise guys, we're waiting for you on the other side. Picks out one, a nice fish dinner for them instead.
That was a questionable push from Cambodia. I get the idea, but it was pretty risky to swing in as a solo player. You don't know. I mean, we all understand the meta of DBS nowadays, but Mascardo, one left standing. I guess false hope was given, and he took it on the bait. Will get stopped in place by Vietnam Frankie himself. Right now, 6 kills already for this team. Vietnam looking to slowly close the gap and claim back their #1 spot. Right now, crashing onto Malaysia. It's Vietnam 2, on the other hand, who's got all members still left alive. Looking to push and come in strong here. Can Malaysia fend them off? Yu Hai already trying to get into better positions, but the rest of Vietnam's member is not within compound right now, and in fact, coming in from a disadvantageous angle is Vietnam. 2 members from the low ground. How did they come in as a support fire? They can't see them. But Micah taking a bit here. Toss the NATO forwards. Hits onto Gosu just by a little bit. Not fatal just yet. Gosu will make the run for it. Breaks it down. Does he make it across? He does.
And Snipes, very aggressive as well. Cambodia 2 out of the way with only 1 elimination. And teams that usually are on top now are finding themselves struggling, as a lot of these teams, like Malaysia, are starting to find their footing, finding their momentum. TLS as well. They might not be the best in getting those frags, but survivability-wise, since the end of yesterday to today, they've been pretty consistent. Regardless, Evox and the rest of his team at the very corner of the circle, they do have compound. If the circle does pull toward them, it'll be the best situation. A nice urban warfare to end the game might be what they needed, given the fact that DBS is in meta. But I highly doubt that will be the case. A little bit too much to the left side. Frankie, with that nade, I think he's marking the Malaysian players. Upsy doodles, whether or not it'll be a Kobe is the question. I highly doubt it. No, it doesn't. But look at Cambodians going crazy right now. Another nade comes out, beautifully done onto Flats OP. Another one to throw it out. He has 2 more to spare. How are you supposed to avoid all of that? But it'll be, the answer is having another team, another country shoot at you to save the day.
I think I know why they were happy. I think it was Indonesia finally gets eliminated. Indonesia 2, maybe so. That means their tracks have been stopped here, but meanwhile, Vietnam, they see this as an opportunity. Already 10 eliminations, points up onto 81. They are slowly making a difference here, closing that gap. If they can get into a 20-pointer with a chicken dinner finish, that would be ultimately remarkable for them and stand a chance again for that gold finish. Right now, Gosu has got eyes against Rosello, but takes a little bit of hit. Actually, not a little bit. That's an understatement. So much damage. I believe that was Timor-Leste. Nope. Rosello retaliates with a frag in return here. Holds him in place. Meanwhile, Vietnam versus Vietnam. They're taking on each other. Rabis up against Parajin. both these teams still live and well, and they want to make sure that only one makes it out to the top.
What a shot by Kwang, finds Rosello. Kwang also finds Timor-Leste player just like that. What a spray from him. 111 trying to hold on the line. Dizzy is cooking up that nade. Not sure if he actually threw it out just yet, but Tronzin not able to push up because of that Molotov. Not able to take up that space, but they're okay to move out of the circle. Perhaps go for a long rotation. Perhaps just wait for the other team to just destroy one another. The sprays are out. Kwang eats the damage, but able to reset. His teammates with the cover fire allows him to move a little bit quickly as they rush through into the circle. The blue zone this time around will hurt, and what they're trying to do here is to buy time to zone them up. Let the blue zone put in that damage and they can just spray in at the end of the day. Parajin does take some damage, and this time around it'll be from another Vietnamese team. It's so annoying trying to push forward against a player like Rabis, against a player like Frankie, who's just so great at sharpshooting. They do have access to that motorboat, but we all have seen what happens when anyone tries to use that motorboat, and Parajin turns around, sprays straight to Dizzy, and Rabis finds Kwang at the same time. Unlucky timing, but at the same time, it does solidify a little bit more points for both teams. They are stuck like a sandwich. Dizzy, so very low, eventually does get sprayed out. The play zone will be the one to deny this team all the points. We also see Malaysia 1 finding a member from Indonesia. This is the best situation Malaysians can ask for. Regardless, Mas Mika also goes down alongside Damgood. I wish we could see what's going on over there.
Mas Mika, that's one way the Indonesians would call him if he were to make a visit over. Right now, Vietnam playing by the edge of the riverbanks. They're playing only spraying down to one direction. They have the best of situations here. No one's gonna come in from their flanks. They know that for sure, and that's why they're spread out thin. But they will have to make a move soon, as they are still by the edge of the circle and might close far away from them. They have eyes on Timor-Leste 111. Still living. He's like a cat with 9 lives, just cannot seem to go down, despite the rest of his members already by the lobby. And it is him who takes out Yuhai. Snakes in the grass, this one. Not confirmed just yet. Could possibly go for the pickup. No, that has been denied. Malaysia, they lost their ace, and now they're gonna play with 3 men left alive. Vietnam, though, across this entire circle and valley, they will be gatekeeping, but a great hit by Nangs could be opening for some of these teams to make the advancement forward.
Still, for Vietnam, this Mexican standoff taking a little bit too long. They do have some time before the smokes to the blue zone pushes up. But for Malaysia, this is one of their best runs yet. They already have 4 in the bag. They're not overextending, but they have lost 1 in that process. If you look at it all around them, it's just a mismatch of so many different players from so many different teams, and Timor-Leste will be the one to find Parajin eventually. Not sure if they're able to pick him up once yet. Frankie with the sprays. Not the best situation to be in for Vietnam too. They cannot move at all. They're stuck to the blue zone. What can they do here? If they don't move forward, it's gonna be a problem. Vikoi is just separated from the Malaysian team by smokes. He knows that they're in there. He did mark them just now, but not gonna follow up just quite yet, because they know that they cannot currently contest the Malaysian team if they're being sandwiched between 2 areas. But for Vietnam 1, having Rabis on 1 different area and Chua as well as Frankie behind the tree gives them a little bit of breathing space, allows them to trade out for each other. As the nade comes through here, Rabis is just being so very good at avoiding every single nade. He's dancing, but one does clip him. He goes to his nade that takes him down, and now they're able to push up and take up that space very, very heavily. There is cover fire coming in from all around. Not even cover fire, it's just another team honestly trying to get those picks. But he still makes it to cover and tries to survive. Snipes out in the open. Fortunately, not one single bullet actually hit him, so he's able to stay alive a little longer.
I think that was a mistake. Frankie made the advancement there to kind of hold in the fort to make sure there's no entry for the rest of the opposing team within this wall, this virtual wall which they've created within the circle. But that also means that these walls do not stand too strong, and another fundamental fortitude has been broken down. Vikoi will now have to pick up the slack from the distance. This is go time for Malaysia. They can look to rush on in. Frankie is not there to kind of tag team and hold this point here. Vikoi now under gunfire. He'll spot them out. Damn good is the sentry on the top side. They will trade. And this strategy just goes on to shambles for Vietnam 1. I got the idea. They wanted to hold the fort, but they're spread too thin, and a thin paper could only do so much. Right now, Malaysia turns the tide against this Vietnam guerrilla warfare. Snipes in play, 5 kills so far. They will hold the top side of these hills. They have an idea on where the 2 other Vietnamese teams will be playing, and in a 3-way standoff, he who moves first falls out.
But Vietnam seems to be very, very preoccupied with the other Vietnamese team. Only Para Jin left. And it's a 2-on-1. Malaysia understanding that they can just prone their way up toward the top side of this terrain and let Vietnam just fight each other. The amount of control they can have if they manage to get on top will be phenomenal. Not sure if Rabis did mark him. I don't think so. Rabis playing inside the smokes. Malaysia is not going to react quite yet. It's very, very vital that they withheld this information. Keep them wondering where they're going to be. They don't want to be isolated. We know in terms of firepower, in terms of aim jewels, Vietnam can be a lot more formidable. But if played right, they might be able to pincer them as immediately they react to the information. Damgood goes ham on Rabbies. Here's one more. Frankie with the nades, but Malaysia gets their first chicken dinner of the day.
My god, these boys, they've been denied for so long for a chicken dinner here in Cambodia for the SEA Games 32. And here they are claiming it for the first time for today. A chicken dinner. They've showed so much consistency through and through. Only one bad map so far, and they're in the way to actually overtaking the top right now, already standing in second place. So this should be a good booster to kind of close in the gap. And all hats to them. They took out the sentries up on the top hills. They forced this opening upon themselves and turned it into a favorable situation. They did not have things easy. Vietnam, they were this close, but I guess you can't be a jack of all trades. You have to bank on the high ground earlier on. With Frankie making a move to support where his teammates failed, that only leaves one member in each corner, in each post, and it was a weak stronghold in the end of the day. Congratulations, Malaysia.
I was just saying that they always come so close, but I couldn't, point my finger to what was missing here. And immediately, what worked for them? Patience. They didn't have to go too aggressive. They held down the area they were in, hunkered down, let Vietnam do what they have to do, fight each other, and as soon as they have that information from the gun sounds, from where they were shooting at, they immediately responded to the information they had worked with. And I think that this is a great situation for them, because it does take some time to really understanding what your team was missing, and that was exactly it. Patience.
It was insane. Sometimes it's true what they say, opportunities don't just present themselves there and then. Sometimes it comes in many ways, and Vietnam making a move into an outpost that was crumbled pretty much gave them that opportunity, and still hats to them. I'm not saying that Vietnam threw the game. They still had to shoot the members who are alone upon that hill to pretty much create a great entry for them. They got one member, which is great, but still, you didn't know how many people there were on top of that hill. But then they got another member. It was Vcoy towards the left-hand side. And so it was just go time for them to take over and turn the tides. Just amazing stuff coming out from Malaysia. Now, this is the team that we sort of already expect to come in, just haven't really shown that side of them.
Honestly, when you think about it again, match standings just now, Vietnam won regardless of not getting the chicken dinner. 15 eliminations, are you kidding me? Very, very aggressive team. We saw how Vietnam too struggled to stay alive against them. And they were so dominating in terms of holding down the line, holding down the area. Malaysia won despite getting the chicken dinner, only getting 18 points. While it is 3 points behind, but it can mean life and death, honestly, when it comes to this kind of format stage. Vietnam 2 with 11 and 1 point behind is Cambodia 1. Now this is where disparity comes forward here. Laos 2 with 7, 6 from Malaysia 2, Myanmar 2 with 4, Timor-Leste and Indonesia 2 now with 3. Now for Indonesia 2, this is 2 games in a row now. They're not able to get the double digits, not able to rake in those eliminations because they're getting picked off so very early because of the flight path, because of the circles, and here are your outstanding teams.
Vietnam again doing it without a chicken dinner, but then pulling in so many elimination points. 15, just when things look bright for Malaysia, coming in with 8 eliminations and the chicken dinner to try and chase up with the top dog. Vietnam seems to be saying, hold on a second, don't count this out just yet. Look at Cambodia, again, one hopes onto them. And remember, they have a pressure to perform to get a medal finish here, being the host country for the SEA Games. And this performance might just inch their way into the 4th position. We'll have to see during the overalls. But first, here's the elimination and damage.
Oh man, Vietnam won. The amount of damage, 2.8k, almost 3k. We haven't seen a 3k quite yet, but we have seen a few 2.8k, 2.9k, and it's always usually from Vietnam 1 or Vietnam 2 or Indonesia 1 and 2. But Malaysia this time around, they don't have to say, they don't need to have like all the damage out here. This is a very different dynamic than what we usually see from Malaysia 1, who's usually coming in with like 13 eliminations, high amounts of damage when they get the chicken dinner, if they get top 3. But I think this time around it's a nice change of pace in my opinion. It shows that they're not as one-dimensional as I thought. It shows that they have different styles of play, and perhaps playing patient might work more in their favor, because again and again, whenever they play aggressive, they push in, one player goes down, immediately everything just falls apart. This is a much better form from them. Regardless, coming in for the rest of the teams, it felt like a lot of teams were getting knocked out very, very early, and I think this is because during the drop spot, as everyone dropped in and rotated earlier, everyone was getting picked off one by one in the midst of that rotation, whether or not they were swimming over or crossing that bridge. That is where most of these little tiny bits of damage comes through, which you can see like damage is quite high, but it doesn't necessarily say that they actually get those picks. In a lot of situations, we're still not seeing that full wipe yet from a team, but we are seeing members getting picked off, or another team or their teammate, I would say, trading them and getting revived once more.
Well, let's take a look at the overall right now. Indonesia 2 still maintains, thanks to the great lead that they've already gotten themselves, but now the difference does not bear too much. 1 game apart or 1.5 game apart could very well be the difference maker here from the 2nd to the 1st place. But Vietnam, both teams, they're the ones who shot their way up into the 3rd and 4th position, still maintaining their ground, drawing further from this top 4 position from the 5th onwards. Look at that. This is going to be a battle among 4 giants, with 2 of them coming straight from Vietnam.
Oh man, Malaysia's still maintaining the lead. But the thing is about Malaysia is that even though they're still maintaining the lead, it's still very competitive between number 2 and number 3. But this is where the point disparity starts to grow in terms of gap. You can see a 10-point differential between Vietnam 1 and Vietnam 2. But Indonesia 2, because they weren't too successful in 2 maps in a row, you can see that their lead is starting to wane. 121 points, but not too far behind, about maybe 20 plus points is Malaysia 2. So perhaps the goal for the Malaysians at home there is still very much alive, as we still have 1 more Erangel map to go, as well as 6 maps to go tomorrow. Whether or not Malaysia can maintain this consistency is still a question mark for me.
Yeah, but are they still within the game? 100% down, right? What's the average of a chicken dinner and decent amount of kills in total here? I believe it was 21, 22 points, right? To end the game with a chicken dinner and decent kills. And so that the difference between number 1 is about 30. So they're about 2 games apart, which is really any one of them can happen. But first, an interview for the winners of the chicken dinners.
What is my feeling now? I kind of feel relaxed because we play a lot of game already, but we haven't get the chicken momentum, and now we already get it. So yeah, a bit relief.
A lot of relief. So we expect you to do even better starting from this game onward, correct?
Yes.
Okay, បានអញ្ចឹងគាត់បាននិយាយថាគាត់បានព្យាយាមអស់ហើយប៉ុន្តែតែងតែទទួលបានជាមួយនឹងថ្នាក់លេខ 2 លេខ 3 អត់បាន chicken dinner ទេ chicken dinner មួយនេះគឺជាបាទ momentum គឺជាការលើកទឹកចិត្តរបស់គាត់ដើម្បីឲ្យធ្វើបានល្អចាប់តាំងពី game នេះបន្តទៅ Next is, we know your history on the Indonesian squad as well. You've been there. You're the only man that is traveling freely between the 2 countries. Anything you want to say to Sata?
Satar. Yeah, good luck, my brother. All the best. Love you.
And the kiss blowing, and good luck to the brother because this man has been in and out and he's friends with a lot of people. And of course, finally, I expect to see you here a lot more. But just in case, I want you to say a few words to the lovers as well as the haters.
Okay. To all the fans, thank you for supporting. To all the haters, keep hating. And yeah, we just gonna try our best to get a gold medal.
Because that is what will push you to become even better. We need both the lovers and the haters, correct?
Yes.
This is Yuhai, everybody. We expect to see him a lot more on this stage. Back to our casters.
Bye-bye.
I love seeing the love between Yuhai Boy and his team. If you guys aren't familiar with Yuhai Boy, he's a player based in Malaysia that used to play with Geek Slate, but eventually he moved over to Indonesia to play with BTR. And he's still there now. He just moves between Malaysia as well as Indonesia, but currently his team is BTR. And I think it's so great to see this love between these two teams, because if you were to look at the comment section of a lot of these live streams here, it's very, very, I would say, toxic. But this tournament is meant to be about love and relationships between the two countries. And while you guys meningkatkan or love each other, we're gonna go for a quick break after this, the final map of the day. I'll see you guys in a little while.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event Pubg Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each Pubg Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight till the end
ជំរាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Hola, I'm el primer equipo de Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Hola, I'm el segundo equipo de Timor-Leste. Lutamos con espíritu.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
สบายดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတင်းမြန်မာပါကျွန်တော်လည်းဒီမှာစီးရင်အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဆောင်ပွားတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ညောင်စီးကင်းမြောင်ဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ဖို့ကတော့ Together We ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2. Demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
Hello, survivors. The 32nd SEA Games is back. The Southeast Asian Games, also known as the SEA Games, is a biennial multi-sport event. From May 5th to 17th, 2023, Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, will play host to the 32nd edition of this special event. Esports event PUBG Mobile is honored to be part of the medal competition list for the second year. In this year's competition, we will welcome 19 teams from 10 different countries, including Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and the host country, Cambodia. 19 teams will compete in 2 events, team and individual. Especially, a total of 2 sets of medals will be available for each PUBG Mobile event. Firstly, the team event will be divided into 2 phases. The qualifiers will take place only on May 11th. During a single day, the 19 teams compete in 6 matches without a group draw. The 16 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The finals will be held over 3 days, from 12th to 14th May, in order to determine the best team for the gold medal. The point system is familiar. The top place receives 10 points, the second place receives 6 points, the third place receives 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In particular, each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Next up is the individual event. 6 athletes will be nominated by each participating country, except Brunei that only sent 5 athletes to the competition. As a result, 59 athletes from 10 countries will compete in 32nd SEA Games. This event will compete for only 1 day, 15th May, with 8 matches. About the point system. The first place will get 20 points, the second place will get 16 points, the third place will get 15 points and gradually decrease to the 48th place. There will be no ranking points in the 48th to 60th places. Each eliminating point counts for 1 point. Different from the team event, in the individual event, the athletes won't be saved by teammates, so watch out. At the upcoming 32nd SEA Games, may all the teams achieve the best results to bring glory to the country.
Let's enjoy intense battles of PUBG Mobile Esports at the 32nd SEA Games from May 11th to 15th, 2023. See you there.
This May, please welcome 19 teams from 10 countries. Compete at the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile Esports.
ជម្រាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាខ្ញុំមកពីធីមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាមួយហើយ slogan របស់ពួកយើងគឺ Fight to the end
ជម្រាបសួរពួកយើងគឺជាក្រុមកម្ពុជា2ពួកយើងនឹងប្រយុទ្ធរហូតដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដើម្បីទង់ជាតិរបស់យើង
Olá, I'm a primeira equipa Timor-Leste. I'm pronto a competir.
Olá, I'm a segunda equipa Timor-Leste. Lutamos com espírito.
Hello, kami tim Brunei Darussalam. Brunei, yakin.
សប្បាយดีพวกเขาทีมเราหนึ่งพวกเขาพร้อมที่จะได้ไปหับเรียน
สวัสดีพวกเขาคือเราสองสโลแกนของเราคือลิ้นแบบบ่เสียใจ
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတင်းမြန်မာပါအဲ့ဒါလည်းညီမစီးကင်းအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ we play we rise ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တင်းမြန်မာတို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်အဲ့ဒါညီမစီးကင်းမြန်မာမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ဆောင်ပေါ်ကတော့ together we ရဲ့ channel ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
Hello semua, kami dari Malaysia 1, Malaysia boleh.
Assalamualaikum, kami Malaysia 2, demi Malaysia.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag. Xin chào, chúng tôi là Việt Nam 1. Việt Nam 1, chiến đấu để chinh phục.
Việt Nam 2, nơi nào có đoàn kết, nơi đó có chiến thắng.
Let's enjoy.
As the day comes to the final map, this is the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile. For a lot of teams today, for Indonesia especially, 3 chicken dinners in a row, but was eventually stopped as we move toward Erangel. Could this be the same result? I'm Tashbin alongside Keith, and we're your casters for tonight.
Yeah, definitely things have turned on for the betterness of the entire competition here so far, with Indonesia taking on the first 3 chicken dinners right now. Ever since the long break, it seems like we might have just disrupted their momentum. Now going onto the way of wildcard, now going to the side of Malaysia, earning their first ever winner with a chicken dinner, inching closer now to maybe contend for the #1 spot. If Malaysia does a back-to-back chicken dinner, then by tomorrow itself, the champions right now, the potential champions right now, that is Indonesia team number 2, might be in a shaky situation as they are on the line to lose it all. And so it all boils down to how things end today and how the rest of the 6 games happens tomorrow.
This is so much fun, and you see how competitive it is, not only for the first spot, but also for a second, third, and then after that for the 4th, all the way down till the 8th. It's always ever changing when it comes to that final count of the points, because sometimes you may think the team goes out too early, but they are still out there in the frags in terms of numbers. And sometimes you have a team that maybe gets a chicken dinner and you're like, wait, they're not in a top spot because they don't have the frag out amounts. So finding that balance is key. But at the same time, to find balance is incredibly difficult, given the fact that some situations do not allow you to outfrag, do not allow you to play as aggressively as you want to. Coming into Erangel, especially in that particular map, I believe that out of the 3 days, including the qualifiers, this might just be the most difficult circle, given the fact that the circle was in the middle, in between SMB as well as mainland. And it was so hard to really pinpoint where it was going to go until the last possible moment, where a lot of teams were just fighting each other and just climbing all over each other to get onto the island itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's one to be pointed out here. Circles hasn't been friendly both Erangel match now. In fact, every Erangel match yesterday doesn't seem like a friendly one to be playing within it. Today, especially with 2 of those circles being a curveball. Now we have a 3rd Erangel match. Will things be any better for the rest of these teams? I guess we can only wait to find out once the flight path has been established. But let's take a look at a head-to-head right now. That's EZK from Cambodia. 5 eliminations in comparison to Vkoi from Vietnam. On the head-to-head charts, about 700 damage by these 2 players. But it is EZK who is apparently a bit harder to kill, having only received about 258 damage in total. 65% of this contribution also goes to this man. So whoever this guy is, he's making a name for himself within the wildcard, within Cambodia itself. And Vkoi, he's got to be proud that, you know, he's being stacked up against such a player.
Honestly, these 2 teams' playstyles have been very similar. And so many times they actually meet each other in the middle of those rotations. It's very fun to watch, to see who comes out on top, especially if a lot of these teams meet up with each other. But we haven't seen Philippines up yet, and honestly, it's really hard to say why. But at the same time, actually no, it's kind of easy to say why, because every time Philippines are in the mid-rotation, they meet another Philippines team so very early, and both teams suffer so much losses so very quickly. It's so hard to really sustain and maintain survivability when this tends to happen. But for Myanmar too, look at that. It seemed they were a little bit like stressed in the beginning. I think there was a lot of things they had to think about in terms of how exactly they wanted to play. But now, given the fact that they had a pretty good run today, it's as though a lot of that weight is off their shoulders and they're finally able to maintain that clear mind as they approach the game.
I saw them giving the go sign, so I think these lobbies will be soon taking its flight course in a bit. And Philip, going back to Philippines again, yeah, it's true, they haven't had much of a chance though. Although I think earlier on today, they had one good map that looked like they could have gone their favor. But of course, a top 5 finish was still something spectacular, just maybe not as memorable as the rest. but Thailand as well, making that weird maneuver earlier on, getting wiped out by the Malaysian teams in what seemed to be their advantageous position. So they're making pushes and they're not executing on what seemed to be a clear-cut strategy.
It feels
from
like
the
an
get-go.
underestimation, in my opinion, because they were a little bit too aggressive. And in my opinion, it was just like, you need to understand that all these teams here will retaliate to a push. And for you to recklessly push that way is honestly either a move of desperation, or you underestimating the enemy. Because I don't see any other reason why you would do that.
That's true. Unless, maybe on hindsight, they did not factor in how many players were within those buggies. Because unless Malaysia already had two players within the buggy, but that they did not know of, and that's therefore their theory was it was just one guy within the buggy, and so if we crash him as a two, if one guy gets knocked out, we can take out the other one. But there were two members within our buggy, and so Thailand just found themselves in a very bad position. But that's all said, done, and dusted. Right now, we are down to the final Erangel match of the day. Flight lights are off. Keep your reading till later once the seatbelt signs are off, because we have our 12th match in place here for the final stage, day 2 of the SEA Games.
Again, not the most favorable flight path coming from the bottom side of SMD all the way up to the northern side of the Pubg. Now, those who are at a hospital shooting range, Zarki, not the best situation to be in. But again, if the circle does drop within the range of the flight path, great. It'll be a great situation for all those teams. But we've seen situations where the circle just goes completely the opposite way. Also can be a problem. So in my opinion though, if the circle goes completely the opposite way, vehicles and rotations will come first, in my opinion, for me. Because you want to be able to get into the circle first, get an area really, really quickly, preferably an area where you can loot before you get to that high ground, so that you don't have to worry about the great migration happening toward the maybe, I don't know, 3rd to 4th circle later. But again, there's a reason why I'm a caster, not a pro player, so I might just be limited on how exactly these players think and execute their takes.
Well, I can tell you one thing, it's not such a bad idea in theory. You kind of want to book your way into the circle, but that strategy usually pans out.
Oh, no!
And you were talking about a curveball. Here they go again. Georgia Pole Hospital, Gatka Mountains, all these unaccessible to some of these players. But again, to jive off, but hold on a sec. Do we get a kill here? Malaysia trying to roll KE over, but that stunt right there. That was the way of the dragon. There we go. He learned that one from Bruce Lee. I'm pretty sure, Micah. You're feeling ashamed of yourself.
It was a jump and a punch. The greatest jukes of all time. There should be a documentary on this one day. The greatest jukes you've seen in PUBG Mobile. Kaya.
True. No, but again, back to my thoughts, right? Like, what you said is correct. That's usually the game plan here when you get in off circle within a map. But for Miramar, you can do that because things are very far apart. If you try to make rotations here, you get shot down. In fact, take a look at Laos already. Come in contact with the likes of Indonesia. Yami gets knocked down. Lapar to fall on with. This is soon, and your number 1 ace is already losing 2 members on the get-go. Lizzie. Oh, guess that one. Was that a wall bang? It shot through the zinc.
Oh man! The worst outcome from Laos! The worst outcome for Indonesia, honestly. You can tell that it's so very soon, as soon as they drop the R together, because every single player in that area did not have the best weapons possible. It was a handgun. It was a long-range rifle. And they were just trying to make it work at this point. Unlucky from Indonesia, but at least they do get Pubg back online. And one more player left for Laos. I'm not sure where his other teammate is. Horza does have at least a nade, has a pretty decent weapon to work with. Pubg's gonna skedaddle out of here. He's too low. He doesn't have any more heals. But Satar, because he doesn't have a vehicle, will be running to a Pubg. Sprays out. Horza a little bit too overzealous there. Could have been a pick, honestly. Satar saying, I too have a vehicle and I am out of here. See you later.
Oh, Forza peaked a little bit too soon there. If he had peaked a little bit longer, he could have caught out Satar. Ah, what a worse way to go. You know, that would set the narrative up for so much suspense. Because if your number one team stopped accumulating points at drop point, then Malaysia can inch the distance even closer to actually getting the number one position. This lead, although 5 chicken dinners, slowly dwindles away for Indonesia.
Yeah, Yuhai. He wants to try and bring this back for the team. They're so close. If I was Malaysia 1 right now, almost tasting the number one spot by my tongue, by my lips, I would be really excited. For Cambodia 2, 11th spot, not too far away, honestly, from 8th place when you think about it. They want to catch up with their sister team if possible as well. But because of the circle on the other side, we're seeing a change in pace on how quickly everyone is moving, how quickly everyone is taking space. Full control of Pochinki for Cambodia 2, and I think they're very pleased about this. So much weaponry, so much utilities they can get. They can take their time, and it's not too far away from the circle, to be honest.
We'll have to see how many teams can find their ways from the eastern side, because last week, Shaq, it's a huge saturation that's happening there. Entry would be from the east to the south. I'm not sure if someone would make the rotation from the northern end, but hold my thought here because Timor-Leste already losing one member to Romeo boy, lover boy here from Myanmar, nameless. Will have to push against 2. If he can make it out of this as a one-man army, then maybe he would etch his name for himself upon thee, but he will remain unnamed as he go down here, leaving only Dizzy and Umbo to play on. Dizzy from the far side, not in an angle to pretty much help his teammates. Timor-Leste is as good as over.
Oh, what a shot. Honestly, this is the best situation for Myanmar 1. Dizzy gone down as well. Gives them so much space to work with. And unfortunately, only 1 elimination. But for Myanmar, I think that's the great way. I mean, they lose 1 for the price of 4. I'll take it. You know, when you go to the flea markets here in Malaysia or Southeast Asia, you're like, do you have any free gifts? Do I get 1 free item? That's exactly what they got for that. For Thailand, I think there was a lot of over-committance for Thailand there. I think you and I had this discussion earlier. Why they decided to push that way. Was it a last-ditch effort? Was it desperation? Was it overconfidence? Was it a miscommunication? And I think for them, making that mistake, it probably hurts because they were so very close. And I think this is the same question I have for Malaysia at the same time, right? Like, you know this team as one of the powerhouses of Thailand. You know this team as being very good in terms of takes and how they play. But because of the lack of information, it's been quite difficult for them to play the way that they usually do.
Yeah, that is telling. Or it's either that or they're just getting sloppy in a lot of these engagement, I think. They're so used to going in, running, and gunning. Right now, I think that they might have tried the same shenanigans as they did previously, but maybe some of these players within Southeast Asia has learned to handle that one much better. And so they just don't seem like the biggest threat within the scene anymore. They've been stagnant while the rest of the competitions have, I dare say, leveled up.
Nice terrain held by Malaysia 2 here. We haven't really seen much of that great migration just yet. I mean, even though the flight path was skewed toward the right, it wasn't truly far away if you think about it. It wasn't like the flight path was south and the circle was full north or anything like that. It's still very much within the area of players. If they wanted to walk and they have vehicles, it's still very much possible. But Indonesia won this time in a bit of a pickle there. What happened there? I saw that nade bounce. Oh, was it a nade or a smoke? Smoke. Yeah. But Circle will be picking up toward the northern side here. I'm kind of hoping for a Georgia Ball Circle. We haven't seen that quite yet. It's very fun to see a Georgia Ball Circle because it has buildings for urban warfare, CQC. It also has a little bit of a bridge, which means that there are going to be bridge trolls. I know that you love the changes to the bridge, especially when they announced it a few months back about the top side and the bottom side of the bridge. I know I rejoiced at that change because it makes it a little bit more easy for players to be able to kind of like skip through the bridge. But in a lot of situations, it's still the standard play because it's rare that we see anyone playing at the bottom side because it's usually players running around with the vehicles. You can't access the bottom side with vehicles.
That's true. It creates a layer of challenges. It makes it more possible for teams to try and get past bridge trolls, right? Like sometimes you don't want to pay the price of crossing the bridge, and that with those new updates that gives you a fighting chance to make it over. And sometimes we've seen teams make it successfully through, but man, look at this. Are they playing go-kart or Mario Kart? Because Vietnam just passes each other against Malaysia, who had a great run previously. Would be ashamed to go down this early though. You high under gunfire, Micah and Damn Good already out for the counts. This was supposed to be for them to climb on and soldier through, but the entirety of Malaysia down at 0 eliminations, and it is Vietnam team number 1 who will overtake them in the process. Logan awkwardly stares from a distance, decides let's not go this way instead.
I'm just questioning that hit, honestly, because you want to play aggressive, but you're not able to get inside quickly. And it feels like they weren't aware that other teams were close by. If the outcome was them not able to take that building, if Vietnam weren't able to knock them out, Thailand would have. So it felt like a very lose-lose situation for the Malaysia team. And this is what I talked about in terms of patience. Sometimes the wait and see method can work very well for them, but it felt like as they hit the final map of the day, they just wanted to try and see how aggressive they can go, how many points they can get. But it's all right though for Malaysia 1. They are quite ahead of the curve, and they do have another 6 maps to play, so it's not the end of the world for them, because I think the mindset from Malaysia has been pretty good, especially when I've interviewed them before. I said, when you guys go out with 0, but you guys have a pop-up moment, like what's going through your mind? And they said, it's okay. The mindset that we have is, it's okay, there's other maps, just go next. And I'm liking that. It's a nice little reset, and the no pressure moving into the next map is kind of nice to see. Nice little reset of the mind.
Yeah. I guess so. Maybe I'm a bit emotional, so because they were so close. You see, he was so close. Like Malaysia could have easily said, "Ha, I got 20 points this game. Now we're really just 10 points behind the number 1 spot," and then it creates a lot of anticipation. Right now, Vietnam is taking it and running away with it. First and second spot. Actually, no. First still remains onto Indonesia, but it's the second spot right now. Vietnam, and Vietnam number 2. Also could look to realistically close the gap against Malaysia in this single round alone.
Yeah, I was trying to say, I mean, I think as a manager, you've seen these players actually, firsthand how they play, how they come behind the scenes. So, I mean, for you, it must be kind of like, you must have that frustration as well, and feeling helpless because you're not able to do more for your team, right? Regardless of hold it, thought here just now was stalking the Vietnam players, moving over to this compound where the Indonesian team has taken over. Teaser goes down, actually, and Beer's so very low. And that nade, timing! Unfortunately, the second one does clip him. Beer not gonna be able to run away very far. Got Tuni all alone alongside Logan. They're very, very separated. It's going to be hard for them to play together at all. Batuni just hiding for his life right now. He only has 2 bandages left as Logan. At least a little bit more in terms of utilities, but without teammates, it might just be a problem in itself. Smokes out. Gives a little bit of space for him to move around the area. Teaser gets a nice reset. At least 2 of the players can play alone. Teaser does take a little bit more damage from Rosemary. Rosemary has been very, very aggressive in terms of that push-up. Potato as well, and Red Face taking that compound where God Tuni is inside. Unfortunately, they're not able to help him. So what God Tuni is trying to do here is play in this corner. He didn't spot him out. They spray out. Unfortunately, he whiffs. Wasn't able to get the quick knockdown. Headshot not happening. Got Tuni out of the game already as Vavel takes that point away from Thailand.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Teaser is in, which means Mela was swapped out. Does that mean that, you know, they're having a little bit of a disagreement in the back end? Well, I don't know. But unfortunate for God Tuni that he wanted to spray onto one member, but then another one just crossed his crosshair and took the second brunt of the damage, unable to, well, unload a full clip onto that single member. Cannot take him down, and so that was a perfect place nade, if I might see one myself. That feels almost up there with the NBA, and they're about to throw another one in. Logan will have to find a different place to find shelter as they slowly flush them out like pesticides, dealing with these little pests called Thailand team number 2. But Teaser though makes the advancement forward. He has the DBS in hand. And he one false move, but does not get the clip on. Now Logan, he's about to panic. He's all by himself. Will toss down the Molotovs to even trap himself in at this rate. But they're coming up as 4 surely. And he gets one down. Frankie, they're coming in. Vietnam, it looks like they're joining in the party to maybe pick up some of the pieces that were left down. Thailand out in 14th. 0 eliminations.
Ooh, that was painful. Vavel also makes that Uzi look really good when you think about it. You hear shots coming in here from the area of Malaysia too, but they haven't moved a single bit. Look at how stacked this area is with so many different teams and bodies. Everyone is just renting a real primacy area of their own. I love the fact that Raribase is just so very confident to play his own in the front line, giving his teammates not only so much information, but also to be able to play as the frontliner to get that first hit. Honda making it work, making it rain from the top side with all the grenades he has. However, he is depleted soon, but Victor does find Rosemary a nice headshot to knock him down. A little bit of smokes as well, allows him to move away from one spot to the next, and Laos, smelling that something might not be right, goes for the reposition. A DBS as well from Honda, and they say, okay, they're not close by, so perhaps I can still keep playing the grenade game, but they only have 1 left, and I'm not sure if it's very, very wise of them to use everything right now, but Vietnam is slowly taking up that space near the containers. 2 in the back line, Frankie and Vitkoy is going to be trying to play the long-range fight, providing support, but it's a maze out here. You have no clue where the Laos players are, and on top of that, the DBSs, ouch, you don't want to be caught there.
Look at Laos just hiding inside containers. They're like they're, you know, illegally make it in here, smuggled through by a bunch of containers, and Vietnam playing police, just finding for that culprit. Let's see who jumps onto who first. Honda, he's a bit paranoid. He's anxious. He's got his DBS, and he's holding his breath in silence. Yeah, he could get 1, but if they swing in as 2, then that would be pretty detrimental. However, with a DBS, it does two shots, 2 rounds of shots, and so if it clips, if the second one clips, then he might be able to get 2 people in one go. We'll see how this turns out. Smoke has been deployed. Meanwhile, we're looking at Frankie.
Not a big fan of how the positioning of Laos here. Oh, they do know where he is at least. The smoke's probably a telltale situation. I'm not sure they're gonna check here.
Oh no!
Gonna try and find by 1 Honda inside alone. He does get 1. He gets the reload too. The question is, he does. Oh my God, Honda! What a play! His 2 teammates are not gonna be going in for the move, and Porza just swings out and just takes it all away. And Honda probably just finally breathing a sigh of relief. It worked out so well in their favor.
Oh, we gave him the outcomes and possibilities, the slimmest chance for him to get 2, and he actually did it. This guy. Patience played out perfectly for the Japanese car here. Honda making things work. My God. Now that hesitation, Vietnam bit themselves in the back. If they went in full-fledged, they probably could have gotten him, but to be fair, they were going in with no info, so they didn't want to risk. A little bit of hesitation is expected there, but it's
probably
the one that paid the price.
Yeah, probably got a heart attack of their life. Go inside and suddenly you blow to smithereens. For the Philippines, this area all in their control as Vietnam 2 tries to get inside of the circle. They're so very close, but it's so hard to get in. Look at how many angles they have to clear. Look at how many different ways they have to go. And even if they try to force their way in with a vehicle, they're gonna be blown up for sure because the sheer amount of bullets coming their way.
Meanwhile, Cambodia spots Myanmar trying to get down from the foot of the hills. The top, ironically, gets him at the bottom. Instead, Romeo Boy. Oh, that was an awkward nade. Or smokes that went to the back end here. He's taking so much. It's actually his own nade. All these mistakes, we're seeing it time and time again. The hours are making them sloppy, just as we are. A little bit with our memory. With me missing out that winner chicken dinner by Myanmar. But here they are under gunfire right now. Can they make us proud again?
Oh, man. What on earth is happening? Oh man. Regardless, Moscardo and Kanla still very much alive inside of the compound. A little bit of a consolation prize at least, as Myanmar won all the way outside in the open. Actually, you really got to give them props, because even though there's no space for them, they're okay with making this open area their home.
You know what's entertaining? That member there from Philippines over the rock, he's positioned there as a flank. They're literally sandwiching Myanmar, but because of that grenade, he can only watch from a distance.
Yeah, what on earth?
We move on.
Yeah, Laporza got a pick there. Now, there we go. Finally, Myanmar makes the first move. Mascardo goes down. Looking at Indonesia too this time, they haven't had the best of the last 3 maps. And this time around, Joseph tries to go up to the high ground and Jumper immediately takes that moment. A golden opportunity takes him out of the way. And Myanmar on a killing spree now. That chicken dinner, as though launching their ego up high, their confidence rather, and it's working so well in their favor. Now for Indonesia too this time, how dominating they have been earlier, getting those 3 chicken dinners in a row, and on top of that, the amount of frags they've gotten. And this time around, they lost 2 players so very early, they're not able to execute the aggressive plays that they usually want to, especially without their player like Yummy. Gosu goes down, DBS play, huge. Rosello already for 2. And he doesn't seem to be stopping quite yet. Nice killing spree from the Philippines. Finally, signs of life in this country. Regardless, Barod from the other side. Jump shots all around. Nasty to deal with, honestly. I wonder how many DBSs they have total on their team at this point.
Really, when you're fighting in close quarter combat within this container, I cannot choose a better gun. That right there sounds like hell if I've ever been there and back. I hear it echoing through these metallic walls. The sound of the DBS just, slugging and unloading. It's a scary sound, and Vietnam just cannot get the end of it. Already Vietnam 1 losing 2 members with a DBS, and now Philippines walking in, storming out against the entirety of Vietnam 2 with DBSs as well.
Shots from Nangs as well, that's fine. Marnot. Myanmar, despite the good killing spree, finally the numbers are written down. Kanlas, as well as another Myanmar player, a 1-on-1 in this little compound. Nice nade to come through, projectile, and he runs for his life. Not sure if he's aware where it's coming from. And because how open the side is, that nade gets him. You can see how many shots are just coming through, and Kanlas finally goes down. Thanks to Rosello. A very aggressive Philippines. And this time around for Myanmar, they bring in the hurt. They spray through Laos. Laos not able to get inside of circle at all. Those smokes as well. Not giving them any space. Yes, they can work around the circle, but not inside. And Myanmar are saying, it's alright. Even though we don't have strength in numbers, we can try and go down with a bit of a frag. They don't have any right now. At least can go down for 2 or 3. It'll be really good, but Zimbo does get shot out from the inside. Frankie as well. The nade comes out. Vikoy playing inside a smoke. Smoke criminal. Call this man. Tini does get a reset at the very least. No one to pick up Zimbo. And oh my god, that nade, where did that come from? And they are just going to quickly choke them down from so many different angles. Tini, finally end of the line for him as Nangs tries to make something happen. Throws out a nade, Zimbo's finally out. Nengs all alone here. What can he do? Does find Vikoi at the very least. It's not him that finds him. It's a Laos player all the way on the other side. Another one. He throws it out. Frankie tries to go for the pickup here. He wants to make it rain. How many nades does he have is the question. How much more can he throw inside? Does he get it? Does. A bit of damage, but not enough to deter them. They do get the reset.
They push though. Honda's in. An eye for an eye. He took out members from Laos and now Honda's right next to them. Vikoi, he's under the guys. He does not know, although they rub shoulders with each other within the smoke. It all seems the same when you're doing it within the dark here. And now Honda realizes, that ain't my brother. I don't know this guy. He smells a little bit different. And now Vikoi tried to run in for the back end. Has to be careful though. Nengs, he is positioned in place. But I'm not sure how he's going to get some sort of an entry within this hangar. At least for the time being, Molotovs to hold them back. Nengs might have to shoot his own brethren should push comes to shove, but there we go. A nade to end one more members right there. Frankie has to go in and play altruistic, but it is Porza who gets shot in the back end. Nengs to continue his pursuit here. Honda doubles back, not daring to commit. It seems like Laos, they're working together to take down Vietnam, but they're also working together to give Vietnam the space to pick each other up.
Circle ping-ponging to the northern side this time. So those for the southern side, good luck trying to get inside. Container area full control by Indonesia as well. Nengs. It's a very long drawn-out fight. Another nade to come through here. He does have 3 more. In terms of resources, he seems very fine. Whoa, the car! We don't want to see a repeat of yesterday, sir! Not again. He is quite low though. As Vikoi does eat that damage, trades out to the DBS. Another nade, last one. Let's see where he goes. 1, 2, 3. Does he get the lob in? Goes on outside. No, it doesn't. But they do know where he is. This movement from Vietnam is making it really hard, and the team on the outside here. Oh my god, Honda does finally go down. No! The hero finally ended. Porza as well, found by Cambodia too. Very sad ending for our DBS master today.
It was just long drawn. At that point, I was even thinking, was it even worth it to maintain that fight? But hey, good news. Up on the overalls, right now, Vietnam 1 secured a triple-digit scoring points. Only 1 match away now from closing the gap with Indonesia 2. Cambodia gets a pick off here, but also one of the members within this outpost will find his way on the knees. Vietnam might have to look to make a push in here. But Vikoi gets shot down in the process. Pov gets a great one with his scope, but I'm not sure if he can get any more, seeing as though they're well behind opaque doors here. Frankie would have to let him be, leave him alone, take the casualties and live on to champion it for the likes of Vietnam.
Ah, man. Surprised that Indonesia is able to survive this long. A little bit more passive than usual. But I don't think anyone has noticed them quite yet in the area. I don't think Indonesia 1 wants to take that risk. CQC can be very scary. Here we go, it's actually as I said so. Immediately Rosello. He's been nasty with that, just as scary as Honda! No! And oh my god, he barely survives that Rosello! What on earth, man? He has 6 picks and all with the DBS. He loves this area. He loves the fact that we're having this CQC urban warfare.
Why is DBS even a thing? This is why people say keep it back into the crate. It's just a little bit overpowered at this point. Rosello's
jump shots are so
army.
ew! I need 10 showers after seeing that. I mean, it works, but ew!
Oh, it's not over just yet. I hope Cambodia now tries to make a push, and they all also have got 2 DBS within the entire roster. Saves the one with the shotgun. Let the rest move on forward to get the info. That's the new game plan. That's the meta patch here. Pov with some suppressive fire against Ichi. Ichi feeling a little bit itchy here to try and maybe make the peak. He's got Molotovs in such a close quarter situation that Molotov, but from the back end doesn't even get the shot here because West don't give them the chance, and Devan is just going to sheer instinct at this point, but they are lining up single file trying to feed things up. West will eventually go down and they are going to grieve him, but they have to be careful because Ichi is still there. That timing of the peak Oh, Cambodia will live to tell the tale for another day.
Honestly, look at how they're peaking. It's always together, but smart enough to not allow the DBS to get two of them at the same time. Nice swing, nice timing, but they're being very careful. Look at Rosello, he's being very quiet here. Rosello, despite being the final man of the life, 6 eliminations in the bag. And 10 in total for Philippines 1. The best outcome you can ask for as we hit the 6 team mark left. Regardless, I think in this situation, it's really hard to gauge where everyone is. You don't want to peek dry. You want to make sure you have some utils to really zone them out. But when everyone is just jumping out like Jack in the Boxes, it's a little bit anxiety-inducing. It's hard to really mark where exactly everyone's going to swing out from in case someone were to pincer you from different ends of the containers. Indonesia now finally, they've been spotted out. You can see all the fire coming through. Rosello does find to the top. As he's rotating into the circle, Rosello stuck between the blue zone as well as the containers. He did hear sounds in that area. He doesn't know where exactly Easy is. Easy with the sprays, but he's not moving quite yet. This blue zone is going to be very painful. A vehicle is there, but you can't get a lot of value out of it, especially when you're stuck here. As soon as you get in there and try to move, someone's going to shoot a car and you're going to be blown to smithereens.
I'm gonna say it right here. This is by far my favorite circle. Jorga Paul any day. All these close quarter within the container. Man, this is another layer of fun and anticipation. You just don't know who's gonna swing into it. Ichi committed suicide from the top of these whatever platforms. And now Cambodia forced to leave the maze, this metal maze that they have found refuge in, but now Rosello gets shot down by Easy, who's positioned in place. But now Easy might be the ones to stop Cambodia in their own advancement towards taking Indonesia. But Pawnbit takes a nade. Satar is there waiting for the entry.
You gotta admit, if you are a team of Indonesia 1, you'll be so happy right now. Everyone else is fighting your battles for you. Rosemary, a little bit too aggressive here, but he does put in a little bit of damage to the other team. As the fire comes through, Svavel gets one and immediately goes to the pro, and Satar with the DBS does get that value. One single shot to the face is enough. Rosemary as well puts in the pain, explodes the car. A lot of damage already dealt onto the members. Indonesia versus Indonesia final. 1 versus 4, maybe a 2. They will be pushing out here, but the fact that Indonesia 2 is stuck inside will not make them the victors. Indonesia 1 taking it away. The final chicken dinner of the day.
My god, this man just got insanely emotional. Svavel, chill. You gotta pipe down, man. I saw that Marshall, that girl in the back end. She was trying to give him a warning. Do not break those tables, man. You gotta behave. Right now, you're representing a country, not really your organization. So you gotta pipe down a little bit, brother. But congratulations nonetheless. This is by far the best Erangel I have seen this entire SEA Games. I want more circles going onto container sites, more Georgia Paul, more Ferry Pier, more places in which create this layer of engagement. Like, dude, one wrong move, you don't know who's peeking at one end of the corner. It's like a maze, right? And that introduces a whole new layer in PUBG Mobile. I like this. This was the best way to end the day.
Truly. We talked about heat and how we're feeling very, very exhausted, but that particular match woke me right up. And for Indonesia, this is the best outcome you can ask for. An Indonesia versus Indonesia final match as the circle closes. The best situation. If Indonesia 2 had all 4 players forward, it would have been a more fun fight, but for Svavel, you can tell how much he wanted this. Indonesia 1 has not gotten a chicken dinner yet. They come pretty close, but they haven't been able to overcome their brother team, so this must mean a lot to him.
Yeah, but on a grand scheme of things, Indonesia bagged home 4 chicken dinners today. One day, in one day, 4 chicken dinners goes to the way of one region. I think that's telling for even a bigger picture of PUBG Mobile. Comes the pro scene, I think they're a force to be reckoned with again. Back then, the reign of Thailand is I hate to say, but I dare say, dwindling down to almost over. I don't even. They don't look like a scary competitors within this competition alone, and that's something for them to fix, right? Because when we go into the pro scene, it's a total different ball game. But for the 32nd SEA game, my God, Indonesia, take it and run with it. You deserve all the victories you've had so far.
I have to say that Indonesia 1 and 2 have been really close in terms of, I would say, performance. Indonesia 2 just a little bit better in terms of firepower, but in situations where the circle doesn't favor them or they got picked off one by one, I think that one of the biggest weaknesses of Indonesia 2 right now is being picked off. It's already 3 maps in a row that they lose half the team so very early. Survivability wise, yes, it's there, but I think the greatest strength that they have is that firepower, and without the other half of the team, they just seem so crippled. And it gives so much space to Indonesia 1 to really catch up. Perhaps what the Indonesians want is to get on top there. Gold and silver for Indonesia might be the best outcome that they can have. Regardless, for this match in particular, 22 points for Indonesia 1, closing the gap to chase their brother team, Indonesia 2. Philippines, this is one of their pop-off moments. Rosell really trying to bring it back with those DBS plays, CQC. And I have to say it, that's the reason why it looks so good in Erangel on the qualifiers on day 1, because the CQC looks so good for Rosell.
Yeah, I mean, that worked in the Philippines' favor right there. Every single one of them, they're equipped for the close quarter. They went in, they wiped out the entirety of Vietnam. This is still a team that made 10 points, and 6 of them, last I checked, went onto one player. That is Rosell alone. He was the one-armed bandit playing against all the odds there, and he's turned quite some tides onto his way. Cambodia, yeah, into
change his name to Rosell Bunny, because his jump shots were nasty. So nasty.
Jump shot. I mean, it's impossible to miss when you're holding a DBS, I guess. Here he is again from the qualifiers, showing up on the MVP screen here for the grand finals. It's day number 2, and my God, it was the last game of the day, but it felt like it's only getting better.
Yeah, I mean, when I talk about jump shots here, the reason why you want to get those jump shots is so that when you swing, it's easier to predict when you swing out. So when you jump, it catches the enemy off guard. It's hard to aim for your head when you're all the way up there, right? Because let's talk about it. For a lot of pro players, pre-aiming is definitely something that's already second nature. So how do you counter that? A jump shot, or a prone, or a crouch. Regardless, the head-to-head here for Bikoy and Nengs will be the one that we want to look at here. Despite the fact that eliminations will be double for him and higher damage as well, I think what they want to see here is the damage contribution. Regardless, for Nengs, a lot higher when you think about it. He was all alone on the outside of the compound, making things happen as his team dwindled down in terms of numbers. He put in the hurt to Vietnam 1.
Yeah, I mean, he really made the work for it, right? Nengs was one man, but the amount of utilities dispensed from his arsenal, it was longer than it should have been. Let's just end it at that. But right now, outstanding teams across the board. Indonesia takes on first place, 12 eliminations of their own, 2k damage, about a 4,500 meters traveled, and nearly 80 grenades used. Oh, well, close to 75 itself. What was the record? I think this should be the highest record of grenades used
this is the highest
at the current time.
Yes, it is currently the highest. And because of all those picks, that's the reason why it's so much more, I would say, versatile to get all of these items as well. The area where the circle was in had a lot of loot, so it might be a little bit easier to get those throwables. As we come into the elimination and damage, look at how much damage coming in from Indonesia 1 as well as Vietnam. Very comparable with Vietnam 1 with 2160, only 100 damage more. But the Philippines, not bad as well. And the majority of that, I think half of that actually, is from Rosell himself with the DBS, the jump shots that are so very nasty. But across the board, you can see every team is putting in a lot more damage compared to before, where a lot of teams sometimes are on like maybe 50 or 0 damage. Regardless, Indonesia 2 here, still maintain the lead at 130, and Vietnam 1 jumping up to second place with 102. So second team has encroached the triple digit in terms of totals. Indonesia 1 third place and Malaysia 1 dropping down, but only a 5-point differential. Sorry, 1 point differential. What is wrong with math?
Yeah, 1 point to lose it all here. It's between a silver and a bronze, but Vietnam's second team finally pushed out in the top 4. If they want a medal finished, and they have to squeeze their way back up in the top 4 position here. And as I mentioned in the beginning of this broadcast, it is volatile in this situation. And now that we're down to the last day happening tomorrow, it's the last 6 maps before you conclude the end. I think all eyes are already in that top half of the draft.
You know what's going to be really fun? The fact that everyone is so lovey-dovey and just so happy to be here with each other. When we go to Monday, everyone is going to hate each other. It's every man for himself. Trust no one at all, not even your brother. And it's going to be very scary. Regardless, let's have a look at the interview here and ask this team what they have to say. Hopefully it's Vavel.
Second gold medal.
Ya, aku pasti ingin memastikan aku dapat medali emas untuk kedua kalinya.
Yes, he wants to make sure that he gets another gold medal.
បាទ ស្វាព្យល់ក៏ប្រាប់ថាជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសក្នុង SEA Games លើកទី1 នៅលើកទី 31 ហ្នឹងអត់គ្រប់គ្រាន់ទេគាត់មកវិញលើនេះដើម្បីយកមេដាយមាស SEA Games លើកទី 32 ម្ដង So my question is why always the last game? Yesterday you got chicken dinner in game 6, now again in game 12.
Karena di awal-awal match kita agak-agak kesusahan dan kita baru dapetin bounce back-nya di pertengahan match. Jadi kita bisa dibilang sedikit telat untuk panas gitu.
Because in the beginning stages we are having some challenges. You can say that we are like a diesel. Yeah, we got the heat in the end moments.
So once the engine start running, it will never stop.
When the engine starts running, it will never stop. Jadi begitu mesinnya mulai, seperti mesin diesel, nggak akan berhenti.
បាទអញ្ចឹងដូចគ្នាដែរគាត់ប្រាប់ថានៅក្នុងដើមថ្ងៃអញ្ចឹងទៅគាត់អត់ទាន់ក្តៅដៃណាប៉ុន្តែ2ថ្ងៃនេះគាត់យក chicken dinner នៅក្នុង game ចុងក្រោយទាំង2ថ្ងៃហើយគាត់ប្រាប់ថាថ្ងៃស្អែកហ្នឹងគឺបញ្ឆេះម៉ាស៊ីនរៀងលឿនជាងហ្នឹងកុំឲ្យម៉ាស៊ីនត្រជាក់ Okay, so just the very last team fight. My question personally is, I saw you had 4 men, you were in a good position, but you were not doing too much. You were looking around until the very last moment you went in and it was an astounding chicken dinner. Were you waiting for the right time to strike?
Ya karena dia bilang kita udah dapat posisi bagus ya makanya itu karena kita punya posisi bagus kita nggak mau terlalu ngambil resiko. Kita udah menguasai daerah luarnya dan musuh berada di dalam jadi kita kuasai daerah luar ketika musuh keluar kita bisa ini nangkap semua mereka.
Just like you said, because we are in a good position, we make good calculations and we play from the outer and use the position to our advantage.
បាទអញ្ចឹងគាត់ប្រើប្រាស់ជាមួយនឹងទីតាំងល្អរបស់គាត់ហ្នឹងគឺ make sure ថានៅពេលដែលចាប់ផ្ដើមបាញ់គឺគាត់នឹងយកបាទជាមួយនឹង chicken dinner តែម្ដង Currently we have Indonesia 2 sitting in first place, Indonesia 1 sitting in third place. What are you thinking? Are you thinking double medals for Indonesia?
Pasti.
For sure.
100%.
100%.
Well, everybody got to watch out because they came here to get more medals. Well, best of luck. I hope tomorrow you come with a very running engine and started with a bang with a chicken dinner. With us here, Indonesia 1 Spa Fuel, back to our casters.
My God, not only this guy is a diesel engine, I would even go one step further and say that this man runs on coal because it takes so long for this team from Indonesia to finally get their grooves on and get that chicken dinner towards the later game. But just like engines that runs on steam and coal, I'm talking about a train here, there's nothing that you can do to potentially keep them out of the tracks that they've already built and set for themselves. Trajectory forward, and this is what we have for tomorrow's matches. All 6 games to be played once again from 4 p.m. onwards, UTC 7. So from wherever you're watching this from, you do the math itself. Don't expect Tash and myself to help you out on that department. Clearly, we failed a couple of times when it comes to crunching these numbers. But Sanhok, Miramar, and a triple Erangel again to determine who ends up as the overall victor in day number 3. And in fact, the entire SEA Games for Cambodia.
You know, I finally understood after the interview why Svavel was so emotional trying to get a second gold in a row, because as a defending champion there is a lot of pressure to that. and he really wanted it. It's always very exciting to talk about that. And in terms of strats as well, you can tell how meticulous he thinks on how exactly he wants to play for that take. They were very patient, waiting to flush players out instead of playing for CQC. He was already taking into consideration about what to expect in terms of how many DBSs they can expect in that game. Regardless, for Indonesia 1, this win was definitely much needed for them, for their morale, for them chasing their brother team. And with only a few and maybe like one chicken dinner away, we may just be seeing 2 Indonesian teams fighting for that gold. Malaysia did give a very good fight, but that will be all from us today. Tashman and Keith Lee. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day 3 of the finals of the 32nd SEA Games PUBG Mobile.
Bye-bye.
Bye.